Over this 2,000 subscribers. subscribers that we have or watch the full 45-minute dial, whether it's on YouTube or the downloaded on the app or the WhatsApp. I guarantee you a lot more smiling, a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute dial. The Gemara tells us that there's two constellations, actually three of Rabbi. What if you wanted to make a model in this world, you remove two stars from the female, and in order to stop the model, you replace the two stars from the female with two stars from the male. The question is, why would you replace the two stars that were removed? It's more than the concept you cannot fill up a pit. You take dirt out of a pit, you try to refill it, it's not going to refill because there's always some dirt in it. Or you can figure out a scenario of project, you do something like the model, and not stop the model, not because it doesn't. It says the mission that when you see an earthquake, like a rock, it says the more story of a spirit walking by, and the person with the dead, and the spirit going, and he said, I wonder if the oil was just had an earthquake. The oil, of course I know.
Rabbi had a host. Finished third. Grade 2. Third. First. One championship. Third. Second. Third. Two championships. 10-1. How the other ones? 3. Fourth at 9-2. That's crazy. Third, 83. And 3, 83. 4 championships. 10-1. 5 championships. 11-0. I had one team that fucking went undefeated. What's the flashback? Fantasy basketball. Oh, for sure. What year in the league? Closest game. Oh, we destroyed them. We beat Angels recent stuff. Nafisa Collier. You look. Yeah. Saturday Steele. Alicia Gray. You can get it, girl. You're pretty. Who was the straightness from? Top player for the Patricia Collier. 62 points. Champion. Yeah, girl. Okay, so that, how many is that? I don't know. The series number 2. Wait, 2. Okay. 1 championship. 2 championships. 3 championships. 4 championships. 5 championships. 6 championships. 7 championships. 7 championships, girls. Any other undefeated teams? 10-1. That was good. Amazing. Did I have anybody? The worst we did was Fourth? Wish we did was fourth. That is unfucking real. Dog. Shout out to the nappy-headed hoes. Look at this athleticism, folks. Shout out to the nappy-headed hoes. Well, I'll say what it is. Rabbi Cupcake Cooker. Hybrid third. Oh, for sure, dog. You're number one. Yo, wake up. Number one, baby. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this. Whoa. Yo, I'm here. Yo. Yo. What's up, Nerox? How you living, pimp? What's up? Oh, fuck yourself. And fuck y'all house. Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented. This is unprecedented athleticism. Unprecedented athleticism. Unprecedented athleticism. Unprecedented athleticism. Look at this move, folks. Look at this athleticism. It's unprecedented. Look at this move. Look at this move. What's going on here? Cancel. Every red letter like that share. Share out to Ivory Carrot. Look at this athleticism. Mary Alice Park. Hey, what up, Alice Park? Are you there? Alice Park, are you real? Hello, friends. Just to follow up. Keep up the great work. Success. We surely come your way. I would love to join your fan base. Can you add me on Discord, Mary Alice Park? I don't know if you're real. If you're real, are you real? Mary Alice Park? Girl, type if you're real. That bitch ain't real. Look at this athleticism, though. Look at this move. Psych. Man, ain't no way that bitch is real. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this. Look at that. I'm like a fucking Pantene for a V commercial, girl. Like herbal essence is in your food. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this. Hi, friend. If a girl ever says you're hi, friend, it's a bad sign, kid. Hey, buddy. Buddy sucks as well. Anyway. Look at this athleticism. The guy ever says, yo, girl. What up, baby? This is son. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Do you ever shut the fuck up? Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Harry Carey's love children. Hilarious.
students in the large class, tomorrow middle of the night, we came to a terrible night. And then a line came in his camp, his donkey, and said, oh, not the little for the have of everything for the best, like that. Soldiers came, everybody
Ah,
captured.
there you see.
Had a wonderful day. Rothschild'S got some problem with Jackson Clinton, was called for using his few words as class, and his word not from by Rafika. It says the post by Yitzer with two yuds. It means that the Lord created man with two Yitzer, Yitzhara, and Yitzhak. Two inclinations. It says, Rabbi Shimon Kazi, if so, how do animals create destruction and fight people and all that stuff? They don't have a Yitzer. Therefore, the two yuds won't come. This is talking about Rabbi Shimon, you should fear him, and you should fear your Yitzer. Rabbi Yirmiyah says, the Polymer Rishon was created with two faces. In other words, Chava was back to back with other Rishon, and the Baruch separated them. It's like it's Rabbi's rule. What it says in the Pasuk, Selah, does it mean the sides? Meaning, Chava was back to back with other words, does it mean other Rishon's tail, which Baruch slipped off his tail and created Chava? So we are a beautiful thing with which Baruch in the beginning wanted to create other Chava like the animals, individuals, and then he decided to make them one, Rishon explain. Like this, a husband and wife have a connection that a mother and child don't even have. They always yearn to be together. But Ami says that it says the Prophet Upper Mechanic Sartani, which is a contradiction. The Lord created man last and first, meaning he created man last, but man is first for destruction, to Puranos by the Mabul, and going to destroy the humans before he destroyed the animals. It says in the Prophet your budget according to the Omar that says that it was a tail. The explanation is that the Baruch had to just heal that wound where the tail was. If they were back to back, then it was a real surgery. There's a lot of flesh that the Baruch had to fit in there. By even, he built, meaning, according to the owner, it was only a tail. What did he build? He built a chava. He did her hair, he braided her hair, he did her makeup, and then he presented her celebration. According to Rabbi, that means that he created her like a storage. Four storage
Oh,
to hold the baby, wide on the bottom and narrow on top. As the yellow, although before we should be between your best man, so to speak, he created happiness and simcha after a wedding. You learn from your parents, even though it's the law, because dignity, nevertheless, it was necessary at times to use it. So, yeah, Allah, you're not allowed to walk behind a woman so that a person should not come to attack. And even if it's his wife, it's also. And if he finds himself by the woman, he should put himself to her side. So here we see that if other than Kava were connected, other than one in front, it's not to be in back of her. The law is if a person gives a woman money in order to look at her, even if he has Karen massive claim like Mishra Bina, he's not going to be safe from getting anything. So Noah, who was Shimshon's father, one man says he was in Amar. He said,
oh,
he went behind his wife. So we were where Elisha also says he went behind his wife. And over there, the shot is that he went with his wife's advice. So too, Elisha went with his wife's advice. The man has to say, walk behind a lion rather than walk behind a woman so you don't come to heaven. Walk behind a woman rather than walk behind a Zara, so you don't come to Zara. And walk behind a Zara rather than walk behind a shul that people are dying. That's disrespectful. Well, let's put down a great reason. You're carrying something heavy, you're on a donkey, there's another opening to the shul, you're running like the Gemara says in the beginning of the We have a picture in our mind what the Yitzhahara looks like. The Gemara says
oh,
what the Yitzhahara looks like, fly. And it sits at the two openings of a human's heart. A human being has two kidneys. One can give good advice to the right, and the left kidney gives you bad advice. The heart understands. The tongue articulates, and the mouth finishes off the words. They stop it being in and out. Food. The windpipe is to speak and to sing. The lung absorbs liquid. The liver is angry, where the gall throws it in a drop into the liver, it calms the liver down. The spleen laughs, the intestines
oh,
sleep. The gizzard grinds, and the nose wakes up as a big nose reverse. The intestines in the nose. Mediocre people are controlled by both. So whether we are mediocre, so the fact that you are mediocre, how can anybody survive? Says Rabbi, the world wasn't created only for the worst of the worst and the best of the best. Which in turn leads to the only victim that truly appreciates the world. Otherwise, you won't appreciate the world. But a person needs to know whether or not you can complete chapter. Says Rabbi, excuse me, this world was only created for people like after the Russia or Tzaddik in life, or Tzaddik in Tyson. He also says the following aspect, a lot of it corpus your entire soul, meaning that the people that love their body more than money, the people that love their money more than their body, so that's what it says in the Torah. That's what it says in the Kiva. The last one, they love their body, even in regards to consider something that means what they make their body. There's more story. The kingdom of Rome decided to do it. I'll give you a mushroom. The fish and words are going to be caught in a trap. Said the fox, come out to the land. I'll say the fish. So you're a smart one. If you're going to survive in the water, how are we going to survive out of the water? How are we going to survive without telling us? This is our life. You want me to stop learning prayer? I'll be like a fish out of the water. Both of them were caught by the Romans. Says, come to the Kiva. Beautiful. And you were taught the right thing and I was taught. Nothing. The Lord tells us that the words are very simple that he puts metal cold and he comes in his flesh. And as it was coming his flesh, the fish was coming close to the time. Can you imagine? How did you imagine when you're such crazy? What do you mean? My entire life I was waiting for this moment. I always wanted to know. I was wishing for this moment that I had to God. The question is, what Allah says, I wish I could die between my legs. Allah had to be born through Sparrow. This is what happened to human beings that learn Sparrow in their life. They're the people, one of the greatest human beings I've ever lived. The Prophet said, come to the highest, bring Kiva, this is Biden to Ilan above. We learned in the mission that a person should not be lightheaded or be transformation, exploration, opposite, something like that, not the place to speak of the at the time, to extreme and the point to the Kiva. One is not allowed to use the bathroom when it's facing Shalim, even if you don't think about it, even now when you read the bed, the time of the should also anywhere, but not in the time of the should. One is not a time of the Eretz Yisrael, you're not allowed to use the bathroom, so the reminder of each week is facing Shalim. Window, in the goal, you're not allowed to use the bathroom, but the goal is also facing Shalim. I'm saying that if you are at angles or that the religion says it's fine. Hopefully some English also according to the first grade so in a place that you can see the English and there's no effect. And after the football you are allowed to use bathroom anywhere you want. So the second grade so in a place that you can see those are the best line. It's wonderful, wonderful. Roughly taps on the face, the Lord tells us that when Kiva slept into the bathroom with his really shua, and he learned three halachas. You don't face the base amigos, you reveal yourself in a sitting position, and when using toilet paper, you use your left hand, not your right hand. Because the Torah was dealing with what was right hand, you put out the filling with your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth. You show the bathroom was they had a very bad reputation. Even if people went in there together, they would be damaged from the Mazikin. Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, and they weren't damaged because they used extreme measures of steals, and they were quiet in the bathroom. Surim can be overcome with shtika, meaning a person who doesn't complain and accepts this surim upon himself and davens for the surim. The Gemara tells us that Abai was brought up by this woman who brought up a small sheet to go into the bathroom to accompany Abai in the bathroom. So it should be damaged by the shaitan. And the reason why she didn't give him a goat is because there are shaitans that are similar to goats, and it wouldn't work with the goat. Before Rabbi became Rosh Hashanah, what called Mamela, his wife used a bell to scare away the shaitan. But once he became Rosh Hashanah, he was more susceptible to the shaitan, so she created his wife, who was the daughter of Rabbi, created a window and she put her hand on Rabbi's head. If there's a fence, one of the line of religion is right beyond the fence, even though other people might hear it. And if it's an open field, he has to distance himself so nobody hears. Another lesson in the Gemara is that if there's a fence, he must distance himself so nobody hears. And if they can see him, he must distance himself all the way so they can't see him. So the halacha about people who watch oil and fruits for Taharas that come in Amehoret shouldn't come and touch them. And the Gemara tells us, since they have to be nearby so nobody comes and touches, they made it cool that they said that they could release themselves right beyond the fence or in a place where they could watch the oil as long as nobody can see them revealing themselves. Or there's a story of this person who gave a hesped to the eulogy, and he said on the dead person, he said, wow, he was such a tsanua. He's very modest. He said, how can you say that? Did you observe him in the bathroom? That's where you can tell if a person is a tsanua. Now, why was there nothing so matkin on the hesped? So the Gemara, because if you lie in your hesped about the dead, they punish the dead. They open up the book and they say, well, is this guy really that good? They punish him and they punish the people that hear the hesped and the person that gives the hesped. As long as the people agree with that, they get punished. The Gemara tells us a person should use sneakers at night when he goes to the bathroom the same way he does during the day. If he uses a corner, he goes to the corner during the day, he should use a corner at night. But not necessarily does he have to go the same distance into the field as he does during the day. What it says, it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early morning and evening when nobody's around, rather than going during the day when he has to go out really far to the bathroom. In those days, they would manipulate the opening before they went to the bathroom. The Gemara says it can cause great damage of tissue. So once you do it only in a standing position, not in a sitting position. If he does it in a sitting position, you should say this whole thing of etc. But now they said the person should not sleep on the ground. Some explain that means without clothing. He should not sit on a beam because he might fall off. Sleeping and relieving oneself in the bathroom is great when done by Amun Shachar. But the Torah itself, words and sayings, and one of the things to say is eat and drink when you're hungry and thirsty. Don't wait until after you lose your appetite. And go to the bathroom when you feel that you need to go to the bathroom and don't wait too long. And sell your figs. When you hear that bell, even if it's not your figs, even if your father's figs, want you to sell it. It's very interesting. Notice it says, higher than the Ramis. They were talking about Corona in Rome. Abaya says, when he told his Talmidim, when you go out into the field, for whatever reason, be careful not to look at the signs that might be women, or some say men, that are relieving themselves on the signs that it's not their parents to look. Or there's a story of Abba went to the bathroom, he made a snorting noise, as if to ask the person in the bathroom, who was from Safra, and somebody in there, Safra said, come on in. So Abba afterwards told Safra, why did you talk? You're not allowed to talk in the bathroom. What says Safra told her Abba had an emergency, and it was very important for Abba coming. Another story, Rabbi Elazar was in the bathroom, and a woman pushed him out. In fact, the says the snake came and took out his inside and killed him. It said Rabbi Elazar, the apostle, I gave you another man instead of you, and also read it, Edom, a Roman. What does about Shaul? He went into the cave, and David had an opportunity to kill him, and he did it. And the Gemara says, the prophet says, but it's talking about a third person, not the Ramel, and the answer is glorified Shaul, because Shaul used extreme measures of his sneeze when he went to the bathroom. He built a cave within a cave, a fence after a fence, and he make a sukkah, he surround himself with a tent of clothing, Hashem said, David HaMelech said to Hashem, said, if Hashem is sick, Hashem stripped you. Hashem punished David HaMelech and stripped up David. Everybody knows that when you count flights while you count coins, David HaMelech didn't count flights like that. And what happened was when gave up 70,000 people died. How long did it last? Just a few hours. From the morning when you chef the Talmud until the street of David, the Talmud, because Baruch told him, Allah, give me the best of them. And in fact, he took Elisha ben Tzuriah, he told him, the Torah says, Vayinochem. David says, Vayinochem. Baruch was calm. What time that was Baruch was not going to speak? Machlok, the Rav says, Baruch thought about it. The Small says, the Baruch thought about Yitzchak. Napa says, it was the Kesef before. The other says, he thought about the Beis Hamikdash. And that comes down. We learned in the Mishnah, a person should not make the Beis Hamikdash a country, but shortcut. Some say, I have a kishna, a roundabout, a shortcut. If a person goes to the shul, not in order to make a shortcut, to daven, that's okay. If there was a shortcut where the shul was built, you're allowed to go through there. We learned in the Mishnah that you're not allowed to skip the Beis Hamikdash, from the fact you're not allowed to wear shoes in the Beis Hamikdash. You're not allowed to spit in our days on Rabbi, and if you do it as if you're spitting in the eye of a Baruch Kaviyah. What it says, but in the shul, you're allowed to spit, because if you're in your own home, you're allowed to wear shoes that spit. So too in a shul, and a wonderful day. Probably that's some given in the Beis Hamikdash itself. They didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem Lefi Yisrael Min Ha'olam V'Ad Ha'olam. In the times of the Sukkah, they added the word V'Ad Ha'olam, and they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following something you can read it front to back and back to front. Eis Laslois Hashem, the favorite Torah Sefer, referring to Rishon that are doing Averis. If they do Averis, then it's Eis Laslois Hashem. It's time to speak of Hashem. Or you can say that the possible referring to Tzaddikim. The favorite Torah Sefer, there are times that you have to be over on every Torah. If you do an Avera, sometimes in order for Eis Laslois Hashem. Says the Gemara, Phil Adovim would say, in a generation where people are gathering, you're not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step to be an honor. If you see a generation that loves Torah given over, if they despise Torah, it's better to keep it yourself rather than having a design of Torah. Like the Parah says, also referring to Torah, if you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no men, step up and be a man. Says the Bible. If there is a man, in other words, there's a gadol that's passing, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right passing. If only for the following statement, we learned the entire Masechta was worth it. Like the Torah says, it says in the pasuk, in every mundane step of our daily life, we can insert his word. You can eat a slice of pizza, and you mean to fill your stomach. You take a nice nap just for your enjoyment. You do the same exact action, just stick up in one to it, and you get safar rather than not getting safar at all. You say, I'm eating this slice of pizza to have energy. I'm sleeping to have energy to be Hashem, and that changes it all. You should teach your son an easy, clean. And also, or give an example, like teach him how to sew. Rabbi said, it's not a good idea to have too many friends because at the end you're going to come to fight with one of them. You should not appoint a man in charge of your house because this is what happens to Ishmael. She's almost over in his nose. The reason why Parshas Nazir, refraining from wine, is close to the Parshas Saita because the Saita was Nishal because she's overdoing. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to refrain from wine, I want to become an husband. Whoever says the reason why Parshas Saita is close to the Parshas Nazir, you have to give over a tenth of everything you heard. Because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come onto the toilet and deal with your wife and son. And you might need to come on to the mice, which is so before, you'll have to accept Meiser on it. But if you give Meiser, you promise that you become wealthy. But the other Kamer says if somebody has a sorrow, and rather than complaining, he thanks Hashem and says, Baruch Nain Emes, promise that his results will double. If a person lightens up, takes his foot off the gas pedal when it comes to learning the mitzvahs, even one mitzvah, when he needs help, when it comes to the day of Tsar, he won't be able to stand up against it. So this is an amazing story. Hanina, who was the son of the brother of Rabbi Yeshua, was he went to learn, and he had community, and he started doing Ibra Shana. He started saying, this year we're going to have 2 others. And I love that the only two son is Shua Malach. So he sent messengers. He said, Rabbi Kibar and the grandson of the Tyre ben Kital, who were Mishamish the Amigosh. So he was really excited. He said, what are you doing here? He said, we came to learn Tyre from you. So he announced in public, he says, these two, once they got that Askama, everything Rabbi said, they said, he said, come in, he said, come in. He said, go through, they said, also. He says, what are you doing? He said, we're here for fun. But we told everybody, these guys are nobody. They're fake. They're liars. And it's too late. You can't tell them because you already announced them. You've done that. And then they told everybody, said, listen, either you come with us or you tell, you announce. He announced to this powerful. And they told Hanina, if you don't listen to us, we're going to put you in Hebrew. Why would they so much? Because it says in the Pasuk that is only in Israel, and it says, you can see on only from Yerushalayim. What kind of tumah? How are they able to say on something that's coming that it's hard? Because they realize if they don't, people might go to Hanina. When Rabbi Sefer went into Keren B'Yavna, wrote the Golos. If you put their judgment to Hamir, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda was always the first to speak the learning. He said that the oil of Moed was 12 mil out of the Machma. And it says, anybody that learns to see the powerful, you have the problem with the good law. 12 mil, consider the Machma, go from city to city, from country to country, a lot more than 12 mil. But if part of it says, I mean, powerful told Moshe, I would like to discuss this Torah, and I love this dude. With Panim, let's be joyous with each other. It says, Rabbi, I want you to explain why it's but it's not good that me and you should both be finishes. You put it in class, I have sure me instead of you, but in fact, if you don't know easy to solve, sure, it started pushing things. It wasn't expecting the word. That's the information I'm sent for this record. I learned my delegate so long. 4 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 40 years ago. So the Gemara, because every single day, fire up. That's different. Given today. And the Gemara says, the person who's fighting in his life, every concept of spirit, fire up. 30 days. The other shot is haskins. You should learn in groups of people. Do not learn by yourself. You learn by yourself, you deserve the sword. It's a head. And it makes you dumber. Another shot haskins. You should tame yourself in Torah. Shlomi says, the Torah doesn't stay by a person unless he pulls himself over. Another shot haskins. Be quiet. Listen first and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rabbi says, first you have to know the whole Torah, and then you can delve in deeper. Rabbi says, whoever vomits up milk, his mother's milk, he works hard on Torah, then he'll get the butter, the cream from the top. He'll be able to pass on Allah. And if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, you don't answer, you'll be able to differentiate between the far and the summon. If he does it a second time you don't answer, then you'll be able to be great in Sini Mamanus, which the Gemara says is nothing greater than ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, you'll understand. But when people come to ask halachas, you'll be quiet. You won't know what to say. I mean, wonderful way. Roughly, Daf Samach Dalet, yes, it's the last Daf of Sefer Brachos, an amazing accomplishment to finish the first Sefer Shabbos. You should take this opportunity to make a commitment. You're going to learn Sefer Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Sefer. It's a very, very different style. You're going to love it. If you're not part of a shear, you're looking for a shear, you can check us out online. Over 2,000 people have watched the shear every single day on YouTube. Search for Rabbi Stefanski or Rabbi Yomi. We have an app, 8 Min Daf, and we are on tour anytime. The Gemara tells us that when Chachamim went to Yavna, first Rabbi spoke about the importance of taking the host, and then we have Rabbi and Rabbi Yossi says, it says in the Pasuk, they decide Adomi and says, don't decide Adomi and Mitri. Why not? They invited us in. And again, all the people that were trying to tell us, yeah, we have to have a first. So he says in the Gemara about the plainer, if you invited about a couple of people at home and you can money, certainly you can hold for them. That is the son of the truth. He says, Uja touched the arrow. And he got not just done another very spirit. The arrow put it in prison. What is everything? He it off. He dusted it off once in a while. And the Torah said that it's looking like love and then he was rough. Certainly the food that I'm talking eating it, drink, eating as a bar is very bad. What rough that was broken to the oven, and his wife, Amoy, she had it. He said, literally came with customer and they all had it. That's not the head. Children in one shot. A total of 62 would, other than 8 children, get 62 they tried. It wasn't the time. The time was just that. Don't force them. The reason the Gemara says, Yosef, Yitzhak is considered Sinai. Somebody that knew all of their knew what was right. The Abba was a bigger point. He was very sharp. When they were looking for Rosh they decided he was Sinai. He knows everything, what was right. He finds from all the earth. They had to Yosef. He was Shiva and refused to call. The stargazers told him that he would die after doing this. He pushed it off. Rabbi was years, Rabbi was for 2.5 years, and then he was looking. You see that now looking when it's supposed to come, looking down, even getting there. Lord tells us, don't believe in there, believe in him. So don't be supposed to be acted with humility. The point here, instead of the love letter, this is not the goal to make. The Talmud says things called the Yahweh Hashem,
Yo, what up, pimp? Yo, dog. We've been waiting for you. What up, Cadlocks? Cadlocks, go fuck yourself. Nobody gives a shit about you. Not even your parents. They hate you and they think you're a terrible person. Maybe the worst person ever. Cadlocks, you fuck. Nobody wanted to fucking talk to you ever. Ever. Cadlocks, you're the worst. Worst. Cadlocks, I bet you already left. I bet the Padlocks already left. Padlocks did already leave. What is this bullshit? Padlocks, you fuck. Okay.
Yeah, you hear that? That's your grandma rolling off. I went back in 93. That's your lady just flipping right there. Forgot when I went back in 93, I stayed with my buddy in Seahawks named Mike Ryan. And down the block from his house was a fucking deli that I put up against any deli ever. But their fucking claim to fame was they had peppers stuffed with mozzarella sauce. Oh my god, with mozzarella cheese and little sauce, like no one in the morning. Just the green peppers, just a fucking like a pepper. And it's a spicy pepper. It was like that pepperoncini, so you gotta get 3 of them and a sandwich. So you can eat the pepper while you're eating the fucking sandwich. That type of old school deli. You got different types of deli, isn't it? That was right. What a fucking 3 fat guys gotta talk about food for. We're all stoned. It sounds great. But this is crazy. What today signifies in the Catholic religion, and a lot of our religions also. Well, I mean, our good friend George got rest his mama's soul. She's passed this year, and you know it's hard, man. My uncle Jim passed this year. It's hard. You know, you see people at the end of their life. That cancer is a miserable thing, man. I mean, it is a horrible way to pass. You know, and I'd rather get slammed into a sign on the 5 and break that bitch. I'd say, God forbid, but hey, I'd rather take that than that stuff. You know what I mean? So it was just fun going to church. It really was all by myself, no pressure on my wife and the kid. It wasn't that. I just wanted to go because we did that church over St. Bartholomew. That we did it over, so I just wanted that 7:15. I tell you what, man, it just brought back a lot of fucking memories. Like, that's what happens in church for me now. When I go to church, I look at the 12 stations of the cross, and it's like a fucking acid trip, man. Yeah. I just go back into sections. And I remember I was thinking about my godfather. One of the worst things I ever did in my life was fuck my godfather over. After church, I went home and I tried to find him. On Facebook? Yeah, he's those fucking Cubans on off Facebook. He lives in the Keys. When I was a kid, my God, it's amazing what has happened. Did you see Mad Max? Yes. The question that fucked me in that movie is who killed the world? Oh, yeah, man. You ask him, who killed the world? You know what, man? They killed the fucking world. I mean, the world is half dead. We don't even know. No, it's more than half dead. Trick or treat this week. I saw trick or treat now. There's no kids on the daytime. I mean, these are great areas to trick or treat. I want at night. I saw kids, but they're confined. The parents put the fear of God into these kids. Yeah. You know, Friday night I went to this trunk or treat. You know what, man? Did Mercy have a great time? Fuck yeah, she had a great time. You know, did I have a great time? Fuck yeah, watching her and watching the kids and watching my wife. I dressed up. I put fangs in my mouth. She kept saying, "No, thank you, Daddy." The fucking fangs out of your mouth. "No, thank you, Daddy." And she would keep tugging my teeth. "No, thank you, Daddy." It was the cutest fucking thing. I went in there and I had a great time. We got there 5:30. The dinner they made us was, you know, not bad. It was a cheeseburger with macaroni salad. It was a barbecue. I enjoyed it. And then I watched her play ball with other kids, and I could tell that we're halfway there. We're okay. We got to rotate, hit the ball, hit her in the face 3 times. She didn't cry. Some little boy dressed up as Captain America got hit once. He wouldn't stop crying. But when the kids left to eat, she didn't want to eat, so she stayed with me. She goes, "Daddy, come here." And I started playing ball with her. So when the kids came over to play, she was like, she was going fucking nuts. That was the only problem we had all night. Everything was fine. Back to trunk or treat. It's like cars get together. It's like a beautiful car show. And they back up and they open their trunks and they had kids and they sit in front of the trunk with disguises. And I tell you what. Is it like a lowrider club and hot rides and stuff? No, it's just all these fucking Studio City people. Oh, yeah. You know, whatever they are. I don't know what was. I didn't talk to one. I talked to maybe the parents and the friends. Man, you know, I've done that same thing with Mexican car clubs, bro. They are the nicest. That they had a whole goat cooking. Okay, I mean it was the real deal. Old ladies was making tortillas. Okay,
look at this athleticism.
Candies and stuff like that.
Look at this one.
They had a fan, a salsa fan. It was
No,
on,
no,
man.
no.
This was for fucking kids. Yeah, that's what it was for kids too. Yeah, there's no fucking salsa fan with this kids.
There's no fucking salsa fan with this kid. Hilarious. Look at this athleticism. Have you ever seen fingers like this, girls? Yo, lady, no one gives a fuck. I mean, it's like, oh, you thought I cared. Psych, bitch. Olay is changing. You know what? You take your Olay and you can shove it up. You can douche with it, girl, 'cause no one gives a fuck. What'd you think about that game, kid? Worst game ever. Really? I've seen like 1,000 worse games than that. That I just knew. I just watch it. I'm like, oh, they always do. Man, they're the worst. The worst. Worst. Watch on YouTube. No one gives a fuck about YouTube. This show has far too many people. Now, this might be the worst podcast ever. Worst podcast ever. Look at this athleticism, though. Dog, I can't believe I had two people come in within 48 hours of making this bot, and then since zero. Goose egg. Worst stream ever. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Look at this athleticism. Check this out. Community followers list 0. Oh no, my own. Cool. That's neat. Log out of that bitch. Worst stream ever. Not 2, 3. Dude, I gotta take a shit. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Push. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Create a dashboard. Open it up in 3. I have to take a shit. Welcome to community followers list 0. But look at this athleticism. But look at this athleticism. I gotta take a shit. Boy, look at this move. Oh man, I'm pooping myself. What is going on here? Look at this move. I've got a poo. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to. What is this bullshit? Dog. I've got to take a shit. Dog. This might be one of the times that I have to take one of the worst shits. Folks, this motherfucker got to take a shit. Old Thornhill, go fuck yourself. No one gives a fuck about Old Thornhill. No one. Worst hill ever. Look at this athleticism. What is this bullshit? Dog. Dog, what are you doing? What is this? What is this bullshit? Giza this dick. What is this bullshit? Dog, what are you doing? You asked Firefox to always open. Agatha Christie this dick. I've got to take a major league dump. What is TwitchCon? No one cares. No one's ever heard of that. It sucks. Hey guys, we're gonna have a Comic Con, but for Twitch. Oh, cool. Are we gonna feature the person who streams on our fucking platform the most? No. Why? We don't know because we suck dick. Welcome to the After Hours Party. Welcome to the After. I've got a shit. Rhythm. Oh, what is this bullshit? Worst stream ever. Hey, Honest Dobry. Dobry. Hey, Honest Dobry. Did you no one gives a fuck about you? Worst stream ever. Welcome to. What is this bullshit? Dog. This is the worst. Worst stream ever. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. You have not verified a phone number. Oh, okay, well, give a fuck. Gather around fire. What is this bullshit? Why don't you stay a while? Welcome to the After Hours Pod. 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 Welcome to the after hours. 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 Yeah. Welcome to the after hours. Welcome to the after hours. Welcome to the after hours. Welcome to the cast. Oh, they're talking about carnivore. I'm throwing fists. Week 1 week. Well, cough on this dick, bro. 1 week. 1 week. After. Welcome to the after hours. Welcome to the after hours. Welcome to the after hours. Welcome to the after hours podcast. Look at this athleticism. Ah, ooh.
Get your own big beer. You see it? I've seen it. One more sip, but don't be hijacking my big beer. I brought that big beer for me for today. I gave you a sip, and that was very cool of me to do. Don't. You're gonna make treats. You have to bring them for the class. You're right. But I only had one. I should have had more. It's right at the 7-Eleven on the way too. That's the deal. And the deal is 3 of these for $7. 7-Eleven. That's not bad at all. Yeah. That's 75 ounces. It's basically a 6-pack for $7. Yeah. Look at those. Yeah. I'm having a beer. Is it starting right now? Yeah. I'm not. Jen, are you having a beer? No, but are we starting? Because I start rolling. We're starting. Yeah. I'm kidding, you fucks. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever. I'm kidding. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever. One of these days, he's going to be like serious about it. Well, are we really actually rolling? Well, here's the thing. Here's why that joke never lands. And I'll tell you. And this is tough luck, okay? Let's do it! Because in the beginning, you were like, tell me when to record. And we are doing stuff here, and we would not text you when to record. But it's so painfully obvious when to record. Because it's when Brendan starts talking to Chris and Eric. So that's when to record. And that should just kind of be like common sense, I guess you would say. So when you would think. But in the beginning, I remember, like, because there's so many different, a lot of moving parts. So many moving parts. Yeah. Yep. Since there were so many moving parts at the beginning, I remember you guys were like, are you recording? And I was like, are you serious right now? I was recording, I think. And I was like, are you serious or not? Because I wanted to just kind of like give you a little kick in the butt. Like, yeah, let me know when you guys are actually recording. So, so there's not, especially with you and me, Case, I got to send you these files. I can't start early. It's going to be too huge and it'll take forever to send them. You're not going to like it. You're pissed off. I know you, Case. All right, you're right, Jen. We should. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The files he sends us are like 45 gigs for one camera. It's a lot, yeah. And that's 1080p 30 frames per second. Wow. Right, Kev? DC 100s. Maybe we can talk about data rate. Yeah. We can. We can talk about, look. You want to talk about Gatorade? Talk about Gatorade real quick? Hey, do you have a minute to talk about Gatorade? Yeah, no, talk about our website. Jesus Christ. Or Verizon just actually asking me if I have a minute to talk about Gatorade. Yeah. That's like an insurance salesman. Seamless motherfucking transition. Really? I know what he's doing. He's setting it up on his own. For parents from. Wow. To save some money. Oh. For great low rate, you can get online. Go to the general and save some time. Listen. So good. Really? It's good. How well it matches. Like, there's some editing. You can go side by side here. I can't find they changed the tagline, so I can't find the exact one where it says for great low rate you can get online. But this one's pretty close. Shout out what's her name? Someone has a playlist. Kimberly Harris has a playlist with 105 general commercials. Dude, these people are doing the sports way. Kind of archiving stuff on YouTube. They're like, all right, that's bad. Lord bless me. Last 7 seconds. Last 7 seconds tell me that now. It's a freaking thing. It's emotionally played. That's weird. It's just not our style. That time. Yeah, it might be one of those things where that's an old school. Actually, yeah, a little Mandela effect with the general, but I know he fucking did. Does anybody use the general? He says you can get car insurance for like $15 fucking. Is that real? I never even took him serious as a. I got it in quite 1 second. I watched the 12 commercials right before we started. I got it immediately. For great low rate, you can get online. You were panicking. I'm just hearing. I was slow as fast. I was like, whatever wants, chill. Chapter 3 is not till 5, only 1 golden hour today. Got a lot of time. Yeah, it's after hours. We're chill. We're just the after hours. Yeah, 5 are high. Yeah, 5s are so high. 5s are immaculate, but you were late to them. No, I wasn't. I used to come in at 11:58 or 10:58. But there's a new, I'm counting today. The test was, can you hear me, Chin? Yep, we're good. Let's roll. Boom. What would happen if we couldn't hear them? Yeah. That's the big question. Then I'd be in a big panic and meet him. Come on. Come on. This is how I roll. Come on. I was cutting clips this morning. We're going to send in clips. Chris Stefano on they're fun. But so I was pushing it. Push it too, man. What was this whole thing? What do you mean? This general thing. Oh, that I just do a perfect impression of the general. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was so good. Nice. Yeah, we were talking off camera, and he does a good general impression. We wanted to parlay that into the episode. I was pissed. I missed the off camera stuff. Yeah, so it's probably my best impression. Second would be Marvel Albert. Yes, Albert for free for us. Yep. It's good. Fun. I think you should look at it to Marvel. Yes. You do like a good Walter Cronkite as well. Like I think what was it, Bruce Almighty? The one where he's carries like the news anchor guy, or that's Bruce Almighty. Yeah. Walter Cronkite. Oh yeah, he does it with like the calling like the mustache. Yeah, I'd have to hear it, but I think it could be Walter Cronkite. You know what, Mark? You think you're too cool for school, but I got news for you. Oh, this you Mark. Yeah, I think he said, but I got news for you, Walter Cronkite. And I missed it. That was the only reason I thought of the line. Yeah. And I didn't stay within the line. You have to say, you're too school for cool. Yeah. I am too school for cool. It's kind of, I love math. It's kind of a Nick way of doing that. Yeah. If I may, you kind of nicked it. Careful. What? I don't know. Shit, what the fuck ass are you doing? I have so much stuff to talk about. I came back from Vancouver. Oh yeah, I won just $2,500 this weekend. Chin's doing a He's Frozen bit, and nobody gets it but me. And nobody knows it but me. Is he frozen? Is he frozen? Is he really frozen? He might be frozen. Oh my god! He was not even breathing. And now he's muted. We should just mute him. Casey knows me very well. Casey knows me so well. Because I was doing it and he copied. I was looking at pixels on this thing, on the screen. I'm like, is he moving? Is he breathing? Did he finally? Good job, Case. Yeah. You know what I just realized? A lot of people in college and high school called me Mitch. My name was NICHLOLAS, and then because of how California and Wisconsin do their IDs, my name changed to NICOLAS, and so just as a joke, they would call me Niche, and Niche is an anagram of chin. Wow! Shit. So that's the same. So that's fun epiphany. That is fun. Wow, the same. We're anagrams are just different. Yeah, anagrams are jumbled. Palindrome, you're thinking palindrome. That's exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, crazy all of this shit. Exactly. Here's a long palindrome, and then we can get to the next stuff. Oh yeah. A man, a plan, a canal, and a mind. It's the same backwards as forwards. Oh wow! How did you? Holy moly! I don't know because here's why. Somebody always mixes up an anagram and a palindrome, and it pisses me off so much that I have such a deep I had such deep anger when people would mix up palindromes and anagrams that I really dove deep into palindromes, and I found the best one. The best one. Here's some more examples of some longer phrases. A dog, a panic in a pagoda. Okay. Satan sees Natasha. A Toyota or a Toyota's a Toyota. Whoa, they should use that in their commercials. Right. Denison, Edmondson. Doc, note, I dissent. A fast never prevents a fatness. I diet at cod. Wow. Palindrome? Yeah. Wait, time out. One more thing about Toyota. They should have a Toyota palindrome, and that's their app. Damn. Mark writes itself. Yeah. Oh, and the car is like designed, it looks the same backwards as forwards. That's actually a great idea. So it's the Toyota palindrome. Hey, cut this out. We can't give away this free game. Oh, shit. This is too much. We'll give this to them. Be like, Toyota, you like this? We got a lot more ideas where we came from. Hey, Toyota, have a seat. We got a lot more ideas. Giving some of the biggest mixed martial arts. Here's a good one. I Spy Chip Behind the scenes, giving some of the biggest mixed martial arts. All right. Yeah, but contrast with this white one's been like race fast, safe car. Details of things that need to be done. No, so what is it again? Race fast, safe car. Safe car. Step on, no pets. Good part to live by. Hey. Don't you feel the worst when you actually step on a dog that makes that loud? Oh, that's the worst. Oh. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then they like kind of look at you all sad. Yeah. And you try and reason with them like, brother, I promise I wasn't trying to listen. Last thing I want to do on this earth is hurt you. I know. The noise is so and then you're scared to be near you. Yeah, and you're like, God, you got me all wrong, guys. There's literally nothing I care about more in this world than you. Oh, speaking of that, Henry got a haircut. Woo! Oh, he looks so cute. It's in the chat, but I'll send you another one too. I mean, just look at how good this. I just sent you one line. Go all the way to the top.
a little bit of information, and because you hear someone say something, you kind of put your own version of the same thing. I totally repeat what you guys say all the time. I'm like, reiterator. I'm like a palindrome, but not quite.
Yeah, I make great points, so I love when someone says it again. Oh, you do make great points. And, sometimes people say them again, and it's awesome when they do.
I know. I like that you guys haven't called it out. I'll say it like, it's literally what Pete just said. I rewatch it.
I think to Nick's point, it's our ego's so big, we're like just pumped that you're. Yes. I vehemently agree with what Mark just said. Yeah, I just said it. All right. Anyway, do you ever trim them out? No, because I save myself quite a bit, but I'm editing. Really? Just anything I don't like. Took out that whole chunk from watching the 9/11 play video. I didn't think that was fit for air.
Which no one would have known we even did.
I know, but I like telling you guys, so now people will wonder a little bit. Put it out! Yeah. Put it out! If we get 200 Patreon subscribers by next week, I'll put it out.
Yeah, like the Snyder Cut.
Yeah. We watched the 9/11 video where the planes crash in, and some lady had a Wisconsin accent, and he was like, "Can you believe that heavy accent?" We were all like, "This is not funny, and I feel bad." Yeah, this is good. It was funny though. It's funny. It was funny though. He was screaming.
Yeah, it was. We were rocking and rolling, and it was like a little bit of a buzzkill, and we're like, "All right, how do we get back into it?" All right, so I had pizza the other day.
We did get back into it though. Great episode. Speaking of getting back into it, look at how cute my guy is.
He looks youthful.
His little chunks. See his legs? Yeah. Those are
chunky. Austin Powers reference. He's so sweet.
He's the chunky master. I almost brought him today.
I almost brought Tony.
He looks so different. Yeah, we saw him. Wait to see the dogs again.
If you get the new phone, imagine how good that picture is gonna look. A little depth of field.
Yeah, you're right. But I also don't care about that.
You will later on. I will.
I don't think so.
What? You want nice photos of your people that you love.
But like, that's a nice photo. You're not gonna be like, man, I wish I had more depth of field in this.
That's true. Yeah.
Like if you have a Polaroid back in the day, that's people closing the same joy.
Well, I look at all my Polaroids and I'm like, man, I wish I had more depth of field.
Okay, well then. Fuck me. That's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to say what I said. Yeah. Don't you? We just talked about it. If I get a chance,
he's saying what I said. The reason I haven't done it is because I'm focused right now. Focused.
The reason I haven't done it is because I'm focused. Nick,
I've been anxious because I've been to Vancouver and I've been pumping it up to you about how dope I think it is. So I want to hear how you feel.
I loved it. But caveat, we really only spent Saturday night and Sunday in Vancouver. But beautiful area. Fortunately, there was a lot of, oh man, we should feel free to the day before the fire, smoke coming every single.
I'll make up a fire.
Yeah, it's just up. I don't know how. Oh my God, look at that. Yeah.
No, it's probably the most beautiful place ever.
Wow. Still during like the summer? Yeah, it should have been like the perfect time. Everybody was like, oh, 2 days ago, man.
So Maple Ridge, is that like a town within Vancouver? Kind of like this little city in LA?
It's a suburb, but it's not suburbs. 55 minutes away. I always think the whole one is like dense city like that. Like that looks like Lower East Manhattan.
Yeah.
And then you have boats. Like that's gotta be such a cool lifestyle. Like for us, it's typically either one or the other. You're in a dense city, or you're like at a lake house. This is combined.
You got like all of the different type of Seattle's cool that way too.
Seattle.
Yeah, they're pretty similar. Yeah, like Seattle, downtown Seattle, you can take like a ferry to it, and then there's also like a pool of water. I don't know how to describe it. A pool of water, like a area with like little float planes fly in. And there's boats.
We did go on Saturday. We went out on Stop Lake, which was beautiful, even with one of the pictures I see is what I saw and what Stop Lake usually looks like. But it was a great day on the boat. Water was really warm. You could see some glaciers up in the mountains. Yeah, like that
like, you gotta try this. I'm like, this is my leftovers, and I put it all in the bowl. Yeah. But it's delicious. Yeah, that's literally. Yeah, I can't believe it's like their food that they love. It is very. Yeah, it's awesome. Because I had it one other time when I was in Montreal, but it was at a chain sports bar, and like an idiot, I had chicken, and the chicken was incredibly bad. So this is my second run at it. Delicious. I had a Bellini. It's like a frosty orange drink. You would love a Bellini. Yeah. Just calling you Roberto Bellini. Anybody would like these drinks. Yeah. I was That's how big it is. No, that's not my picture. That was what I was sent to what it usually looks at, which we were also looking at. But the lake was cool. Most of the stuff that happened or thoughts I have about Vancouver, like kind of really around Vancouver. It was fun. I hung out with her family. Her family's awesome. She's got two younger brothers that are like the coolest fucking guys ever. Like one of these guys looks like Matthew McConaughey straight out of Daisy Confused. He's just got his he's just got his complete own style. I was like, I could never wear shit like that. Well, even now, I can't believe that. I guess years, nothing episodes. But they're very cool. It was really fun with the family. Sarah and I, we went to this 2000s party, which was a little depressing. That you're going to a retro party, and I was like, this isn't retro music. This is just music. But I forgot to bring their family a gift, which like no one gives a shit, but I wanted to because I think that's always sweet and thoughtful. I've decided that my new thing, my new bit, I want to bring people that talking fish and that singing fish. And just when I give it to them, really excited about it. Dude, open it. Yeah. That's the bad thing on the wall. Yeah. Fucking thing I hate. Everybody got this, but like, I think it's a fun thing to act like you don't know that everybody knows what it is. Like all excited. Oh, they open it, and then they have to do like a dance. The fact that they can't throw it away. Yeah. Come on, the next time we're filming. That's my new thing. That was really the big bit I had about this. You just consumed it right away. No. You're getting really fast. Yeah. That's going to be my catchphrase. You're getting really fast, bitch. Hey, please come to our wedding. You're getting really fast, bitch. Exactly. All right, I'm on board now. I came around. All right. How much will one of those bad boys cost? I got to imagine it's $19.99. 3 easy payments of $6. Yeah, there you go. This is $7 an ounce. Great for free. That's 75 ounces for $7. That's less than 10 cents per ounce. Well, you know what I'm really excited about? I found this thing on Amazon. It's like a tool where you can go and you're here and you get the earwax out and it has a little camera and you can watch it on your phone. That actually does help. Kev, I have that tool. I have that. You do? Do you use it? Yes. I've not used the camera though, but I have it, yeah. Huh? I haven't used the camera, no. Until you used a Q-tip. Okay, actually, no. So here. I think when I first got it, when I charged it, I did kind of like go in there to see what happened, but I don't use it. I just literally just use that thing. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. He didn't know when to start recording. Yeah. Call back earlier. Very good. Very well done. Wait, you're telling me we should record right now? Nice, Chin. Put your earwax camera in the attic. There you go. I like that. Oh, one thing I know, but that freaking that trail camp's going in the attic this weekend, without a doubt. That's all I have news to report to you by the next episode. What happened in the last week that didn't go up? We saw the trail camp. I was pretty excited for putting these feet. Someone he can't. I told you. He's got a small friend who's going to help him put it up. What? It's funny. Well, he's a big boy. Yeah. I mean, I'm his small boy, but I'm not boots on the ground. He's not there. Yeah. So I need another small friend to come out. If that small friend is down to do it, that small friend's like, yeah, I'm 100%. I want to do it. So me, I can put it in the attic like this. I can open that thing with a rope and put it like that. Yeah. But she can actually climb through into the attic and like place it to where, it'll probably be the best thing to see if, whatever. Let's say there's like little
little crevices around here, windows here, like facing that direction, and then come back outside. Yeah.
I'm sending you after our listener sent a video of a man who was living in a crawl space in Oregon, and it's definitely probably the guy that's legit.
Wow. I literally sent you guys this video. You sons of mothers.
You did?
In the chat. Yes, in the chat.
Oh, you guys probably texted us.
That's a random guy.
No, I'm saying, did someone send it to you, or did you just come across it?
Oh, my friend sent it to me. I told all my friends about this shit. So my friend sent me the video, the YouTube video, and then I put it in our group chat. You know it's a lie. I have like another couple friends. 2.5.
Sarah Sabine, I consider all that. And the legend she got living in Oregon, condo, crawl space, and some breaking in.
It was for like months too, I think. Dude, it looks awesome too.
Deputies discovered a 4-year-old venue in Florida in a crawl space with a bed, lights, chargers, TVs, and electronics. What ended up as a tower? He said he's been living there for close to 7 years.
That's chill. He's got a fan on the... Gee whiz.
That was a crazy idea.
That's scary.
Yeah,
So that's what's going on.
Did he get arrested, or did he move to Austin? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Benjamin put you on. Also, they're very progressive city. On all the buses, they were advertising for this dating app to translate. So it must be a dating app for trans people. I saw it on all their buses.
No, that's the name of their transportation system.
Oh!
Doing a bit.
I can see what Nick is doing a goof.
And I can see
Nick when he's doing
a goof. When he's doing his frozen goof, and I can tell when Nick's doing his trans jokes.
But isn't that a goof seer? Isn't that a great app name, Translink? Hey, bro, you on Translink? Just kidding. I'm having trouble meeting someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, get on Translink.
Yeah.
Oh, I sat next to an improv coach on the way back. He was chatty. But he's funny. He was an entertaining guy. He was also a giant. He was actually a giant of giants. On the way there and the way back in the middle seat. So that was bad. But this giant? No, Saquon Barkley. Just a big bald man. Oh, wait, he's on the Eagles. Yeah, come on. But this guy, I gotta go to my backpack. I gotta go to my backpack. I gotta go to my backpack. Nick is just a third grader in Wisconsin. I gotta go to my backpack. I found my backpack. Nick wearing all three, by the way. I'm gonna have to get my backpack. What's in his packet? It's real. Oh, I love a kazoo sound. He said, great toss. He said one of his activities is to get kazoo. And probably kazoo.
Shove up your ass.
So that was my first thought too. Didn't say it to him, but literally, I was like,
The funniest thing you can do is put your ass apart.
yeah.
I think we can all agree on that.
You don't really blow it. Look up how to use a kazoo. I was just watching this on the way here.
Like hum or something?
Yeah, you want more like.
I don't know how to do it.
You go on the big end.
Oh.
Fuck. So basically, we all have to find a bit to do with the kazoo. Let's hear kazoo. We can do it at the end if you guys want to think about it.
Hang on, I can barely hear you. This is
Nice.
Wait, that's too fast. I need time.
All right, give it to me.
Improv.
All right, order. You're gonna drive your order.
Hi, I'd like one large burger, please.
Yeah,
It is tough to typically hear the folks drive.
he actually said an 8-year-old girl did that, and he was just so fucking impressed with it. I think that's so funny.
Yeah.
I haven't thought of anything yet. I've been thinking about it. You stole the girls? Oh, yeah. It's fire.
You're hot, bro.
How about this? I got another one for you. Nice. It's hot. It does look like that. Mark's thing. Watch it. The wheels turning. I've done 2. You guys have done 0. It's crack. It's fast. Yeah. You guys both did smoking. Yeah, he's done that. He's definitely smoked with him. Don't you guys remember my books? I got plagiarized. Yeah. Here, let's search Mark and make Mark do a prop. He's so nervous. It's worth it just for that moment alone. He still gets. I'm so excited to get home from Vancouver. We're flying on this plane. We got a big guy next to us. Hope the captain has something to say. Mark, quick question. Are you sweating? Yeah. All right, now very sweaty. Now, Shan, reach under your chair. There's a kazoo. Find a kazoo. Gotcha, bitch! Oh my God! Double improving. Also on the plane, there was oh, wait a minute. I got another one. I'm a horny dog.
I was gonna do that one.
Red Rocket.
I had that one, but I didn't know.
I have 3. 3, 1, 0, 0. I have 2. You did the drive-through? No, you had. Yeah, stole the 8-year-old, but you stole mine. I'm a wolf. This fucking guy. This fucking absolute guy. Good job. Desperate times. I'm gonna. I don't. I got one. It's great. I'll bring it in. Nice. A squirrel. Nice. Glow dark. Yeah. Glow dark. Really good. Yeah. Nice. We're bringing a new object next week. Yeah. That's kind of where I brought it. Yeah. Here you go, Kevin.
I just got my nails done.
I think that concludes it. Yeah. That was great.
Dude, I'm so ready for fantasy football. I'm gonna shit.
What is a kazoo supposed to sound like?
Like, what is that? That's nothing.
Look at this one.
Yeah, but is it supposed to sound like cool or like good?
I was playing the kazoo for 10 hours. I'm done with that. It was a very eventful plane ride. Also, during first string service, they approached the exit row. She said, "Oh, what would you like?" And the Asian lady, she just stared at her phone. And she was like, "Do you speak English?" And she's like, "Yes." She's like, "But you don't understand what I'm asking right now?" And she just starts going in. She's like, I asked you if you spoke English and you had the capability of the exit row. The exit row is a responsibility. She goes, "I've been on 2 emergency landings this week. So when this thing goes down and everybody's screaming trying to escape and you can't open the door," it was fucking crazy. Who's sorry on that? At first, I was like, "Jesus, lady, chill out." But the lady did lie to her, and then like she came in, we were a couple seats back, and I was like, "We're ready to take over the exit seat, whatever." And then we had a nice chat. She was just a very serious, passionate. It wasn't like bitchy. It was like motherly disappointed. Like, this is not a joke. Yeah, like you got a responsibility. Yeah. So I didn't take it serious. So I got there and you find that fucking dog. Exactly. And if she's been in that situation, emergency landing twice in that week. I thought that was a crazy thing to fucking say pretty loudly on the plane.
This is the worst part, like.
Fucking plane sucks. We need you to fucking be ready.
Also, maybe she's the problem. She's been on 2.
Yeah.
Like, that shouldn't be flying.
I don't know if I caught any of it.
She goes, 5 minutes. 5 seconds to save 5 lives. She had like settled down at that point, but it was stern and uncomfortable. Yeah, it was not.
69 seconds, 69 minutes. Go home.
So that was fun. I got
Is this video that you were just playing?
Yep. I didn't know I sent that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You don't need to watch that.
I didn't realize I sent it. Also, shout out to me, Benoit Saint Denis. Yeah. Woo! But fuck that of money on UFC. Did you really? And NFL, yeah. $1,500 on UFC, $1,000 on football. It is awesome. Last night, bet Vikings. They went down. Live bet them again at plus 200. They went down again. I think Caleb Williams sucks. Bet again at plus 600. You think he sucks? Caleb Williams, absolutely. If he runs all the time, he can be good. But like in the second half, I just expect a mistake. Both those teams are.
He looked like frantic the whole time. Granted, the pocket collapses on him, and then but his whole thing last year, which the announcers were saying, was like he holds on to the ball too long.
Yeah. And I watched Peyton and Eli in Monday Night Football. I was so happy last night. Peyton and Eli, I love them.
Yeah. Who doesn't like them?
They were just Tom doesn't. My buddy Tom was street. Tom doesn't. He refuses.
And also Brady.
If you have a vendetta against them in the past because of like your team playing against them, I get it. But like as far as like I'm just a neutral sports
Look at
fan,
this.
they're like great.
Yeah, they're hilarious.
They're hilarious and they're smart.
You can kind of argue that, like, all right, we see these guys too much. The media landscape tends to just like subvert, oversaturate us with the same characters.
Yeah.
So I can see that. But what they're funny.
And they had Randy Moss join for the whole second half. I fucking love Randy Moss. Beat cancer. I just it's around.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Peyton and Eli were talking about like how frantic his feet is. Like he'll look his reads, but his feet are standing still, and then he has to like wildly move. You gotta like move your feet the entire time. You can just tell he has happy feet. In this clip, oh man, he just misses a touchdown.
The one at the end.
Yeah,
that was bad.
He just chucked it out of bounds.
Yeah.
He should throw it right there. Yeah.
Try to go
And then
in.
he just waited, and he just sailed it out of bounds.
He wasn't settled on his feet at all. He was throwing off his back foot and all that.
But watch again, right when they make the receiver makes contact.
Leslie. Shout out to Leslie.
He also wasn't looking at him there.
She's from Texas.
You think you could do better?
She blew me
You guys
and
could do better.
Yeah, probably.
I was quarterback for a fifth grade football team, and we went all the way to the what's it called, Flower Bowl or some bullshit. No, the Erickson Bowl. We played the Flowers. We played the Flowers, and they beat us. We got beat by the Flowers. I remember.
Flower.
This guy said Casey looking fit. It helps when I look like fucking. The hair up my neck was pretty long at that time. It's a tough two-shot for you.
Look at this one.
So this was your call of Benoit Saint-Denis winning or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I bet him at plus 180. You can still get him at plus 150. It's the most confident bet in I've had in a while. My sound count tear through. Oh, I do like that bet too. He's like the Brazilian counter. Yeah.
That's why he likes them.
But I think Benoit gets back on track and absolutely tears through him. And he did up round 3. Sub round 2 it ended up being.
That's a bold prediction, man.
Official. It's my such a fucking badass. Benoit Saint-Denis. If he would have won 3, it would have been plus 1. Guess what? You win this big mouth Billy Bass. No way.
Yeah.
First gift.
Guys, if you're looking for a fun place to play some games and possibly win some money, we got the place for you. It's called Legends. Legends Casino.
I love Legends. They have a high RTP, return to player. You're going to win some money. It's
got the highest return to player. That just basically just means the best odds. But there's 100 games, hundreds of games, and 100% match on your first purchase up to $100. You play stuff. I like to play on my desktop. But they got blackjack, baccarat, roulette.
Oh, and Crash. Crash is a good one. I've been playing that a lot.
Bucket. There's hundreds of games. That's why it's fun. You find whatever you like the best.
I noticed that they have, like, I know it's, like, known for their games and stuff, but it's in the park setting that they have sports.
And
I'm definitely going to use it for all sports.
Yeah, all the sports, even golf, everything. And the lines on casinos such as this, with Legends specifically, they're good lines. These are beautiful lines. Beautiful lines. Yeah, beautiful lines. So go to legends.com, sign up, and get started. Have some fun. And it's Legends with a Z. It's legends.com. I played the country clubs Friday, and I played the janky one Sunday with Mark. There could not be more of a just discrepancy in terms of experience. Going to a beautiful country club, get there an hour early, have a cocktail with Ryan at the bar, hit a couple balls to the range. The round, beautiful, just redesigned, brand new course. The round took about 3 hours. Then we had a lovely dinner. There was 9 of us afterwards. Jess came to the motherfucking country club. We all had dinner there. It was beautiful. And then Sunday, get there, I get a shitty breakfast burrito that takes a half hour because the kitchen, the bar is now a Raiders bar, and it's football season.
So country club bar is a Raiders bar?
This bar, I'm saying this is Sunday. This is a juxtaposition. I'm demonstrating. Get a shitty breakfast burrito that takes too long. The kitchen's absolutely slammed. It's a Raiders bar. You're on, the first tee, and all you hear is like, and then, we play. The round takes 5 hours because the hillbillies in front of us. Nice guys, but not wearing shoes, didn't have teeth, and I'm not judging them.
They weren't wearing shoes on the shoes.
No, it's like, you should have fun on the golf course, absolutely. I'm merely stating that as a juxtaposition of my experience and how fun and streamlined and fast golf can be at a 3-hour round versus a 5-hour, jank fest. So, I think that round Sunday might be the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of PGA, which I can't afford, and I'm not really there yet financially. But I'm also, dual income, no kids. He's a dick. I'm a dick.
We're a bunch of dicks.
Actually, it's a dickwad. Dual income, no kid with a dog. So I'm a dickwad. I could easily. I also now I've ingrained myself into the culture because there's 2 reasons I get invited. One, I'm good. And 2, I'm funny. So when you're like,
That's what you think.
big guy. Sorry, Casey. No, I'm just kidding.
Go ahead.
Unbelievable. I'm good and I'm funny. So it's like when you're a country club guy and you want to play with somebody, you really just want to be fast and have fun. You want to be, playing with guys shooting 1 or 2 balls everywhere and so so you don't want to do it. No, I am funny. That can save it. That can save it for you. Have that going for you.
And I'm also willing to just be like, okay, I'm not playing this with a hole anymore. Let's move on.
To pick it up. Here's my 2 things.
Yeah, that's a big one.
If you can't get off the tee, I call it a provisional. Typically, in actual professional golf, if you don't know where your ball lands, it may have gone out of bounds. You need a provisional, which is another shot. It's a provisional. Just drop it. Just your ball's gone. You don't have to hit another. You don't have to get a mulligan every fucking tee shot. Just drop it in the fairway. Hit it clean. So fucking, I'm having big beers and playing golf, and I got to turn it on.
Question.
Sure.
Have you been researching these country clubs? And also,
Expensive.
if you have a country club membership, do you have to pay every time? Still?
No.
Yeah, you just get to go.
Yeah,
So maybe you say you can't afford it, but maybe you can make that money back. You can go way more, would you?
I would go way more, number one, and I'm probably spending kind of close to that already with how much I'm playing. It's just ever. It's like, my question about country club is, do you want to play the same course all the time? That's a good question, and that's a fair question.
Yeah,
yes and no. At the right place, like that's why they offer like come play around. Like clubs are trying to get people to join. They're like come play around, so you do like a course, etc. I played a course, Satakoy Club. This place is pure. It's beautiful.
Is that Jurassic Park?
It's pristine. No, that's Braemar. Braemar's out of my price range. Yes. Ryan's grandfather and he got it at, when he was younger. It was before everybody in there. Mother was playing golf. So he's in there as if he's swimming. Yeah. You get me? Our Satakoy Club is beautiful. Look at it. Oh my God. So here's my thing. My pre-shot routine when I'm in the fairway, I line up my club between my ball and the target, and I pick a point like 2 feet in front of the ball. Their fairways are so pure, I couldn't even find any markings to even pick like a spot. That's how nice it was. Their tee boxes are like greens. It's so freaking nice. I love it there.
What does Braemar cost?
Braemar's like 40 grand to get in, and then like $1 grand a month.
Up in the pool, you can have a drink.
But dude, Braemar's in Woodland Hills. It's got 18 tennis courts, like 10 pickleball courts. Wow. It's got 27 holes. It's got a renovated bar. It sounds like we're doing it after Braemar, but it's like I don't see any way in my near future where I'll be able to do that. That's super fancy, super nice. But Satakoy Club, it's like 45 minutes northwest, so it's a little bit off the beaten path, but that's not too bad. I've had a huge
I have 2 major announcements.
Let's hear the second one.
I am launching an MMA podcast. You guys, I have a lot of promotion for In the Arena I did maybe 5 months ago with my buddy Magic, pro better in Spain. Schedules, he was out of town, he was like in the mountains of Spain, couldn't stream all the time, but we're going to do a picks podcast. He had one with another pro better, Andrew Gomez, for a long time. It was my favorite podcast. They were just on Zoom, no production, but they know what the fuck they're talking about. Andrew is kind of left content. He's a mover and a shaker in the sports betting world, so he doesn't want to give away his tips and shit because he moves lines and fucks him and his clients and shit. I think Magic didn't want to start right away on the Picks podcast because he thought him and Andrew, but Andrew's not going back. So we're starting In the Arena MMA Picks podcast. Probably will be out when this is out. I think we're going to do a live stream on Thursday. If not, it'll be next week. Really, really, really excited for that. We're talking to our great sponsors, Legends, our good sponsors at Legends, to hopefully get a little cash in the pocket for that as well. Nice. Second announcement, huge headway on getting my Twitter back. Wow. I am connected on an email with the head of content at Twitter. He said, just let me know what happened. How'd you get that? I can't say. I can guess. I won't. Guess too.
It wasn't Elon through Theo. That's the reason. You gave him a BJ. Yes.
That's what I was thinking.
I showed up at Twitter headquarters. I was like, give it back. Everybody dig in this place. I got suspended. Who do we got to start talking again? I'm suspended. And they presented that. And it was hard work. My jaw hurts, but if I get that Twitter back, wow. Really, really, really excited.
What are you going to do when you get it back?
Yeah, what's your first tweet back going to be? Just the Michael Jordan press release. I swear. Yeah, nice. So really excited about that. And then if I get my back, then I'm going to try to get Magic's old Twitter back. He lost his maybe about a year and a half ago. He's immediately already got more followers than he had before. But it's like, it's your journal. Yeah. You got Larry's tweets in there. I want it back.
Yeah. You get mine back. At least what they should do is if you're banned, like at least allow you to go back and look at your old tweets, like get them and archive them or whatever the hell.
I don't know how far I could scroll back, but I actually can go on my Twitter and see. I can see it. If you look it up, it says account suspended. I can see mine. Which actually, I just found this out. I just realized this morning when I was emailing the guy. That made me feel a little bit better. But I'm pretty sure I can only scroll back to like, I don't know, some specific amount of tweets.
How'd you lost yours?
My email for it was my email from Ball State where I went to school, and I can't
said everyone in the studio. Don't say everyone, okay? Because that already hurts as much.
You should order pizza and then we can like by association have pizza together.
Actually, Chin, you know what? Check under your chair. There wasn't just a kazoo. We have fried pizza sent from LA. Oh my God!
Chin, you finally found yourself. What? Sorry, go ahead. I asked you guys a question. I did what? What was the question?
Yeah.
No, actually, I asked meatballs or sausage
or
pizza.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I'm gonna order pizza from a place called Layla's, which is like the #1 pizza spot I've experienced here in Austin. So I'm gonna order it right now.
I don't know
So
if
what?
I had a meatball pizza.
I know. It's okay. Your question
It's just like
is,
one.
Your question is, what's better, meatball or sausage on pizza?
Or pepperoni.
Yeah, because I should have. I wanted to wait till we were talking about on the show because there's more to it. So I'm gonna get a margarita pizza and a cheese pizza. Obviously, I'm gonna leave the cheese pizza alone. It is what it is. But for the margarita, I can split it in half. So I can have, obviously the mozzarella, and I can have either pepperoni or sausage or meatballs. So I'm thinking I'm gonna have pepperoni up for both sides and then add sausage to one side and add meatballs to the other side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
That's what I think I'm gonna do.
here's what I think. We were kind of saying it over text, but I think generally, as a general baseboard, I'll pick meatball over sausage.
Yeah.
We're gonna exclude pepperoni in the conversation because that wasn't the original question. Meatball versus sausage. Yeah. If you said, in case you said meatball,
I immediately said meatball as I was driving in. I heard all this here.
okay. Yeah, there's a couple of. For me, it depends on the sausage because they can. Not all sausages are created equal.
I like the sausage that's kind of like they don't have a similar shape. All the sausages, like chunks of meat in there. I don't like a sliced circular sausage.
Exactly. See, there's not all created. Neither are meatballs. I'll say that as well. But meatballs are a little bit more like neutral, I would say. But so the sausage pizzas from Pop Pizza from my hometown, Ambrosini's across the street, pizza places across the street, phenomenal. They got a little like fennel in them, that kind of tasty sausage. I don't really like the fennel like by itself.
I don't really know what fennel is. I think I had one.
The fennel seeds, you can kind of taste them in there.
Yeah, I've had them in the fennel in some type of salad.
Yeah. Well, like shaved fennel, like fresh fennel. I don't want a lot of it.
It's all vinegary, isn't it?
I think you might be thinking of like a sauerkraut or some shit.
You go. You keep going.
But anyway, I think my asterisk.
I knew there was, that was bullshit as soon as you said I had it in a salad.
Oh,
You nodded. You gave me more confidence. It was a keep going. We're all buying that you had a salad. The guy was what's that? Pop's Pizza?
Yeah. Damn, that's a new one. Those aren't looking that great. Nah, I'm liking it. This looks good. This might be sausage.
Yeah,
but that does look good.
But still, is this on? They put it on there?
I feel like no, these have to be customers.
Yeah, these customer picks?
Or these are customer picks.
Yeah,
These are customer picks.
That was do better.
I doubt that they curate this page at all. They're very like small mom and pop shop and sitting pop. On Yelp, it's all just whoever posts whatever. Yeah, it's just a small place.
Zoom in on that lady's face.
Not having shit.
She's skeptical.
So that's a meatball.
Yeah.
What is that? Truffle?
I don't want to show all these photos.
You just did. We don't
I don't want to bash it. I've never met. Shout out to Pop. They were so good. I used to work next door at the auto body shop, and I would walk over for lunch every single day and get like a sausage slice.
Get a slice.
So good.
Didn't somebody work at Pop?
Not that we know, but I worked at a different.
I thought one lady worked at Pop.
No. Me, Dempsey, and his brother, and like a few other people that were not in like our close friend group, but like friends with us worked at Mr. B's.
Mr. B. I hope Dempsey does
Mr. B's. We were all delivery guys, and it was awesome. It was like my favorite job. I love.
You don't like this job? Well, Dempsey's going to be waiting on Saturday morning. He's like, I can't wait to watch my best buds, Mark and Casey, on their podcast, on their progress podcast. And
privacy.
Yeah, we used to work at Mr. B's. We were delivery drivers. It was awesome. Like, you don't have to make the pizza. You just, you get it. You drive it for people. You kind of know every street in the town. It's easy.
Colin used to deliver flowers, and he would fart on the flowers right before the agency. It's the first thing he would do.
What?
I hate that.
That's funny. That's really funny.
He didn't really fart.
No,
Wait, did they tip customers?
Yeah,
Or
he
just
did.
do it for fun?
Covering up for it now. He farted on their flowers.
Hey, what does Mr. B's and Pop's rank as far as like Pepe's and the other like about?
It's good. I mean, that looks incredible.
Yeah, they are good.
You're kind of not going to get a bad pizza in Canada. That's just how it is.
They just can't. They wouldn't. They just don't know how to take pictures of their pizzas.
Yeah,
I mean, they're focused on making the pizzas.
That
They don't know how to.
does look great.
Could y'all put that whole thing up on your own? I can try. Easily. That's the time my dad could. My dad slams a large pizza. I'm like, dude.
My dad can eat more pizza than your dad.
Dude, I'm like, what are you doing? Let me know that I can destroy that. He's probably
You can eat that
whole
hard,
yeah.
Really?
I get it a lot. Dude, my dad listens to the pod.
I love that.
No way. That's fire. What's up,
I don't think my dad knows what podcast is. How you doing, Mr. Golombesky?
Nice. I'm Mr. Mark Golombesky, father.
Anyway, shout out Pop's Pizza, shout out Mr. B's, shout out Rosini's. Oh, there's a new place in my hometown that Barstool, what's his name? Dave Fortnite went to.
What'd they get?
I think it was pretty high. Give me a moment, I'll get back to it.
And I did one. He did one in Milford that my friend John Maple was in. John was should we watch it? I don't care. We have one.
Oh. Here's the pizza review. Well, it's a little bit long.
I think we did like very early on. It doesn't matter if we watch it again.
Buco's. It's like, I'll find a good moment.
This is in Cheshire?
Yeah, the newer place. Since I moved, it got added. It's right down the street from Pop.
Is it named as Cheshire name for the cat or?
No, it's English.
I'm on fire.
I'll try this.
Hey, dude, relax.
Dude, the charred crust.
That's brick oven, yeah?
Something. Freaking smoking pot. Yeah. This is the best smoking pot. Let's see what we got. Put on the carriage, coal fired.
You didn't mention the flop. That was one flop that you really liked.
You might do it on the next slice. We'll see. I've had this pizza. It's really good. It just, all I was saying is it wasn't there when I was growing up. But it's, how much age is it even hot?
Too. See, that's the problem. That's why I can't eat. Why, it's not enough? No. I did our stock order from last time with large cheese and a large pepperoni and a side of ranch. He's enjoyed it, so that means it's good.
Probably. He loves it.
Absolutely bypassing the flop.
Yeah. I think it's kind of,
He's in love.
yeah.
I've been there.
You're gonna get those. Look at him. He went back for another bite.
So wait, pause it.
What did he say? 85.
I was gonna say pause it. Let's get it.
Well, I've already.
I think you're gonna say 85.
I don't know what else. You're gonna say just like you said an 8.5 and 8.5.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't keep watching him eat that. I'm getting so hungry.
You're gonna be like, that shirt's not big enough. I could eat 2 of those shirts.
I would say that.
Have we discussed Apollonia's pizza?
No, but you had it?
Yeah.
I've been wanting to have it.
There's this place, it's like mid-city-ish, only open, the weirdest hours. It's open like 3 days a week, 11 to 3, 5 to 7. You gotta go there, cash only.
Those are line.
It's my favorite.
Cash only. Yeah.
There's a lot of good cash.
Right by my place. I respect it. Don't love it, but I respect it.
You lie on your taxes. Cool with me.
Yeah.
The cash only.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Shout out to Raoul Duke doing it for the Algo.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Oh yeah,
Raoul Duke. Ooh. Mindy is great.
Who else can we shout out?
Everybody.
Appreciate everybody watching.
Jen, you're amazing.
Real talk.
All right, we'll see you.
Okay.
Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod.
It was in his packet.
Kazoo. Oh, I love a good kazoo sound.
We all have to find a bit to do with kazoo. Hang on, I can barely hear you. Nice. All right, I'd like one large burger, please. Nice.
I'm so excited to get home.
I like
Cooper, we're flying out. We got a big guy next to us. Hope the captain has something to say.
No.
Get your own big beer. You've seen her. I've seen her. One more sip. Somebody hijacked my big beer. I brought that big beer for me for today. I gave you a sip, and that was very cool of you to do. Don't. You're going to bring treats. You have to bring them for the class. You're right. But I only had one. I should have had more. It's right at the 7-Eleven on the way, too. That's the deal. The deal is 3 of these for $7. That's 7-Eleven.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah. That's 75 ounces. It's basically a 6-pack for $7.
Yeah, exactly. Look at it.
Welcome. Yeah. I'm having a beer.
Is it starting right now?
Yeah. I'm not. Are you having a beer?
No, are we starting? Because I start rolling. We're starting.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, you fucks. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
I'm kidding. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
One of these days, he's going to be like serious about it.
Well,
Are we really actually rolling?
Kid with quick.
well, here's the thing. Here's why that joke never lands. And I'll tell you. And this is tough love, okay?
Let's do it!
Because in the beginning you were like, tell me when to record. And we are doing stuff here and we would not text you when to record. But it's so painfully obvious when to record. Because it's when Brandon starts talking to Chris and Eric. So that's when to record. And that should just kind of be like common sense, I guess you would say. So when
You would think. But in the beginning, I remember, like, because there's so many different,
a lot of moving parts.
So many moving parts.
Yeah.
Yep. Since there were so many moving parts at the beginning, I remember you guys were like, are you recording? And I was like, are you serious right now? I was recording, I think. And I was like, are you serious or not? Because I wanted to just kind of like give you a little kick in the butt. Like, yeah, let me know when you guys are actually recording. So, so there's not, especially with you and me, kids, I got to send you these files. I can't start early. It's going to be too huge. It'll take forever to send them. You're not going to like it. You're pissed off. I know you kids.
Well, all right, you're right, Jim. We should.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The files he sends us are like 45 gigs for one camera.
It's a lot, yeah. And that's 1080p, 30 frames per second.
Wow.
Right, Kevin?
You see what hundreds?
Yeah, we can talk about data rate.
Yeah. We can talk about, look.
You want to talk about data rate?
Talk about data rate real quick? Hey, do you have a minute to talk about data rate? Yeah, I'm going to talk about our website. Or Verizon just actually asking me if I have a minute to talk about data rate. Yeah.
That's like an insurance salesman.
Seamless motherfucking transit. Is it really? I know what he's doing. He said playlist with 105 general commercials.
Dude, these people are doing the sports work. Kind of archiving stuff on YouTube. They're like, all right. Lord bless me.
Last 7 seconds.
Last 7 seconds, tell me that now. It's a freaking thing.
It's commercially played.
Premier League is just not our style.
Use the general? He said you can get car insurance for like $15 fucking. Is that real? I actually. 1 second. I watched the 12 commercials right before we started. I got it immediately. For real, you can get online. You were panicking. I'm just hearing. I was slow, smooth, fast. And like, start whatever you want. It's chill. Check the series 905. Only one golden hour today. Got a lot of time. Yeah.
It's after hours. We're chill. We're just the after hours.
Yeah. Vibes are high. Yeah, vibes are so high. Vibes are immaculate, but you were late today. No, I wasn't. I used to come in at 11:58 or 10:58. But there's a new one. I'm tired today. The test was, can you hear me, Chin? Yep, we're good. Let's roll. Boom.
What would happen if you couldn't hear them?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
Then I'd be in a big panic and meet them. Come on. Come on. This is how I roll. Come on. Yeah, I was cutting clips this morning over the 7 Crystal stuff out on they're fun. But yeah, so I was pushing it. Push it to man. What was this whole thing? What do you mean?
This general.
Oh, that I just do a perfect impression of the general.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was so good. Nice. Yeah, we were talking off camera, and he does a good general impression. We wanted to parlay that into the episode. I was pissed. I missed it off camera stuff.
Yeah, so it's probably my best impression. Second would be Marvel Albert.
Yes, Alex for us.
Yep. It's good.
I didn't think you're so good at the Marvel. Yes. Did you do like a good Walter Cronkite as well? Like, I think, what was it, Bruce Almighty? The one where he's, Jim Carrey's like the news anchor guy, or, that's Bruce Almighty. Yeah, Bruce Almighty, yeah. Walter Cronkite. Oh, yeah, he does it with like the comb and the mustache.
Yeah, I'd have to hear it, but I think I could do Walter Cronkite. You know what, Mark? You think you're too cool for school, but I got news for you.
Oh, my goodness, you are.
Yeah, I think he says, but I got news for you, Walter Cronkite. And I missed it. That was the whole reason I thought of the line. Yeah, and it didn't say it within the line.
You also said you're too school for cool.
Yeah. I am too school for cool. I love math. It's kind of the Nick way of doing it. Yeah. If I may, you kind of nicked it. Careful. What? I don't know. Jin, what the fuck ass are you doing? I have so much stuff to talk about. I came back from Vancouver.
Oh, yeah.
I won just $2,500 this weekend. Yeah, Shin's doing a He's Frozen bit, and nobody gets it with me. And nobody knows it with me. Is he frozen?
He might be frozen.
Oh my God!
He was not even breathing.
And now he's saying it. We should just mute him.
JC knows me very well. JC knows me so well. Because I was doing any coffee.
I was looking at pixels on this thing, on the screen. I'm like, does he move? Is he breathing? Did he finally?
Good job, Case.
Yep. You know what I just realized? A lot of people in college and high school called me Mitch. Because my name was NICHLFOLAS, and then because of how California and Wisconsin do their IDs, my name changed to NICOLAS. And so just as a joke, they would call me Mitch. And Mitch is an anagram of Jin. Wow.
Oh, shit.
So
That's insane.
So that's fun. That is fun.
Wow. Insane.
We're anagrams.
Brothers different.
Yeah, anagrams
That's what I'm thinking.
Like racing all this shit.
Here's a long one, and then we can get to the things.
Oh yeah.
A man, a plan, a canal, and a word. Same backwards sports.
Oh wow. But you were holy moly.
I don't know because here's why. Because somebody always mixes up an anagram and a.
What restaurant quality meals that actually support your wellness goals? Factor's got you covered.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have an interview this Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have an interview this episode with Max Blumenthal, who wrote an article in the Gray Zone with Trump insiders talking about where Charlie Kirk was mentally in the last few weeks and months of his life, and the feeling and the pressure he was under.
How you living?
I didn't know Charlie.
What's good, Oligar? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
How'd you find out? How'd you find out about me, friend?
You invited me to your server when you were on a public voice.
Okay, very well. Excellent.
Yeah.
Cool. What Discord were we in?
I can't remember. Something that's right. It might have been Social Heaven. When Social Heaven chose that or Edgy, one of those. I can't recall.
Okay, very cool. Have we spoken before?
We have, yeah.
Okay, excellent. So you know what I do? I stream my live 24/7, all that stuff.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know what you're doing.
Excellent.
And, yeah, your intent.
How you living, pimp?
Am I a pimp?
I said, how are you living?
Oh, how are you living, pimp? I thought you just said, are you a pimp? I'm doing good.
Excellent.
I'm up early.
Fuck yeah, you are.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing some art stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Fuck yeah, you can. Let's see it. Are you gonna watch any football today?
No, I'm not really into football too much.
All right.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
These bands are just holding it down. It's granite.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's kind of turned into the shape I need it. Let me get the hand off his face so you can see the expression. So it's kind of like making a kissy face, like, you know. But that's how the natural rock was. That's how I found the rock. So
wow.
I kind of kept with the. I saw the lips, and that's why I decided to make the face. But now I realize it doesn't really have a chin.
You're like
I gotta figure something out.
You're like a modern day Michelangelo.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Excellent. All right. So you are a sculptor?
I am, yeah.
That's amazing. Now, is that a hobby or is that your career?
It's a hobby.
Okay, but
I want to sell stuff on the side for like Etsy just to recoup material costs.
Absolutely. How'd you get into being a sculptor?
You know how a lot of people have this is like, I'll just say it, I guess. A lot of people will go to the hospital for some kind of mental health issue. And then they come out of the hospital like, I'm going to do art. Well, that's kind of the story. And it's a common one, strangely enough, for people who have, psych ward experiences. I talked to quite a few people who overnight they started some kind of artistic practice. Pretty weird. I mean, it's not weird. It's just weird. It's no, I guess it is weird or unusual behavior. I didn't really know I could do it. I fell into it right away in like video games, and then art kind of became my video game.
Very cool. How much time do you spend on that a week?
Probably at least 10 hours, at least 10 or more hours, maybe 20.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like it would take up a lot of time. Okay, so you're really into art. That's amazing. Art is amazing. What are your favorite mediums? Like basically granite? Is that your favorite?
No, I think that my favorite medium is probably modeling clay. Like I have more.
Sure.
There are some that are near downstairs. I have like them all stored.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's fun. It's 2-dimensional, like hanging on the wall kind of level.
Yeah.
And here is I'm knocked the eye off, so that doesn't look great, and knocked the little thing off. But to me, this looks like alien Jesus.
It definitely looks like an alien.
I mean, I don't know, or alien Michael Jackson. I don't really know.
TV.
But it looks like a forest, a lot of people say.
Okay, I could see that too. So, how do you get your inspiration?
I just do it. I don't actually do any source material. I just kind of make it as I go. Like sometimes I'll use a natural object. Like see this right here is from a fossil, a real fossil. So I took a mold of it.
Okay.
And then I took the real fossil and put it on the back of the snail here. This is a blank waiting to be painted, and this is also in progress of being painted. So that's why it has like these natural D9. But like the fossil right there, the sword. You can kind of see the fossil there. I'm having to like point the camera up to look at the shelf. But anyway, that is the real fossil that I took a mold from. So I'll do stuff like that. Like that might be inspiration sometimes. But I'm moving over to where the. Sorry, I have like a lot of mess here, but yeah, I can show you the snail.
All right.
There we go. Yeah. So that's how it's supposed to look like.
Okay.
With a little, look at, and actually it lights up the little stalks.
How'd you get it to? How'd you get it to light up?
This is cloth, so I embedded lights into it. Like the Christmas lights that you plug in the USB.
Okay.
Or like the string lights. Yeah. So it's just kind of embedded into the material. I don't know if you know what fluff needling is, but it's basically like sculpting with fibers.
That's tight. And that seems to be more advanced, is it?
If you just take a needle, you stab at like the equivalent of like couch stuffing, and what it does is that the needle has these little barbs on it, and it keeps tying the fibers into tighter and tighter knots. So eventually, I only have an inappropriate sculpture to show you that's on hand. Do you really care? All it is a doll with a pussy.
That's okay. That's okay.
It's okay. Okay, I don't want to be rude. It's just comical.
Let's see it.
So
let's see it.
I didn't expect you to show it here.
Okay.
It looks like President Biden's face.
All right.
I didn't intend for it to, but anyway, I'd say it's supposed to be Biden and Lady Gaga, and then they merged into one being. Anyway, there's a purple pussy. Well, to the carrot. Anyway. But anyway, sorry. So the real reason I'm trying to show you this is because okay, so the cloth, it's cloth. You see how like it's a doll? Basically? Yeah. So this is actually couch stuffing, more or less. It's like fiber or whatever. So you just you take this needle and you keep stabbing it, and it actually gets like as solid as I don't know. It gets actually pretty solid.
Okay, and does that light up?
What were we saying?
Does that light up?
No, but it is a feature I didn't show you. whatever. All right, I might as well show you the full copy. Here. Okay, watch. I didn't show you its full feasibilities. Are you paired? Okay, now what? You guys see this today, but watch. It's squirt capable.
Oh, that's
yes,
amazing.
I know it's different. Yeah, it's squirt capable, but yeah, I know I'm fucking weird up, but this is just my comedy doll. So look, I didn't expect it to spring this on you, but it's the only club. Oh, I could have shown you something on the scale.
All right.
The snail's eye stalks. But whatever. I showed you Biden Gaga.
There you go.
Now,
hey, we have a new friend here.
forever taste.
Just one moment.
Oh,
Hold on. G, how you living, fam? G, can you hear me? G, how's your day going? Well, you sound like you're 1,000 miles away. How'd you find out about me, G? G, how'd you find out about me? G, how'd you find out about me? G, can you hear me? All right, there you go. Could you hear him?
I could hear him. And he just kind of like came in. I don't know. My feeling is that maybe he felt like on the spot or something. I don't know what the end says, to be honest with you. But he came in and it was very delayed, and then he only just said that one couple words and left.
All right, well, no big deal. Okay, so you like to sculpt, and you've got some good sculptures. How do you make an Etsy store?
Oh yeah, it's pretty. I need to do that. What I need to do is get all my work and kind of get a digital portfolio together, and I just put out. Really, what I want to sell is just garden houses. Just to start. That's all I really am interested in. But yeah, oh shit. Yeah, easy enough. Nowadays, people want something unique other than the Amazon stuff. They also like to personalize everything. I like these colors, whatever. At the same time, wow, consumer. Well, I don't know. What am I trying to say here? I wonder what the demand is for that kind of stuff these days.
Right. All right. Yeah. So you are basically selling. Have you ever sold anything?
Oh yeah. Just like a figure here and there when someone is interested. But yeah, nothing like big scale like on an Etsy platform. Etsy is a kind of like it had legitimacy in the beginning, and now with all the bots and all of that, it's very hard to compete against people who are mass production. But the advantage of being an artist nowadays is maybe that you can do a time lapse, and the time lapse becomes part of the art. So I don't know if that's an angle, but I think people want to see the entire process of whatever it is they bought now. Because with AI and everything, I think people are gonna have to start human authenticating their work.
Right. So basically, you have a video of it, and you can cut that up, or at least pictures of it, and then people know that it's legitimately made by a human.
I think that will start to become part of the process. Yeah, because two things. One, why waste the entertainment angle of the time lapse, at least the time lapse? And then two, it's like, well, you're also now you're selling two things that you are producing at the same time. You're producing the work of art, and then also the execution of that. That becomes now part of the value because AI AI does it so quickly. So now when that becomes the norm, which it will be, just because based on the volume of what AI will produce compared to human, then what I believe will happen is that people's focus will be like, well, how are they doing that now? AI just does it automatically, but now you have the behind the scenes aspect that people will become interested in. So I don't know. Maybe that'll be true. Maybe it won't. But,
No, I'm
happy for that.
I think you're right. As things become more mass produced, people will want that human touch. And even people who say, like, oh, yeah, this is custom made, it's just something's changed in a computer. But if you can show them, like, you're doing it by hand and then give them a video of it that they can keep, then they can show their friends, hey, do you like this? Oh, do you want to see how it was made? Yeah, of course. And then it shows you, like, etching their name into it and painting it whatever colors they want and all that other stuff. And then somebody's going to say, wow, that was really cool. Where did you get it? And they'll be like, oh, I got it on Etsy. And then they'll go to your store and basically order from you. That's the plan, right?
Yeah, well, that, and I also really want to. I do have these fantasies of finding. I started with clay and moved to rock or stone, and really whatever. I also do wood sculpture, so I don't really care what material it's made out of. It's kind of fun to actually mix and match different materials, actually. But what I do fantasize about doing is finding a big rock, the kind that have been left here, like landscaping. I'm not talking about like something natural, but here, over people have done that all for the past 100 years. They use these gigantic rocks to like mark the end of a driveway or whatever.
Right.
But what I want to do what I really want to do is just make something out of one of those huge rocks that's like in a public place. No, I'm not going to ask if I can do it. I'm just going to do it. But along a bike path, along somewhere where it's not like, I'm not going to do it in front of the library. In other words, if it's something that's been there for a long time as like a town marker, I'm not going to go do it. But if it's on the side of a railroad and no one's really looking at it, I'll go there. But yeah, I have fantasies of just doing the equivalent of graffiti art, but it's stone sculpture. I mean, not the inappropriateness that graffiti can bring, but just in the spontaneity.
I gotcha. Okay, so let's say just
say that once again.
I've got you. So let's say a railroad corporation has put up rocks. They're just like, they're not even landscape rocks. They're just maybe a boulder that's 4x4, and it's just holding up something, whatever. It's just there. It's not really there for looks. It's just there to hold up something. What would you do with that? Let's say it's a round boulder, 4 feet by 4 feet.
Yeah, it's what I like to do. Some people have a plan, like I want to do this or that. I'm not sure why, but all of my inspiration a lot of times comes from a shape that you see in the material, and then you kind of, it sounds cheesy and like artist talk, artists I want to get named talk, but you see a shape out of it, and you pull it out of it. So you kind of like you see a shape in the cloud, and that gives you inspiration. But I can, for whatever reason, every time in every texture, I'll see something that looks like a shape, and then that's what gives me the inspiration. So you'll see, like, oh, that looks like a lily pad. Okay, all right. Well, I've never seen a lily pad, but in this case, let's say that looks like a frog's eye. I'll say it does. And then you're like, okay, well, just this right half looks like a frog's eye. So you fill in the left, you make it match symmetrically, and so then you just get results from there. And then all of a sudden you're making a frog. So that's kind of how it works for me. Luckily, the weird thing is like you go out on a limb sometimes. Like, oh, how am I gonna do this? And then the challenge is to actually make it work. Where you do kind of go out on a limb, and then somehow you make it work. Sometimes you don't, and you have to salvage like an idea. But I'm pretty good at I'm surprised at my success rate sometimes.
Excellent. Okay, so I get what you're saying. All right, so
Yeah,
you basically will just let the natural art, the natural object dictate what kind of art it will be.
yeah, kind of like so like there'll be natural markings on the rock, and there'll be a natural like striations or whichever. And sometimes that just will look like something like a cheekbone or whatever. Just kind of go from there. But round rocks always are lend towards a face. So I do a lot of faces. I think I always, if I'm doing a new material, I typically will do a face because it's kind of like you want something consistent that you do over wood, clay, or stone or something. It's kind of like a little, I don't know. You might know 3D printing, and so like when you print, they all do little test prints with the same shape. It's kind of the same idea, I guess. Yeah, it's an interesting hobby, especially to wear your hands out. You don't kind of mind that.
Right. Okay. What's the biggest object you've ever sculpted?
Like a bigger up to my let's see, pretty big, like up to my chest. So like think of like basically a child, like a 10, like a 6 or 7 year old child, like about that tall. Um, so about that big.
Yeah,
And
that's
of course it's hollow, so you're not. These were not stone sculptures.
Were you proud of it when you were done?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm proud of. Of course, you're more proud than some, but what like basically when you have a sculpture in your display, you start to build up all these little storage points. So you actually have to start getting rid of some. The amount that I want to get rid of is very few. I don't know if that's because I'm just sentimental and I want like portfolio or whatever, but yeah, you just gotta keep them all, I guess.
Right. Are
Yeah.
you are you so
Do you do anything yourself, like artistic or anything like that? Where you're producing?
I guess my whole life is artistic because I'm creating content. Um so
Oh yeah.
I guess like documentarian. I'm a documentarian. But I don't really see myself like that. From an art perspective, I like to draw sometimes kind of. Um I have I've done like little cartoons when I was a kid. Um, I like let's see what kind of art do I like. I like topiaries if you want to include that, which I think you should. Um,
Topiaries.
yeah, so like that's where you like make an animal out of a bush.
Oh yeah. Where
So
I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. So
um,
then it's made out of like a fern or something, and it looks like a lion, for instance.
exactly. And
Okay.
um, I don't. I mean, I'm not somebody who's really like done anything like that, but I do like them. Um, I like music. I've made music. I like poetry. I like poetry a lot. I like creative writing. Um, I'm someone who enjoys like carpentry to some extent, but really like metalworking. Um,
Oh, cool.
I like what else do I like? From an art perspective, like the physical art, pottery. I think pottery is beautiful, and um, it's something that I find soothing and fascinating. Um, I like I like a lot of digital art. So that could be anything from like an NFT to um, a a video to a music video, anything like that. That stuff's cool to me. Um, from the stuff that you do, I like that a lot. Um, I have never done anything. I mean, like the best I've done is like painted rocks. That's probably the best that I've done, like in comparison to what you do. Um, what else?
That could be pretty fun though.
Yeah, no, definitely. Um, it can be, and I mean, I did that when I was a kid, but um, it's soothing. I find, I almost like making colors, like when you take like the primary colors and you make a color. Like I love color, so just painting things, but creating the colors on my own. I like. I mean, it's cool if you have the colors yourself, whatever. But it's also really cool to just be able to make whatever colors you have, like um, like acrylic paints. I like watercolor paints a lot. Um, so I've done some of that. I like calligraphy, lithography, photography. Those are all really fascinating to me. Um, you know, more than I guess, like if I had more time, I would do more art, but I'm limited because I have to be like streaming the whole time. I mean, it's not something that I necessarily can't do simultaneously, but I get like random people who come in here, and so it would mean that I'd have to like generally stop what I'm doing to entertain them because you never know when somebody could come in and they're like, "Hey, I've got this huge following on social media." Like I had a guy in here not long ago, with like 60,000 Twitter followers, and he tweeted out about me, and so you never want to let one of those opportunities go to waste. Um, yeah, so but I like all art. I mean, really, I think my life is just art. I mean, it literally is. I'm creating content as we speak, and I guess like uh, just like a question that I've been posed in the past by people is what is art, and I feel like the definition of that is just art is anything that is considered by someone to be art. So it can really be anything.
So yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I think I like. I think my brain searches for like novelty. When looking for art, you're looking for something you haven't seen before, or a variation on something you have seen before. But that's just where my lens goes. You're right. Anything can still be art. Hello, Zoo.
What up, Zoo?
Hello.
How you living, Pimp?
Got a new guy here.
Yep.
Who's this?
Hey,
He's an artist.
Oh, you mean me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've come here a few times before, but yeah, I suppose new guy.
Explain to Zoo what you do.
Oh yeah, I am a sculptor. We were talking about going types of mediums that I use. Like clay, modeling clay, stone, wood.
You don't have to show him everything. You don't have to show him everything, but you don't have to. You don't have to show him everything, but show him some of your art.
Are you friends with Robert?
No, he doesn't know Riser.
I do not. I don't think I do. Here's a alien Jesus. I don't know, Michael Jackson, Jesus.
That's cool.
He looks like a really high guy named Dante.
That's really tough.
Here, I'll show you the stone one that I'm working on. I had to stop. At least I'm joking and telling people that's fantastic. But that's my joke. I don't know why.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to finish the face. It's hard. It's tougher than you think. I have
There's Draco.
Draco, you said?
Who's that? What are you building?
Oh, you're talking about Draco?
What are you designing?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. It's a. Let me take the band off so you can see it, and then maybe you'll see the. There we go. There's the full face there. So it's a base. All that's just bricks that so I have service to pound on, and then transfers the force instead of just being a spring. But
Is this your job?
No.
Just something you do for fun?
Yeah, I'd like to kind of do something like that, but yeah, it's you can't. It's very hard for you to do something like that nowadays. CNC. You know CNC.
What's your job?
I'd rather not say because I don't want to dox myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I have. I go to a political server. And I get into heated debates. And I've already been doxxed a number of years ago, and now I have with recent political online enemies doxing attempts. Even though it sounds paranoid, it is actually real. I know other people who have gotten doxed by the same people. But
Do you want to have a debate right now?
hell yeah, let's do a debate.
Can we debate?
Yeah,
You start having a debate for the sake of it.
absolutely.
I have to actually care about the cause. So
All right. All right.
it's a good
I'll moderate.
intellectual.
I'll moderate. What
It's a
would
good intellectual pursuit to take both sides of it.
absolutely? Okay. So,
Um,
what do you want to debate, Zoo?
Or you know both sides, I should say. Oh God, I don't know. There's nothing I'm passionate about.
yeah, okay.
I mean, like we could try, but yeah.
All right, let's like Rabbi discussed this a bit, but
Are we gonna bring up the topic?
Yeah. What are you talking about, Zoo? What do you want to debate? Zoo. Zoo. Did you disconnect? Sometimes Zoot's internet goes out. I think it happens to everyone online.
Okay.
We'll just give him some time. Okay. So, you enjoy creating art. Do you like to play any sports?
No, I'm not really too not really into team sport kind of stuff. I like to watch UFC.
Oh, dude, totally. Did you watch the Canelo? The Canelo. Did you watch the fight last night?
Oh no, I didn't, but I heard it was a big one last night.
Yeah, it was.
Just to entertain.
We
well,
watched.
did I disconnect?
Yeah, you did.
I was talking to myself for 5 minutes.
Yeah, we didn't.
Oh shit. Yeah, we didn't hear you.
We're gonna have a debate.
Yeah.
Okay. What are we debating?
What are you debating, Zoo?
Modern day psychiatry is just influenced by pharmaceutical companies, and a lot of the diagnoses are being overdiagnosed. Where, for example, depression and anxiety, the criteria have gotten broader, and a lot of people are being medicated for depression and anxiety when under previous standards they wouldn't fit the criteria. They're just trying to benefit pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, 100%. I get it.
You mentioned debating.
I can. smiling. No, you're right. I can see it.
Yeah, how about you don't debate it and you just discuss it because it seems like you guys have a shared opinion on it.
But that, yeah, and then, we'll find a disagreement. I have strong opinions. We'll find a disagreement soon. Um, no, yeah, I think it's crazy that what I don't like is the new self-professed. I looked up Wikipedia, and now I know. Now I'm a medical doctor. I have this happen with my own mental status, where people make assumptions on what I have to do for my own care, based on the stigma behind it. So it's a weird thing to deal with. Where I guess the thing I'm bringing up is this: people who started conducting Google searches, and they could read Wikipedia, and all of a sudden they now think they're in med school. That I think is a huge problem, at least for mental health issues in a social setting.
Well, let me say something that I've worked out recently. The diagnosis is a label. Whatever you're diagnosed with is just a label they put on you. No one knows more about your brain than the person who's living inside it.
100%. Yeah, very well put. Um, I think that at least one of the reasons for that in America is because of the way that we finance it, and it affects the rest of the world, and it shouldn't. But if you get the label, that's the doorway to money. So you don't get money without the label. So that's kind of what they do. But in America, what it's created is people who are label shopping, meaning they love this. They want to be like, I got BPD, I got ABBD, I got DDD. Like they throw down their acronyms like they're playing cards, and they like it.
Did I cut out or did you cut out?
Oh, no, I did I cut out?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, you were saying like window shopping, and you said
they go
label shopping.
They kind of go label shopping where they want to. Maybe it's because let me see if I'm looking. Okay, good. I am on the right. They basically like the labels because they like to be able to tell everybody about it. So they go doctor shopping until they find the person who says, yes, you have this laundry list of shit that's wrong with you. We agree with you. And then that person uses this gigantic social crutch of acronyms that aren't really relevant. And then on the other side of things, there's people who want no label, but they have to accept one because of to get the medication they want or whatever. Like how many people are faking ADHD to get Adderall? A lot.
Well, ADHD is not that hard to take.
Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely making shortages of medications for people who really need it. So I don't know. I'll tell you what I can tell you my experience. Me and Rabbi talked about it in the past. This may spark your memory. But 3 years ago, I went to the psych ward and for hearing voices. The reason why I went to psych ward is because you start telling people that you hear voices. What do you think happened when I got into the psych ward? I said, no, I wasn't hearing voices because you locked me up. modern, modern day psychology tells you to do that. But if someone would have sat there for 30 minutes and just said, well, what are they saying? I probably would have calmed the fuck down. But because they panicked, I panicked. But if you would have just said, "What's going?" Yeah. So anyway, the point I'm getting at is, so when you tell people that, immediately they tell you you need to be on medication. Well, The medication that you go on makes men grow tits. I'm not kidding you. I'm not joking. Makes you grow tits and produce milk. And it blocks some of your dopamine. So why the fuck am I doing all of that to block out a voice that just says believe in yourself and wow, you look handsome when you look at me when I go in the when I look in the mirror? Has there been that's oversimplifying it. Has there been challenges? Yeah. But the challenges of taking antipsychotic drugs, I know all I go to mental health servers where everybody's on drugs and antipsychotic drugs, schizophrenia, and they're in no better shape. They're just manageable. So, but these people also have, some people have tried to jump off a bridge. One guy ran his scooter off a fucking bridge. So I understand that these are safety belts of medication.
So did you just want the label?
Did I want a label? Fuck no. I wanted the exact opposite of the label because the label for me was very damaging. But for somebody who wants to tell their parents that they did a bad job, they say they have ADHD and whatever. I know I'm making shit up. I don't literally think this. I'm just saying that they want the reasons for why someone wants the label as opposed to me. I don't want the label because basically my entire reality afterwards, after this label, gets to be called in question. Did you perceive it that right way? Are you hearing shit? Oh, and you also don't fucking account for the fact that shitty people will use that as a way to just dismiss you. So they know you went to a psych ward. And so they'll just say, oh, whatever, he's psycho. And it's like, no, I'm not psycho. You know I have a real fucking logical point. But you want to pretend that I'm, this and that because I had 7 days of being in this state, which, by the way, were forced on me. So, yes, I heard voices, but that didn't give you a right to essentially incarcerate me or whatever. But I also understand that that's the system we live in, and the statistics are that people hear voices and start to feel distress can, be a problem. At the same time, I didn't see any fucking statistics, so I don't know what their justifications were. Yeah. So anyway, so that legal is bad. Shop legal, they're using it as a social web. They're using it as a social tool sometimes. The people who abuse it. I'm not saying everybody does, but anyway, so that was my experience. If you tell people right now, I'm not on any meds, I still hear voices. What do you think you're supposed to do? You're going to kill somebody. It's like, well, who gave you this training that that's the rules? Hollywood movies gave you your fucking medical training and your fears, and now I have to deal with that. 60% of people who hear voices unconnected to schizophrenia. In other words, the filter of who hears voices is the branch. So many people hear voices and they don't tell anybody. Why is it? Because you don't want anyone to think they're crazy. So many people have it happen like 2-3 weeks. Their voices go away in their head, and it never happens again. And then there's other people who have it like occur throughout their life back and forth, or some just have it turned on. Mine was just turned on. I can have a conversation like we're talking to you, like I'm talking to you right now. If I tab over, so to speak, in my brain. But so anyway, I've dumped all that out. We're supposed to have discussions, and we've got a me monologue.
But your web of voices are just made up in your head and not real.
See, and here you go. You just did it. How do you know? You just told me at the beginning, nobody knows what's inside anybody else's head. But you already have this preformed idea that it's made up. And I get why that is. Because you're like, well, the brain has how it's proven after all. The way that I would put it, or the way that it feels, the way that it happens upon your senses and in your brain is that it's as if another mental process is running off of your CPU, and it's separate from your mental partition, let's call it. And that's just the best kind of word that I can do. But do I realize that it's just inside of my head and that it's a whatever kind of process? Yeah, I really get that inside of my head. But I can't know what it is. Science doesn't know what it is. And then there is the things that are weird are anomaly, what I call anomaly or like anomaly behavior. Of course, that's my mental terminology. But what I mean by that is I have a list of words that I keep that I had to look at. Now I understand that how you're an intelligent person. You probably start to begin to investigate. Well, like okay, my subconscious must have known the word, and now it's regurgitating it up at a later date. Your brain can figure things out through contextual meaning over time. You hear a word, just the audio of it, and then over time you figure out the context. That's possible. But what happened was it would be like you would do one word a week. Then it would be like, oh, you're not impressed with that? Five in one day. 5 words that I have to look up. Okay, now some of the words, like there's a word despot. That was the very first word that I didn't recognize. The word despot is like means a warlord, if you don't know, or more or less. And that word, I was like, I don't know that word. What the fuck is a despot? And then they rewound my memory to when I first heard the word. And they said, well, for this word, you did know it, and we regurgitated it. The word experientialist, which I thought was a made-up word, and so I looked into Webster's dictionary instead of dictionary.com, because the dictionary.com doesn't have experientialist, but the fucking English one does. And so their experientialist was a word. And they kept using my first name and saying, hey, you, are you an experientialist? Are you an experientialist? Experientialist. And they just kept saying it. And I understood the reason why. It was so I would look the word up. And so I was like, I don't even know what fucking word you're like. I know the word you're trying to get me to look up. I'm misspelling it. And then finally, when I looked it up in the other dictionary, autocorrected, and it was like, okay, that's the word. And then they stopped using it. And then so then that became a game, which is keep repeating a word over and over until I look it up if I don't know it. And so like I can look on my phone right now, but every single word I ever had to look up, it's at least at 50 now. And so this is like a running list since 3 years ago. But so sorry, I'm getting to my point, and I realize I'm rambling. I apologize. So the mental trick is how the fuck can you get these words and they get regurgitated back to you from a voice in your head? To me, that's an interesting trick. I don't care if it's made up or where it comes from. To me, that's weird and strange behavior. And that's probably not the only thing I've recorded. I've kind of journaled some of this, but that's the most quantifiable or something that is relatable to another person is words like that. But the other thing is like, well, before I experienced this stuff, I had a pretty good visual memory. After my photographic memory went off the charts, it would start to show me old classmates in my head, one by one. Went through every classmate I had in first grade or second grade, and they were just going face by face. And then they would stop at a certain face, and I could think something like, who the fuck is that? And sometimes they would tell me whose name it is, and sometimes not. But there was a time that they did, and they're like, oh, that's Allison. And I'm like, holy fuck, that is Allison. And I have, of course, my old class photos or whatever, and, you can verify that, yeah, that was Allison, before and after. So I had this kind of, hold on to in my head. But anyway, having that all said, I'm not sure how it's capable of these weird little tricks. As well as like you can copy your voice if you really want to. Your voice print can be captured like after 2 or 3 sentences. And I know AI can do that, but your brain can do it too. So anyway,
Hey, Rabbi,
What's going on?
I had to like take a break from Instagram because my fucking feed is just full of ADHD and autism right now. And it's really fucking annoying.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, dog. Zoo, why don't you say I'm not interested in this stuff so you get like new shit?
I should start doing that.
Word, dog.
I don't think the people that are like making the content are aware of what they're promoting.
Oh, I'm sure they are. They're creating easily digestible, short form content that people with those types of issues are um, watching, and that's not good. I mean, I can tell you, it's not like with that stuff, but I'll get shit all the time in my like Reddit or whatever feed I'm in, and I just say I'm not interested in this, and then it doesn't show me that. Then it doesn't show me that stuff anymore. You have to be the boss of your own social media. You can't just devour things that you're fed. You have to control your likes and
Man, I
dislikes.
feel like it's like you're creating so much awareness and someone comes across this video and it's like, oh, my child might be like this. Or I might be like this. And then you gotta go, oh shit, I need to go see a psychiatrist and get the label.
I mean, yeah, there's that. I mean, you have to see who's pushing a lot of advertising on these sites, and at least the nightly news in the United States, 80% of it is pharmaceutical companies, and I can tell you a lot of it is similar on your uh, digital formats of advertising, particularly social media advertising.
So we put labels on these people, call it this thing, and everyone has different symptoms. That kind of makes no sense.
I mean, it's whatever. I think people who have these issues end up in their own, many times, their own mental padded rooms when they just need outlets and they will get their mind off those things. I think it's really great that we have Oligar who likes to do art. That probably stops him from thinking the shit that is happening to him is happening to him and normalizes his life. And I'm sure, you know, other people have their own modes.
Oh, let me ask you a question.
oh yeah, sure.
Do you like your brain?
I do. But it takes everybody's brain takes some transition. You can't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you start a new school or degree, new job, there's always some transition period to something new. So if you're asking like, do I like my new brain? I do like it now, but there was definitely some getting used to new circumstances.
I mean, your brain has never changed.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe the way that you're using it.
I mean, it's developed your brain over time. It's all in the process of more new information, but it's still the same brain.
Yeah, it's a. I'm curious as to, I just have some theories about what people's brains are capable of. And I have some insight to what happens when you begin to have a reference point inside your own brain that is similar to, okay, so when you have just your own voice in your head, I would liken it to maybe something like having one of them. You don't have depth perception. When you do have another voice in your head, it is kind of like having a reference point. It is like depth perception. And what I mean by that is that it's hard to view your own internal thoughts, but when you have an observer pointing them out, it's way more like you have a spotlight or an outside observer that can tell you if your landing gear is up or down. When you're flying the plane, you can't tell if it's up or down. I don't know if it's a good analogy, but that's the best I can do. So like my brain, yeah, I like it, but it's definitely more complicated. I would say. It was how it already was.
Do you feel
In depth.
like there are people out there that are so schizophrenic even with a diagnosis they can't comprehend that they're schizophrenic?
Yeah, I can relate to that because there's two piles of energy that your brain draws from. One of them is the hallucination, meaning all of your senses that are now being tricked or simulated, whatever you want to call it. And then there's the delusion pile of energy. And these are not in terms, of course, but it should be easy to follow. Basically, delusion is, your math. 2 plus 2 equals 4. But if you're delusional, you could believe 2 plus 2 is 4.5. Like your value of the brain doesn't match up, so I wouldn't believe. Like your paranoia could be something you really think is real. So that's the best way to relate to a delusion. Everybody's been paranoid a little bit. You've seen lights when you pass the cop, and you're like, oh fuck, I'm gonna get. But it's how much how far do you go? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think I've told Rabbi this. I wanted to say this before, but there was a time where I was on SSRIs for 7 years, venlafaxine, and I would have constantly, like probably 2-3 years into it, from the time I was for a couple of years, I was having sleep paralysis, like constantly. And sleep paralysis, and I was having lucid dreams, and I was astral projecting, and it was fucking. I felt my soul coming outside my body.
Well, this happened right as you went to sleep or was waking up. I bet you.
Sleep paralysis is when you're sleeping, but it feels like you're waking up.
I've had it happen only a handful of times, but
So when I had it, it felt like I was just waking. So it feels like you're just waking up, but you're still hallucinating, right? So you visualize everything. You can visualize, like you can see everything. Like my bedroom was like, I could see everything in my room, but I wasn't awake. I was just imagining. I was still sleeping. I was still in a REM sleep.
I've had those experiences, and they've always been with sleep deprivation or near that.
I think it's part of the REM sleep cycle that happens. It happens that everyone. It's just that people can't remember it. And when I was on venlafaxine, it causes your brain to remember it.
Yeah. I'm also curious. You don't hypnodat. Okay, there's something.
So what happens, right? Is when your body goes to sleep, right? It stays still. so you don't hurt yourself. Right? So when you go into sleep paralysis, that's your brain telling your body to stay still so you don't hurt yourself.
Yeah. But you're also dreaming, so you don't want to think it's real.
So your body, yeah.
But I mean, if you think about it, your heart rate's, if you think you're getting murdered in a dream, your heart rate still goes up. It's kind of interesting.
Hey, Rabbi.
What's up, Tim?
I've never, when I've been in a dream, I've never had Tourette's. Like the person I am in the dream has never ticked and had Tourette's in the dream.
There you go, big dog.
It's interesting. Do you know what the word hypnagogic means? It's either HYPA or HYPNA, hypnagogic or hypnocompic. Anyway, it's like Latin to mean as you fall asleep or as you wake. They're two different words. But hypnagogic could bring it up because some people use them interchangeably. But anyway, it's a very strong hallucination as you wake up or just go to sleep. And for me, when I have those experiences, I will feel like we were talking about, like you can imagine a room, and it's like you even can wave your hands in front of your face, and you're like, what the fuck? But no, anyway, didn't. Of course, you're dreaming it all, but
I've never had sleep. I don't want to have sleep paralysis again.
you want to have it again?
Yeah.
Have you ever had any in those states? Do you have very vivid dreams? And what do you do in the dreams?
In those dreams?
Yeah.
Like it feels like a rock's being pressed against your head, but you can get out of it. If you go into sleep paralysis, you can get out of it, and then you can go into astral projection. You can go into an astral projection state, and that can take you to other dimensions.
I've done things like where you close your eyes and it feels like you're opening them in another world. But I only get to see that for 5 or 6 seconds, and then that's it. And I've also, I mean, that makes sense.
So I just actually astral project, right? I would have astral travel, but from astral travel you can go to astral projection, where you can go into different dimensions. If you astral travel, you can go into dimensions, and you can go explore the world and see like things. And there's people like accounting, like say like there'll be people that have said they astral travel, and they're seeing people on the other side of the world ate something, and then they'll be told them that they saw that person eat something, like things like that. And they would be eating that specific thing. But at the big, yeah.
It's fun. So, no, I was saying that can be a very just wild. I'm not sure. I just think that people's brains are so much. How do I put it? The remote that you have access to has more buttons on it. It's just they're not labeled, but you can press them. This is a weird analogy, I know, thing that you're talking about, like astral projection, sleep paralysis, like you want to go back to it. The reason is well, my theory, me judging you, would be that you find something interesting about that brain state. But we inherently know, like, oh, fuck, we're in the setting. I don't know. I know that's a weird way to put it, but I don't know if you feel the same. But explain to me why you want to go back to it.
Why I want to fucking, because I want to know, like, what, like, you can go, like, to, like, what was the, Rabbi,
What's up, big dog?
what are the, like, books that, I don't know if you're familiar with this thing, but there is a, like, I think it's a biblical Christian book that was no longer canon. It's called, like, the Book of something.
Enoch?
Oh, yeah, the Book of Enoch. Yeah. Also, so the Book of Enoch describes like 8 different dimensions that are kind of what people who have astral projectors experience, where there is one, there's like floors that you go up, and there's 8 different dimensions you can access. I'm not too I don't know much about the Book of Enoch, but it was like, yeah. Oh my, that one's not canon.
After having my experiences, I want to know how much people are just making stuff up. And the reason I say that is because the nature of having, well, I don't know, it's not astral projection. So I'll just say the nature of schizophrenia is that it tries to convince you of different realities. So it'll just make stuff up. Like I can tell you some stuff that it made up for me, and it makes up in real time, no delay. You don't have to sit there and think in your own brain. Like that's the other thing that feels very novel to behavior. A normal human being has to come up with the creativity in their brain. They type if you're sitting at your computer screen typing away, you have to use your brain for mental effort for you to create works of fiction. How the fuck is it able to do it in real time, no delay? I'm talking not even 0.5 seconds. Of course, these are my conceptions, so let's pretend they're being handled, right? And so I'm off on the time. Well, I mean, I think some of the stories they've told me are just like fantastic. I've seen hour-long. Well, anyway, I'm kind of rambling. I'm sure what I'm saying is these people have books of Enoch and all that. I'm curious how many are experiencing a very, very vivid hallucination, and even if they are, does that take away meaning from what they're saying?
Well, the Book of Enoch isn't considered canon. Rabbi,
What's up, pimp?
why isn't Enoch considered canon?
It was rejected when the Hebrew Bible was being organized, generally because it's it's so much different than the traditional story. It's been a while since I've read it, but basically it's like you have watchers. They're like angels who come to earth. They marry human women and father the Nephilim, which are giants. Um, and basically they like teach forbidden uh, topics to people, and then they go into like movement of heavenly bodies and dreams and such. And basically, this didn't fit in the chronology of Jewish teachings at the time. And so when the Bible, Hebrew Bible, was being can, uh, organized essentially, it was just seen as a text, but it was not included. And generally, it's for chronological reasons.
So here's the thing, like when I was experiencing all this dream stuff and the astral projection stuff, the things that I was experiencing, I didn't even know about the Book of Enoch's existence till like 3-4 years later. And then when I found out, I was just like, holy shit, that's what it's like. Oh, that was what I was experiencing.
Have you?
Like,
Can I ask you a question? Have you heard of a book called DMT, the Spirit Molecule?
I know what you mean.
Well, the book is very interesting, and you can find it on PDF. And if you don't want to read the whole thing, you can skim to people's experiences. You also could go to a place like, what hearing was it? This is like 10 or years ago or more that I remember. I think it was like called DMT Nexus, something like that. Anyway, it would talk about people's experiences. Just like,
Dude, he's talking. Dude, hold on a second. Dude, he's talking. You need to listen to him.
Sorry. Oh, that's okay. No, I understand. He also said ADHD, so I'm assuming, and I'm not sure if I'm mistaken on that. But yeah, I wonder if you relate to those experiences. If it sounds like similar to what you experienced during the time you're talking about sleep paralysis.
Sleep paralysis is not a fun experience, but I think it happens to everyone. I just think people. I feel like it's because I was on an SSRIs, my brain it remembers trauma, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, remember that
I feel everyone has, when everyone is REM sleeping, like in the REM sleep cycle, they experience sleep paralysis to some extent, but most people won't remember it because their brain doesn't process trauma.
Can I ask you, of any of the experiences that you had during these times that you said you astral projected, were there any themes that you can remember? Like what were the things that you talked about? Did you see any imagery?
No. It only happened to me twice, and what happens is the brain starts vibrating. It's an intense vibration, and then it feels like when you get past the vibration, like I've had it happen twice, then a third time where I got to the vibrations and I was too scared to break free from the vibrations. And if you get past the vibrations, it feels like you're having it feels like your brain is having an orgasm once you get, and then you feel like you're turning into an angel. That's the only way I can describe it. It's like you're having 1,000 orgasms going on your brain at once, and then you feel like you're turning into an angel.
That's interesting that you describe it as that. The book that I was talking about before, the DMT, the Spirit Molecule, that's the name of the book. I think it's Dr. Straussman or something like that is the person who wrote it. Anyway, the reason I'm bringing that up is that 500 people, all who had never met each other, were given DMT, and then they recorded the responses. One of the things that they actually described is what you're saying, a loud noise that got higher and higher, impossibly loud, like beyond what human hearing can comprehend. And they were not connected. But weird thing about the human body is that your pineal gland actually has DMT in it. And you already know that probably. So I heard you. So you understand it.
Yeah. So when you astral project, you get past it. But most people are bullshitting when they say they astral project. When you actually astral project, your body, your brain releases DMT, and it's vibrant. It might be different for everyone, but for me, it was about noises. It was just an intense vibration in the brain, like you're on like I can't explain it. It's like it feels weird, but like it did feel like I was going onto the other side.
I felt what you have felt. I also have gotten afraid. I go kind of like I don't know. It's a feeling of stop. Like I don't want to do that. I don't want to go down this weird brain tunnel.
But I did. I got through it once, and then the other times I've been too scared to go through it. Like I was halfway through it.
I wonder if my brain does do. I mean, I bet you that I am doing that when I go to sleep.
But I mean, we know very little about the human brain. Like we know more about outer space than the human brain. We probably know more. Yeah, we probably know even less about the human brain when we're sleeping than we are awake.
That's why I'm excited for things like Neuralink and things like that. I have this fantasy that I'm going to hook up Neuralink to my brain at some point in my life, and they're just going to be able to hear exactly what I hear inside my head. I'm not sure why. I guess it's because you want your family to be able to relate to what you're experiencing, maybe. But I also am kind of fascinated too. So, like, I would love for them to be able to somehow take data from your brain, as you said that you're having experiences about astral projection. What is the brain doing? That is kind of fascinating to me. I'm also
the brain is just the brain probably is it's an SSRI, which is increasing serotonin, right? So that's what
I don't know if it's so. There's some drugs that increase the serotonin, and then the way I heard it described from someone in the medical world is that there's other drugs that clog the drain. So in other words, the serotonin that you produce is held longer because the medication, in a sense, clogs the drain. So it's like an uptake. It clogs the uptake of your natural serotonin, so it stays in your system longer.
So what the serotonin? So most people who are taking what I take, they do the opposite, where they stay up. My brain, the way my brain works, it puts me to sleep, right? So I was sleeping really long periods of time. And what happened when I was sleeping really long periods of time, I saw things, felt things that most people would never experience, right? The serotonin levels that I was experiencing from SSRIs were probably It was probably my brain's way of going, well, you're depressed. I want you to feel less afraid of death, which is dangerous.
It is. Turning off emotions is not good. One of my after effects is that I said it changed my emotional response. So in public settings, my what would maybe be anxiety or kind of fears, like, hey, oh shit, I'm in danger, kind of shit, switch to no, all anger and not tons of fear. So in other words, someone's fucking tailgating you in the car, and previously you would think, okay, let's be reasonable about this. But when you're in no fear mode, you're like, fuck it, brake check you and go ahead and hit my car. I don't care. Like I'm invincible. And then as soon as you're out of that mood, oh, what the fuck did I just do? And I never was like that. I always, rationality would speak very loudly in my head. Well, shit. I don't know. I mean that symbolically for that one. What do you, may I ask? See, I don't like any of these depression drugs or anything like that. They tried to put me on antipsychotics. It immediately made me feel drugged, which is what 5% of people will sometimes feel. Like they put you on an antipsychotic and you feel as if you've taken like an edible, a marijuana edible or something. It's the only thing I can compare it to. It's not really, but anyhow. Anyway, I think I'm going to go to bed. Okay. See you. It was nice meeting you and nice talking to you. Yeah. So, yeah, the antipsychotics. What about antipsychotic? I feel like therapy is the best. Like just talking to people is the best treatment than any drug you can take. Yeah, definitely. I think that I feel like yeah, I feel like antipsychotic, like schizophrenia, like if people just talk to someone and be like, well, these things you're feeling, they're not happening, instead of getting people on drugs, would be a way better treatment. But the issue is that you don't get enough time to spend with someone. Like, you can't sit there and supervise someone all the time and tell them that's not happening. So when they do have the mental breakdowns, they can't be like. It actually is better to just let the person talk, and if they have a fucked up reality, to not correct them, to let them talk it out, and then at the end of them venting, then, and of course, don't reinforce any delusion. But I think that sometimes it's like counterintuitive. Like, if you just go and say, "No, you're wrong. You're not experiencing that," then it causes you to go, "Oh, you're one of them. You're with them." You can't kind of attitude. But sorry to interject there. Yep. Or a hole in my carpet. I've had 2 cups of coffee and I'm just like doing laps. I get 10,000 paces in before 10 o'clock in the morning. For 10,000 minutes. Oh, yeah, good. It's like I'm talking over you. I'm sorry. So you just let someone talking about their reality? Oh, I think that it's tricky. I mean, imagine on
on a bat, you take LSD or mushrooms. The worst thing you can do to someone that's having hallucinations is make them leave them alone. They're having a bad trip. So it's the same thing for schizophrenia.
I don't think there's any hard fast rules, to be honest with you. I think that it's calmness and reminding of support is probably the best. If you see them drowning, get them out of the water. But if you see them floating in the water, then just let them float. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like I've seen people who like they could be experiencing something in their head that they're being told not to talk to you. I directly know people who are like, you could go ahead and go up to them and say, hey, you're experiencing delusion. And then right away, that person's mental program will go, oh, they're with the reptilians. I have to shut up now.
Anyway, I'm going to be up.
Yeah, anyway, have a good one.
Says the Gemara, the concept of Torah, the one who owns the being, he has to carry the most weight. His friends are helping him carry it, but he has to do most of the lifting. Yaakov Avinu, who bore the 12 shvatim, he raised them. He did most of the lifting. He has to take care of them. The Gemara tells us that if a person benefits from a suda of an al-chacham, it's as if he benefited from the Siva Shechina. A person that says goodbye to his friend, he shouldn't say Leif Vishalom with the pagans, but rather Leif Vishalom. The dead, watch his dead. He says to the dead person Leif Vishalom, rather Vishalom. David HaMelech told his own son Avshalom, Leif Vishalom, and Avshalom was dying. This is what he said, Moshe Rabbeinu Leif Vishalom. Moshe Rabbeinu went up to the highest level. A person who goes out of the shul into the base language to learn Torah will be zoichah to receive the shmuda. It says in the Pasuk, gave him the tile, self-life, one step to the higher step. The Lord does that. The Chacham doesn't have peace and rest in this world and not in the world to come. He's constantly climbing madrigas that he can't rest. Famous ending, which is brought down according to Receptus, and the similar Banaya, Brachos, Nazir, Yavamas increases. Omer Blazar Chanina, and we become married in Shalom Ba'ilah, and we become them increase peace in this world. Sheneva, and Nayas, and Midi Hashem, Rothschild'S, the builders, and Hashem is not with Hashem works on Shalayim, and with that we finish prayer for Raya, and we finish the Receptus, Brachos, Mazal. Receptus Shabbos, that phase, amazing. We finished Receptus Brachos, and now we're going to take this journey, 156 days of Shabbos. The Torah says, also to do Malach on Shabbos, and that includes 39 Malachos, others, primary Yisur. For that we have subcategories of secondary Yisur. The Mishnah that I Gimel describes all 39 Malachos. The last final Malacha is the Malacha that our Mishnah, which Receptus Shabbos begins with, the Malacha of Mitzvah, to carry from one domain to another, to transfer an object from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin, or from Rishus HaRabin to Rishus HaYachid. Rishus HaRabin is a public domain, a street that is 16 hours wide, and many people go by there every day. Rishus HaYachid is a private domain, property that's surrounded by walls that are at least 10 foot high, the property has to be a certain size, 4 by 4 by. Transferring from one property to another is awesome. In order to be over that history, you have to accomplish two things. You have to do an akira and an hanaf. You have to lift that object up and place it down in another domain. But the Torah says, it's referring to going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin. But when we go from Rishus HaRabin to Rishus HaYachid, that's called achmasa. Although our Mishnah describes both of those cases as a yitzir. Mishnah starts off saying, Yitzir HaShabbos, Shtayim, they are two, which equal 4. When a person stands inside or outside, it's 2 that equals 4 for a total of 8. Meaning, the Mishnah starts off with a person that the Mishnah describes as funny, not necessarily poor, it's just a character. Describe him so you don't confuse it with a person standing inside home in Alabama. Person outside, the honey, lifts up an object, does an akira, and he places that object from Rishus HaRabin, places it in Rishus HaYachid. There's enough over there, it's five in the room. The second case regarding this money that's standing outside, is he lifts up an object in Rishus HaYachid and brings it to himself in Rishus HaRabin. He did an akira and a hanacha, but in the opposite direction as the first case, both in the room. The corresponding cases, which is only higher than their rights, are case number 5 and 8 on this list. And that is when the honey does hachimasa. When the honey lifts up an object in Rishus HaRabin, extends his arm into Rosh Hashanah, but rather than doing Hanacha in Rosh Hashanah, he lets the Balabais do it. Now it's two people that did one Malacha, the other one was the right, the other was the Rabbi. The 8 cases where the onion lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, but rather than transferring it into Rosh Hashanah, the Balabais sticks his hand out into Rosh Hashanah, and he does the transferring and the Hanacha in Rosh Hashanah. The next 2 cases in the ratio, case number 3 and 4, talk about a man who's standing in Rosh Hashanah. We call him the Balabais. He does what he saw, looking up an object from Rosh Hashanah and placing it in Rosh Hashanah. That's it. Also, in a theory, because he did Akira and Hanacha. Case number 4 is where he sticks his hand out into Rosh Hashanah, grabs an object, and brings it into Rosh Hashanah. Also, the right side did Akira and Hanacha. That's called Hanacha. The corresponding 2 cases in this list in the Mishnah are case number 6 and 7, where the Balabais lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, and the Ani extends his arm into Rosh Hashanah, and the Balabais places the object into the Ani's arm, not doing Hanacha because Hanacha didn't take place in Rosh Hashanah. All the Balabais did was Akira, the Ani finishes it off with Hanacha. People did Malacha Shnach or Small. Turim, both Pasul the Raisa, or Chayim the Rabbi. And finally, the 8th case is where, sorry, the 7th case, the Balabais lifted up the object rather than waiting for the Ani to extend his hand into the Rishus. He extends his hand into the Rabbi and places it into the Ani's hand, or rather, the Ani takes it out of his hand and does the Hanacha first. So here again, we have a case where 2 people did 2 malachos, Asir and Hanacha, and they're Pasul the Raisa, Chayim the Rabbi. Those are the 8 cases in the Mishnah. The Gemara brings the Mishnah in Masechet Shavuos that's very similar. It says 2 which are 4. It brings a number of cases. One of them is a shvur. Somebody takes an oath. The Torah describes it as in the future. It says he's not going to eat or he is going to eat. That's 2. We add the rices as well. The past. I didn't eat or I did eat. The other case is Chuma. Midoraisa, the Pasuk talks about when a person forgets that he is coming and walking to the Beis Hamikdash, knowing it's the Beis Hamikdash, forgetting that he's coming, or he forgot that he's coming, he eats kosher. So other two cases that we have to that is when he forgets that it's the Beis Hamikdash. Didn't realize it's the Beis Hamikdash. Didn't realize that he's eating kosher. Megayim is when somebody has a white spot on his skin. The Torah talks about a satis with a terrace. The one looks like snow, the other looks like wool. And we add 2 more rices. One looks like lime, the other one looks like the membrane of an egg. But when the Mishnah Shua describes Shabbos, it only talks about 2 which are 4, rather 4 that are 8 like an average. Why? Rabbi attempts to make a shot, says that our Mishnah is the book of Shabbos, talking about the Sefer Shabbos. And therefore, it talks about things that are also positive, not just us. Whereas the Shua talks about only Yisrael. We have to realize, like we explained in the beginning, that Hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, is considered in our Mishnah a Yitzia. Because you see, our Mishnah starts off using the word Yitzia and goes on to describe immediately Hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. And the Mishnah in Gimel, describing the last of the line of the Halachas, talks about going from one Rishus to another Rishus, does differentiate whether you're going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, which is the Yitzia, or whether you're going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, which is Hachnasa. They call the both a Yitzia. Finally, Rabbi says, so now our Mishnah talks about Shtein Shem Arba. Shtein is referring to the domains. There are 2 domains in the rice, the upper and the around. Shehem Arba, which may cause for the Surim of Yitzhak. And our Mishnah includes 4 additional Yitzhak, which are only Asur and Rabbanah. A wonderful thing. Shabbos Avgidol, I apologize that we fell behind on video because of Purim and the scene that we had. Shushan Purim, Beis Hashem, and tomorrow will be all caught up. According to Shmuel, every time it says in our Masechta that a person bite him and cause him pain, he's completely perfect and mutter because he's not doing it to catch a snake, he's doing it to prevent himself harm. The third case is if a person removes pus from within a zip, completely mutter and mutter because he's not trying to make a hole in his body, he's trying just to remove and relieve a zip. Our Mishnah in the ratio where a person extends his hand and it's just passive and somebody puts an object from one domain to another domain in his hand, it's mutter and mutter. But the reason why it's not brought down in Shmuel's cases is because he didn't take any action. It's passive, he's just standing there. In our Mishnah, we have 8 cases. The first 4 cases are cases where people are chayiv with their rights on the Isra of Exam, and that is because they accomplished 2 things. They did an akira and an anah. They uprooted an object from one domain and placed it in another domain. In 4 cases of the Seifa, it was a combination of 2 people. One did an akira, one did an anah. Now, if you look at it, it's 8 cases, but in fact, we have 16 cases because we're talking about 16 different individuals. And in some cases, one individual did an akira, the other individual did an anah, and it's 2 different cases, 2 different isuras. Why doesn't the Mishnah count them as 16 cases? Well, the first 4 cases you can't count as 8 cases because the second individual is completely putter and mutter. He's not doing anything. He's just standing like a statue, holding out his hand. So we're not going to count those 4 cases as 8 cases. But what about in the Seifa? That the 4 cases are 2 individuals. One is doing an akira, that should be 1 halacha, and one is doing an anah, and that should be a 2nd halacha. We should count those 4 cases as 8 cases. The answer is, the Mishnah is only counting cases that could lead us to this is the right set that you would have to bring it first. The only person that can get to that case of this is the right set is the person that starts the malacha. The person that does the akira, he could also do anah. But the person that does the hanacha can never get to this is the right set because he didn't do the beginning of the case of the case. He only did the end where you have to do an akira and anah in order to find the right set. Even though 2 people did 1 malacha, there's no reason to have them bring a korban because the Pasuk says, "The Am Haaretz Ba'asei Sof." 1 person does the entire malacha brings the korban. 9 Shasua, 2 people that do malacha are passed. Rab asked Rabbi, "What the halacha if a person doesn't lift up the object, rather his friend puts it on his shoulder and he starts walking?" Says Rabbi, walking is considered an akira. You lift up your feet and move outside. However, a hand is not considered an akira. Why? Because the hand never moves. The hand is part of the body. It's moving, but the body never moves anywhere. Says Rabbi, who is Rab's uncle, tells Rab, "Didn't I tell you many times? Don't ask Rabbi questions in another receptor when he's not holding. You might embarrass him. What if he doesn't know the answer? And he might say something wrong. You're lucky that Rabbi is a gadol and he knows everywhere. And in fact, he said exactly like it says in the Christ. Says the Bible. See from the fact that if an ani, the person standing with Jesus Rabbi, when he extends his hand to Jesus Hayachim, and somebody removes the ani from his hand, we don't view that removal of the ani from his hand as if he removed it from Jesus Rabbi. Although the person is not in Jesus Rabbi, but his hand is somewhere else. On the flip side, if somebody standing with Jesus Hayachim extends his hand to Jesus Rabbi, somebody removes an ani from his hand, we don't view it as if he removes it from Jesus Rabbi, even though his hand is extension to his body. That's Sabaya. Maybe we should view that hand. You're right. The hand is not Rosh Hashanah. It's not Rosh Hashanah. It doesn't go by the body. It doesn't go where it's at. It's something in between. Perhaps we should view it as a Rabbanon parable. In other words, it should be a penalty here. If somebody extends his hand out into another domain, it should not let him be able to bring his hand back into the original domain as a penalty. The Gemara brings a contradiction from 2 prices and makes 6 shabbos. How we could explain the contradiction? 1 price says that if you extend your hand into another domain, you're allowed to retrieve your hand and bring it back into the house. But other price says that if you take your hand from the side up and put it in the rabbit, you're not allowed to retrieve your hand. So the more number 1, maybe the prices argue whether or not your hand is considered a carmelist, just like a bias question. If it's considered a carmelist, I can understand that you're not allowed to bring your hand back in. Because you're not allowed to bring one domain into another domain. Another shot is everybody agrees that the hand is carmelist. But we all know that a buck hand talking to Rosh Hashanah is not considered Rosh Hashanah at all. It's a buck of the door. So 1 price is talking about that he extends his hand over the buck, therefore he's allowed to bring his hand back in. Because it's not over Rosh Hashanah. So 100 hand talking, you're not allowed to bring your hand back in. Another shot is, no, everybody's talking about, both prices are talking about below the door. And the question is, 1 price is talking about that he extended his hand before Shabbos on Friday. The bring it back in. Says Gemara, well, you can take a reverse logic. If a person extends his hands before Shabbos, perhaps he shouldn't be allowed to bring his hand back. Why? Because even if he would bring his hand back in on Shabbos, it wouldn't be over this is the right. Even if he put the object that he's holding his hand down in Rosh Hashanah, it wouldn't be over this is the right. Why? Because he started that hero on Friday. In order to be over this is the right, you have to do a hero and on Shabbos. Whereas if he extends his hand on Shabbos and he put the object down after he got tired, let's say, there was then he'd be over the right. So maybe in that case, we are thinking with him and say, he's allowed to bring his hand back in. So, well, if that's the case, you're using that logic. But the question we're going to have tomorrow, in a situation where a person puts bread in an oven on Shabbos, it takes a couple of minutes for the bread to bake. And he realizes that they're going to stone him if the bread bakes. Is he allowed to remove it on Shabbos? Now, removing bread on Shabbos for Thea is a super abundant. We allow him to do his super abundant to save his life. What is what you just told me? You're allowed to. Rabbanan didn't say that a person should lose his life because this is Rabbanan. The Gemara goes into that, so we say that kind of story. Another explanation explains it because the prices is one price that says you'll let her bring your hand back is talking about that he did it by accident, show you. But the price that says you can't bring your hand back out is talking about they did it amazing. Another chat is both of them are talking that they did it show you. The question is, do we penalize somebody for doing the shogeg because he might lie in the case that he did amazing? Anytime somebody does amazing, they'll say, well, I can bring my hand back in because I was a shogeg. And finally, where it says everybody might agree that we don't penalize somebody shogeg of doing it. So what's the question? The question is, in a case where a person extended his hand and put the object in his friend's pocket, that's when it's done. But if a person brings it back to his own pocket, that's when it's mutter because he didn't accomplish anything. He didn't remove something from his domain. Whatever he tried to do, it went right back to where it was, and therefore that is mutter. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Daled. Rabbi has an amazing question. First takes a piece of dough, and in order to bake the dough, he puts it on the side of the oven. Like they bake today in Latvia. Now it takes a few minutes for the dough to bake. Once it bakes, then and only then will be time into the rights of baking. Is he permitted to remove the dough in order not to be over this is the rights? But by removing the dough, he's over that this is the rabbanon called the deal. And the question is, in order to prevent them from being higher, carbon chatos, and we allow him to be over is the rabbanon. Now a carbon chatos comes only for a shogeg. And a shogeg is only if a person is unaware of what he's doing from the beginning of his act until the end of the act. So how is it possible that he had an awareness that he came to and he understands that he's doing this and therefore he wants to remove the dough? It has to be that we're not talking about him, we're talking about his friend. His friend wants to save him from a chatos. But that's also very problematic. Because in Oyrim La'adam Chatei, we don't tell a friend, you perform a minor Avera in order so that your friend is not over the major Avera of a chatos. Therefore, the Gemara explains, we must be talking about that we don't want this person to be over the Isser Mason. He did it on purpose. The only issue is that Rabbi Barabayo, in his question, he uses the language of a chatos, which would show you. So we have to amend that and say he didn't mean chatos, he meant bacon. In fact, there's a price that says in Furish, so that a person is allowed to be over the Isser or the idea of removing the dough from the oven, which is in order not to be over this is the rights of skila. The Gemara brings the Mishnah, which says that the audience, a person is standing in a Rabbi and extends his hand person draws an object from a Rishus Hayachid, a private domain, to another private domain, but it travels over a public domain. So the Kiva is higher for a top. As if it landed in the public domain. How could it land in the public domain? Travel right over. The answer is because most of the content called Lumdav Kamishun Chodam. We consider it as if it landed in the Rishus Rabbit. In slow motion, as it's passing over Rishus Rabbit, it landed for a millisecond in Rishus Rabbit. And then it continued traveling to Rishus Hayachid. Therefore, it's higher. Moira pushes that logic off and says that you see from Rabbi Kiva that he only holds when it comes to landing, but not taking off. Because if you be high for taking off also, you should say you should be high twice. Once for taking off in Rosh and landing in Rosh Hashanah. And then again, they must take off from Rosh Hashanah in order to continue to Rosh Hashanah, they be high again. You see, where people hold that for landing you don't need 4 buttons, but for taking off you do need 4 buttons. Therefore, the Kiva does not fit into our mission. As the Gemara is describing this concept of the Kiva, the Gemara brings Rabbi. In the beginning has suffix with this word. And at the end it says this part. But just to point out that Rabbi brings something called a question. We learn brings up from Moshe. In other words, in the midbar, the Levine would pass beams from one wagon to another wagon, which is one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, because these wagons had walls that were 6 foot high. And the wagons were larger than 4 foot. But as they were passing the beams from one wagon to the other, they were going across the Rosh Hashanah. In between them was a Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, it's possible to pass an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah if you're going above the Rosh Hashanah. And the question is, we learn growing from passing. The Rabbi went through that question, but at the end he decided there are people holding. The local and talking, he said, the Gemara makes another attempt. Perhaps they go to point to the Shita, our mission that says that if we put in placing an object in somebody's hand, that's considered 4 talking. Why? Because it goes like Rabbi. Rabbi holds that if you throw an object in the Rabbi and it lands on a branch, even if the branch is very small, you're high. The Gemara says, well, don't prove anything from that case, because the branch is actually 4 talking. Why? Even though you're looking at it and it's less than 4 talking. Because the trunk of the tree is more than 4 talking, and the branch is attached to the trunk, so that the branch is 4 talking. So perhaps there's another Rabbi. Rabbi says in a case where a person throws an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, you see the picture, from one highway to another highway, traveling over a private domain. Rabbi holds of the concept of the Mishnah. As it's traveling over the private domain, it landed in the private domain, halacha. So he has another. He says, are in fact high twice. It travels from Rosh Hashanah, but passes over Rosh Hashanah, so it's landed in Rosh Hashanah. And then there's halachic as if it took up again from Rosh Hashanah and landed again in Rosh Hashanah. So what happened was you had a Hanasa from Rosh Hashanah, then you had a Hayusah from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Therefore you had, and the Gemara pushes this attempt as well. It says, only in that case does Rabbi say you're higher, because the Rosh Hashanah, we're talking about Rosh Hashanah, has a ceiling. And if you have a ceiling, it's as if the whole Rosh Hashanah was full to the top. And therefore, the landing somewhere, anywhere it landed, that's the
basically hijacked.
You can't say the same logic. It was Rabbi, because it was Rabbi, the biggest
Republican or conservative movement in history, TV USA, and used it to advance Israel's program in the U.S. alongside all of the kind of conservative social issues he wanted to push and recruit the youth to train them and make sure that they stay completely aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel. And these billionaire donors, they're American, but they're loyal to Israel primarily, and they actually don't care about issues like abortion or LGBTQ or maybe some of them don't like mass immigration because they think immigrants might turn against Israel, but their issue is Israel, and Charlie Kirk was going to advance that for them, and in exchange he'd be built up as like the biggest conservative youth leader in history. So I've been following him for 10 years. I have no reason to say anything. Obviously, I was horrified by his killing. And I think it's terrible for this country, but I have no reason to say anything positive about him or to think that he was anything less than a complete cadre for the Israel lobby. And he's for they basically owned him. They basically controlled him. Well, he started to move away, and I was hearing about, just to tell you about how this article came into being. I was hearing about this before he was killed. That something through the grapevine. I mean, I grew up in Washington. I've been in the city, so people talk, and honestly, even though I'm more from the left, people from the Trump administration and around the Trump administration talk more to us than the Biden administration did. They talk more to alternative media. So I was hearing about the pressure that Charlie Kirk was under in the months before he was killed. This was not unfamiliar to me, and so I decided to go back to some sources that we had and ask for more details. Well, even from who were political on the fence, I know it's obvious you're seeing a lot of people gleefully celebrating his vicious murder, So obviously, don't have to. I've been surprised. Friends of mine, people that I know, and the reactions to this have actually shocked me and shaken me a little bit. I wanted to get back to this term that he makes. You timestamp on when you started to question really Israeli influence in American domestic politics. Because I'm reading your article, and you talk about force. He's talking about Charlie kind of starting to question the amount of influence that Israel has in U.S. not only domestic politics, but foreign politics as well. Do you put this right around the time that we attacked Iran? Is this before that? Is this after that? What do you know about his progression? Let me just close one of the most fascinating stories I've witnessed in American politics would be the film or documentary or both. Charlie Kirk began coming under pressure from his own base. I would say, I actually forgot which year it was, but it was like 3 or 4 years ago. And it was called the Voice for Voice. And Charlie Kirk would do these TV USA tours around the country, and young men would file in, and they would get to question Charlie Kirk and debate him. And they hit him from an angle he never expected. They were from this organization called the Voice, which sort of follows Nick Fuentes. They're anti-Israel, they're kind of anti-Jewish. Some people call them white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. They're very anti-Israel. They believe they're the true voice of America first because the U.S. government is no longer under the control of this aligned foreign power in Israel. And so they would confront Charlie Kirk with the history of, for example, the USS Liberty, U.S. naval ship that was deliberately struck by the Israeli military in the 1967 war in order to cripple that boat because it was a surveillance boat. It was listening to Israeli communications, and they killed scores of sailors. They would confront Charlie Kirk with the difference between Israeli interests and American interests while holding up a cross. And Charlie Kirk would just shut down the conversation because it was he knew that if he would get an inch to them, threaten a relationship with his donors, and TV USA would collapse. After October 7th, the pressure was just too extreme. The whole grassroots of the conservatives, everyone under 35, started to question the U.S.-Israel relationship because they wanted to be America first, and they saw Netanyahu just leading Trump around by the balls. They saw Miriam Adelson, this Israeli intelligence asset billionaire, just calling shots inside the White House. And a lot of them were pro-life and were horrified by the slaughter of babies that they saw in Gaza. So the bottom dropped out of right-wing support for Israel. To the point where now only about 25% of Republicans under 35 support Israel for Palestine. So Charlie Kirk has to answer to his own grassroots base, and you can hear he's starting to make some noises. He's talking about October 7th possibly being an inside job. Israel let it happen in order to carry out long-term political goals. He starts to question whether Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli Mossad agent at a time when the Epstein files were becoming an uncomfortable issue for Trump, and it all blew out into the open at TPUSA's July summit in, I believe it was Tampa, Florida, in Tallahassee. Tucker gave the speech. Right. So Tucker gave a speech. I mean, that was the seminal moment. But it wasn't just Tucker. Megyn Kelly started questioning Israel, and she's on stage calling Jeffrey Epstein a Mossad agent with Charlie. Comic Dave Smith, who, like myself, is a Jewish anti-Zionist, but he more comes from the libertarian world, so he was on stage to debate a Zionist propagandist who works for Newsweek, Joshua Hammer. Debate. No, that's not something you want, especially at this point if you are like a pro-Israel enforcer. And Dave Smith was openly talking about the slaughter of children in Gaza, and the crowd was cheering in this cathartic way. Then Tucker comes out and says, you should have your citizenship yanked if you fight for a foreign army. All right? Hundreds and thousands of American Jewish youth go to Israel and fight for their army instead of our own. So that's a direct blow to not just the Israel lobby, but like the whole concept of Jewish communal life as it's understood by its leadership. Then Tucker calls out Bill Ackman, who's one of the biggest Netanyahu money men inside the U.S., who's pulling strings at Harvard, getting their funding pulled unless they crack down on Palestine activism. And he questions Bill Ackman. He calls him a scam artist and said, how did he make $9 billion? Like, where did it come from? I mean, and Bill Ackman, the next day, he couldn't really answer the question. He published like a 5,000-word meltdown Twitter post trying to defend his financial investments. It was just bonkers. I'd never seen anything like it. But it was all Charlie Kirk's fault for sanctioning, for giving basically the people what they wanted. And after that, he started getting publicly attacked. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, the two biggest Zionist enforcers in the media, who are very close to Netanyahu, biggest forces lobbying Trump to wage war on Iran, went off on TPUSA and said we can't be having a Big Ten if it includes Florida. We all know who she is. She publicly attacked Charlie Kirk and said he basically had to step down. He was getting attacked in pro-Israel media. What we didn't know, what I learned, is in private, the pressure was more intense. He was being bombarded with text messages. And at some point, Netanyahu personally called him and offered to basically fund his organization to be level magically event. Zionism, Israeli takeover, recapture the TPUSA organization they basically helped create, and Charlie Kirk turned him down. After Charlie Kirk was killed, we know Netanyahu wouldn't stop posting about it. Like minutes after he was killed, his body was still warm. Netanyahu was posting about it, interrupting his 7-front war in the Middle East with his global assassination spree. He's trying to kill people even inside a U.S. ally in Qatar. Can you remember any time that history of a political assassination that leader of a foreign government has come out to deny and behind it? I've never seen anything like that. Right. Yeah. I mean, it was so Netanyahu has to ultimately deny that Israel was involved in an interview with Newsmax with Ben Sussman. Newsmax is another institution that Israel controls. Its CEO, Chris Ruddy, was just in Israel with Netanyahu, basically shining his shoes and welcome. So Netanyahu goes there and says, this is like to accuse us of killing Charlie Kirk. This is like a medieval bloodline at the Holocaust. And when Netanyahu said that it publicly his son Gentiles to work there, there was something to them. Okay, so you have another one. So that's crazy in that place. So if he decided to links innocent Jews to the murderous campaign that Israel's carrying out, it's bad. It's actually bad for the Jews when he says that. But I've never seen anything like this, and I've never seen anything like what Netanyahu was doing relating to a tragedy or a crime in the United States since 9/11. Netanyahu blamed Muslims widely reported in Israeli media. You can look this up. He said 9/11 was a good for Israel. And it's the same way that he saw Charlie Kirk killing being good for Israel. He thought he actually probably thought a Muslim was responsible. And he thought he could play the left and the Palestine solidarity movement and get them shut down by the FBI. And so in a way, he was kind of thrilled by what had happened. And that fuels the speculation. But the real issue was, as we learned from a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk, who had spoken to him, I would say, a week or two before he was killed about this, he was afraid of Netanyahu, and he was afraid of these billionaire cutouts of Netanyahu. Many of them had funded the organization. So let me ask you a question. What would you be afraid of? I mean, obviously, you have an organization that's well funded by people that expect something from them, right? They're not giving you for did you get the feeling that he was only afraid of reputational damage or, losing money, or did his fears extend to his life? Well, that's what Harrison Smith, who's a personality in Infowars, pro-Trump outlet, has said, based on the source he spoke to. I don't know what source he spoke to, but he said this on August 13th, so almost a month before Charlie Kirk was killed. He said Charlie Kirk fears that Israel will kill him. He continues ahead, providing space in the largest conservative organization in American history, which is the institutional grassroots apparatus of Trump and the Republican Party, for Israel critics, even anti-Zionists. I didn't say that. I don't have I can't see any hard material evidence that Israel had him killed. But there's this fear when you go against the Israel army and you're that powerful. And it's a fear that I've been told Donald Trump shares. I was told that by my next question, Trump insiders. My next question is, does the President of the United States fear for his life? Yes. I mean, obviously he fears for his life, and I was told that he feared for his life before the 2 assassination attempts, one coming within a millimeter of striking his head. Let's not forget about that. I mean, just to clarify, he doesn't fear for his life because of Ireland. I mean, I've been told, yes, that Israel is a major source of concern for Trump. I mean, think about it. What happened to our allies? If he suspended arms to a country that carries out assassinations all across the globe, that specializes in assassinations, that has an entire wing of its intelligence services that conducts assassinations, including with household goods like pagers, would you not be scared? So yes, Trump is scared. And what I learned from this source, it was a Trump insider, someone who talks to talks to people in the Oval Office, people close to Trump, is that during one of Netanyahu's many visits to the U.S. this year, some figures in his record were really agents placed electronic devices or emergency response Secret Service vehicles. Secret Service found them and they reported this to the White House. These would be emergency response vehicles that would respond to an incident potentially involving the president. Some people watching this might be dismissing me as crazy right now, and I wasn't able to confirm this. I can't just call up the Secret Service and have them tell me that. But in 2019, 3 former high-ranking U.S. officials from the Trump administration told Politico that listening devices were found around the White House and in sensitive locations across Washington, targeting President Trump. They wanted to listen to his calls of communications, and they were planted by Israel. That's just, go look that up while I'm speaking right now. Morris Johnson, former former Israeli Prime Minister wrote in his memoirs that Benjamin Netanyahu asked to use his personal toilet, and that British security found a listening device planted in his personal toilet immediately after Netanyahu left. So Netanyahu himself dropped a listening device in the British Prime Minister's toilet. Like, never let Netanyahu take a dump at your house. Let me ask you a question. In your estimation, why do things like this not damage relations between the U.S. and Israel or the UK and Israel? You know, when an ally is found to be, and everybody spies on everybody, but when you are putting a listening device in the Prime Minister's bathroom, where you're putting, you know, reportedly putting tracking devices on Secret Service response vehicles, where is the fallout? Is there any?
So we're saying that a bigger
diplomatic fallout from that? Exactly, yeah. I mean,
because
think of all the things Israel does.
we had it 4 times.
Israel just
And the other time
is seeking to drag the U.S. into a all-out war of their own. Where's the fallout with that? The fallout is among the people.
And in the winter,
It's among the young people who watch your show, follow social media, who know what's
summer,
even weathermen to know which way the wind blows. Like, they're paying attention.
It's
And they have almost no power in this country on this issue because of Israel's ethno supremacist rivalry network known as AIPAC, which controls Congress with a hammer on. Look at, like, some of the few voices in Congress who spoke out about these issues. Andre Bush, sorry, Cory Bush, was picked out, and Jamal Bowman kicked out, but AIPAC spent almost $20 million, and they were like backbenchers. Like, their own campaigns, they probably spent like $100,000, and they spent $20 million on Super Bowl style ads against them. And none of the ads even mention Israel once, and they come up with these fake stealth packs like Americans for democracy in their districts, so you don't even know it's an AIPAC ad. Now they're going after Thomas Massie,
but a
Alan
lot of
Marjorie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Marjorie Taylor Greene is safer in her district, but who is paying for the campaign
very large
against
field that's enclosed
Thomas Massie?
and that creates
Miriam Adelson,
however, the Rabbanon, you're not allowed to walk
there's
in
another
them
multi-Zionist
Rabbi,
billionaire
because
who's
it's very
basically
similar
like Marco
to
Rubio.
Rabbi.
He owns Marco Rubio. He's a
While
venture
describing
capitalist who was an Elliott capital manager.
plus a carpet. In other words, the
And he's very involved in Venezuela as
so
well.
Pico Valley,
So
is Stavon is
these guys are running the show.
So
So
let
let me ask you a question.
what is this extra word that Carlos can tell us? Special
Trump
case
is elected
parents of us are
2024.
there are houses.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you? I'm lovely. How'd you sleep?
Is the understanding,
You ready to take on the day?
you're going to let us do anything we want.
All right, go hit it hard, girl. I'll see you tonight, God willing. Take care.
Spoken around
Whoop, whoop.
hangs in the air around Epstein in your estimation. And Epstein files and the nature of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein potentially and Israeli intelligence. What exactly, how does that factor into what we're seeing now with shaping narrative? It seems like that Rabbi is losing control of the narrative quickly, certainly with younger people, but with a lot of people. Rise of independent media, the sheer audacity with which that, AIPAC and people like that are behaving. What role do you think uncovering the truth about Epstein plays in here in the White House? Are they afraid to release this stuff? Are they implicated in this stuff? Is it both? And was this something where it was understood that they were there to extend the cover-up? What do you think this is? Well, Trump has personally said that he's concerned about all the files and names of clients being released, not necessarily clients, but associates, because he fears that there could be
or it's considered by most as a book. However, Rabbi
associated with Jeffrey
can't
Epstein.
start
And this is the
yards
first
to
time
Rabbi
I've ever
feel like
seen
this item
Teflon
is
done.
10, it doesn't, and therefore, he says anything that's less than 3 fucking high
It was all
What
for
the
Jeffrey
Rabbi
Epstein, but it's
part of his Rabbi.
it's not just about Jeffrey Epstein or one man.
The Gemara says,
It's dangerous to go
coming
too far
invented the
down the
concept
rabbit
called
hole of
harmony.
Jeffrey Epstein.
They took
But we do
the
need
best
to
halacha
acknowledge
from
that
the
there is a
Rabbi
strong
and
Israeli
the most
connection there.
cool halacha from
Jeffrey Epstein is working
and they brought it in
with
there.
Barack,
They said,
or Israeli
let's
Prime
look
Minister,
at the
defense minister,
special halacha that
decorating
in order to
Israeli history on
or
spinning out a series of security companies that were going to
anything less than 4
with big time, big leaguers like
and just
Palestine.
like Rosh Hashanah, it only extends Rosh Hashanah up to 10 bucks. Anything above 10 bucks. So 40 marvelous,
50
anything
times.
above 10 bucks.
He was
Okay.
met with Shimon
However,
Peres,
the
who
upper
was Israeli Prime Minister. He
then
met with
all
Ehud
the
Olmert,
sky.
former Prime
That was
Minister. He
a
set
giant
up
hole.
meetings between J.P.
After
Morgan
that
and
hole,
Benjamin
to be
Netanyahu.
100 bucks.
And he was a pro-Israel guy who was close to Alan Dershowitz.
What is it considered? Person has a house.
Propaganda.
Some might call it a
So,
dog. Very short.
Jeffrey Epstein sort of
Only
stands
tall at them. Less than 10 bucks.
for everything.
But the exterior walls actually are
especially
because
younger people
count the roof
in
and
this
everything.
country about this two-tier
Inside that house,
political
everything
system
is
where there is a kind of a
above the
class
house.
of
It's
0.1
taller than the
percenters
house.
who exist
4 by
completely
4
above the law, who are
And
like
you have
molesting
the open
people
walls.
and carrying out all sorts of sordid
The
financial
walls on the
crimes,
sides extend
bribery, and
up
manipulating
and create a wall.
institutions, buying CBS News, and propagandizing
That person decided to
the
like the
public
that.
in support of
And
genocide.
like
It's sort of like
into the
Jeffrey
ground,
Epstein
more
perfectly
than 10
embodies
bucks height
the
to the
most
center of that.
disgusting
But the side of the house, the side of the roof,
figure
is less than
of this entire
the entire
network
house.
that we've been sort of forbidden from talking about for so many years. And now, I mean, it's like as long as there is an apartheid Israel, we're waking up every day on social media and seeing images of shredded children, and our legislatures are going to be filled with bills that will prevent us from doing anything about it. So the frustration only continues to build as Donald Trump seems to block the release of the Epstein files. Did you notice? This is so crazy. On the day Charlie Kirk was shot, I mean, take this out of the law, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
That's right. I think I know you're about to see me vote. Right?
The Senate voted to not release the Epstein files, but the Supreme Court denied both.
Yeah. This is not good for American. This is not good for American Jews. A lot of my Jewish friends are not, they want Netanyahu out.
Everybody wants to use the show, and therefore
They've made a wrong turn, obviously, in the
now going back to that case
after
where
October
somebody
7th.
a sticky object on the
What
wall,
do you think
going about a case where there's no
the temperature is like right now between the Trump administration and
considered or just like,
Israel?
and
Is
if you might tell me,
this
well, it's not going to
an
be built, it doesn't
unbreakable
have 4 by
bond
4 in that hole.
that is being enforced by
We go going through there. There it says that anytime you have a hole that's less than 4 by 4, I want to
mutual destruction? How would you, what is the likelihood of us going into Iran again? What is the likelihood of us doubling down? I mean, there's a huge project now, or will be a very huge construction project, I believe, in Gaza. I mean, they're moving people out of Gaza. They're going to build a new Gaza. Is the United States going to be providing peacekeeping? Is it going to be NATO peacekeeping forces? Is it going to be U.S. contractors? Going to be boots on the ground? Are we going to be funding it? What do you know about what's coming next? What's the next phase? What happens? Well, with Gaza, it's not a construction project. It's a construction project. Well, right, but it will be eventually. I mean, they're trying to move them out to do something.
in retrospect.
Right.
Let's
They're trying to move out
why is this happening? What we
what they call Judaizing.
if you are
Especially north of Gaza,
here,
which is nationalist in Israel, the
7:15
they fought that land.
from Israel,
They fought hard for it. It was
what's
war, it was
all
genocide.
that for
They
any
have
time
Netanyahu
on our half and 8 minutes down.
this political coalition.
She's got it.
There's not all the
More
shiny
says that the
pictures
major
that you see and all the plans and the
Irish
they
they can just say, oh, and she
That's not going to be happening. Palestinians.
even now just 4 by 4, 12 by 10 fucking
That's not what's going to
The
happen.
best example is if I
Plans
take
to ethnically
a basket, some better.
them as possible.
Now, basket is typically
Incentivize them to go
and
out.
this Rothschild'S is 4 by 4
Give
square.
subsidies
How do I get a
to go
4 by
out.
4 square?
Israel does not want it.
Well, it was very
Gaza
similar. have a 1x1 square. They add no
refugees who were kicked off their land in 1948. Israel's found them 750,000
4x4.
were ethnically cleansed.
So they add no 5
And
points.
so many of them went to
To get a
Gaza, and they were just warehouses. I've been to Gaza
I
twice.
need the
Going to
diameter
Gaza
of
the first
5.6. So they add no 1 square. So my basket needs to be 5.6. Everybody says, let's make it 6 buffers.
stretched as far as
Certainly you have the right
waiting into Gaza.
If
That's
that's
the world they were living in before October 7th, 2023.
now,
Closed off
my
the
basket
outside world.
says, well, I don't need 6
Had this gigantic
because once
violent
you have a basket, that's
by the
one
Hamas,
imagine
and
it's
Israel
more
has decided they
because you have
must
to
all
put
go.
food.
They have to go
You
to
have to
Egypt.
eat.
So that's just
But
the
unwoven
money is like it
straw
will
or
be the
whatever
crime
that
that's
stitch on the top.
watched.
And it goes above my 10 buckets and
Scattered like the
it wasn't the muscle towards my
where
whole
will that
basket
rule
is
they go?
considered.
Will they go to Europe? Will they go to the United States?
What if I take a basket of 7
So one of the most
and bring
horrific
it in
genocidal wars we've ever seen.
of
What
ground?
kind of
Now I
mentality
can say love it. Anything within 3 buckets. Extends
would
my
be good for the society
extends
of
the world
the
my
world
basket
Israel
all the way
pushing
down.
that on
And now my basket is slightly above 10 bucks. Once it's above 10 bucks, once again, it's above 10 bucks.
If you're worried about
Let's get back to exactly 7 bucks.
if you're worried about the
I've got
border now,
less than 3 bucks in order to
you
love
have to
it.
consider
My
what
basket
Israel
is
has got
slightly less
coming.
than 10 bucks. And it doesn't work.
Although I think we should welcome people
Even if I put my basket
have
over,
nowhere else to go.
I
They
can't
should be in
the
their homes. Well, I think we should stop
The
destroying
basket is not meant to be
their
taken over.
countries, and then they
The
have a
basket
place to go.
is flipped up right
And that would be fine, Iran. Yeah, it would be fine.
Now, what if
Yeah, your question, Iran. What do you think the likelihood is that we get into
I still don't say love us.
another war with
It's
Iran?
the Armenian war.
And is that why? Is it what?
Is it black basket? The other thing is, I'm taking out
This is really government
I'm
right now lobbying
What if I have
the
a
Trump
little
administration
bucket of
actively to go
those?
back into Iran. Is this something
That's
that
all part
you
of the
know
charges. That's what people
or
say.
hearing from anyone?
What if it's 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12?
Also from sources in Iran.
That's a little
They're prepared for this. They think that this will happen 100%.
But anything above 9, 12, people
I would say 99%. I was like
and therefore it becomes part of the
you know,
What if I have
my
a whole
friends
ground
in Iran,
that's exactly
those
like
are regular people,
Or they're
coming their whole society is going to come. And
So
in weeks from now, what do you think this all needs to happen now? You know, like the President of Gaza now, the war with Iran now, you think Israel's looking at America and going, you know, we're trillions of dollars in debt, where, you know, maybe we'll default on the debt, maybe the dollar is going to fall, maybe our standing in the world is going to collapse, and they need to get everything out of us right now. Like, doesn't it feel to you like there's an immediacy to what is happening? And I can be wrong about this, but like, it does feel to me that they're like, we need all of it now. It needs to happen now. We need to, not only the cleansing of Gaza, but we need the Iranian regime moved now. We need to bomb Libya and Syria and you know, all these places right now. It does seem like, are they looking at the tide of populism around the world going, we're not going to be able to get this kind of money in 10 years? Are they looking at America's financial standing and going, it's an inevitability that we're not going to have the money to give them? What exactly is it about this moment where everything needs to happen now? By the way, even though they're losing standing with every demographic in America, they're losing respect, they're losing control of the narrative, but they're still pushing ahead in a very aggressive way. What is it about this moment that it all needs to happen now? That's a great question. And as I said, Israel can see the writing on the wall in the West, where a new generation is rising and turning against it, simply because they are the smarter manipulation and censorship. But there's a new world rising in China. There's a new world rising in Iran, which is at the center of Eurasia. And a new world is that is rising is not the world that America dominates. And in Washington, this relates to me. This just brings it all back home to Charlie Kirk. They have done Donald Trump completely under control in a way that they've never controlled the president. And every president is basically Trump, there has been no red lines. And after having demonstrated God in Iran.
Lifted it up.
All of its problems in the region will, and Israel's problems in the region will disappear, and Israel will be secure, consolidated, strategic for eternity. So Netanyahu wants to leave this world with that as his legacy, but he cannot accomplish that in Iran, as we just saw in the last World War, without the U.S. military. So he has to manipulate the United States into not just striking Iran and sending a stealth bomber over there for some Top Gun style boots on the ground, full out war, just like an unprecedented slaughterhouse. And we're going to see tens of thousands of American troops killed for Netanyahu's dream if it's able to go through. So every time Netanyahu strikes Iran and tries to turn up the temperature in the region, it's always to get the U.S. It's bad for the U.S. It's bad for Jews. It's bad for the global economy and therefore the world. And that is why I'm always talking about this. Why I think people need to understand the danger.
What do you think happens if they can't? Obviously there's members of the Trump administration that do not want to go along with this. I would say probably Trump is one of them. I don't think he sees a good domestic political outcome of going to war with Iran. What lengths are they willing to go to make this happen?
Shabbos Davidas. Please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel.
I think attacking Iran in an unprovoked fashion,
End of the right
nuclear scientists attempting to kill,
There says that it was conservative.
Ayatollah Khamenei, that would be the most extraordinarily possible. Then it will lead to catastrophic destruction of violence and destruction of the US.
Do you think Israel is planning to attack Iran?
What are we doing?
Yes. How soon do you think that's going to happen?
Fairly soon, because of the window I mentioned with Donald Trump, the midterms coming up, also Iran is restoring its air defense. They may be in Iran knows something's coming. This is obvious. So they can't allow Iran to rebuild its ballistic missile capacity. They know that the enriched uranium is out there somewhere, but they may not know where. They're afraid of nuclear scientists learning how to develop weapons to kill them all. It's very maniacal, and Israel really feels like this is it. Like they're at an existential level. That's why they're, weaponizing Barry Weiss to take over CBS News. That's why you feel so much pressure in our own society. It feels like after October 7th, they have to get this done now.
Nobody has my idea about CBS News. It's a very powerful tool, I guess, when we're talking about boomers, but it has absolutely no relevance to anybody that's under the age of 65 years old. You know what I mean? When you see, I guess, Allison is now thinking of buying Warner Brothers, right? CNN, I mean, they're thinking about, Sanders just talked about it. His group is buying, what is it? Correct me here. They're Paramount and they're buying, Paramount now at CBS, and now they're trying to acquire Warner Brothers. Yeah. Okay. So, I like Barry. I think Barry's fun. I don't know how much Barry intrigues me at the moment, but she did at one point. But she's an agenda. It's very clear. It's a very clear agenda. Is that she's deeply supportive of this Israel at all costs policy. And they're going to install her at CBS. Yeah, as the ombudsman, so she'll be, I guess, tasked with determining the tone of the foreign policy coverage on CBS, domestic policy coverage, and global coverage.
Presumably, and they just installed this figure, I think his name is Weissman, as the ombudsman, who will basically neutralize the news division, and he's an Israel lobbyist himself, who worked with this neocon think tank once and Washington. So it's very clear what their agenda is. I'm just pointing to it as a sign of desperation and not necessarily a sign of total control.
Well, what I've seen over the last 6 months to a year, a lot of people get radicalized. So you go into very bad places, right? You don't want a bunch of people in America to become Nazis, obviously.
Jews. They want anti-Semitism in this country, and it also fuels their fundraising, their ADL's fundraising. So we have to resist that.
Castle, Max Blumenthal, do you, the source that you spoke to, I guess, for this piece, does that source believe that there's any potential, I don't know if you covered this or not with the source, do they believe there's any potential that in any way forces outside of this gunman were responsible for Charlie Kirk's assassination? I don't know if you covered that or not.
I mean, I state clearly in this piece that I have no evidence about Israeli.
Yes, I understand that. Did your source, who's a highly placed Trump confidant of some kind, did they, I don't know if you can make an inference or they said anything to you, but like, were they considering that as a possibility?
Yes, I would say they don't accept the official story. No one knows what the official story is.
So a highly placed person in the Trump inner circle doesn't believe the official story of Charlie's murder.
I mean, no one does, but I would just say that the phrase I remember hearing is, it feels like there's more at play. That's not the only person of more power than me in Washington that I'm hearing that from, but
You're hearing from multiple people that are connected and tapped in, that they believe that there's more at play, more to the story than simply one radicalized young man.
I heard some article publishing this story from another source who I would describe as an administration insider that's corroborated the account in this story first that Charlie Kirk actively and aggressively personally lobbied Trump against bombing Iran. In June, and to that right now, the FBI is looking for the bombing. There's a lot of frustration with the FBI not sharing information.
So, because, I mean, just to reiterate again, you're not a nut. You're a reporter. People may disagree with you. You're anti-Zionist. So, there's a lot of people that are going to say that you're a little paranoid when it comes to Israel and that Israel's behind everything. I'm just saying this is not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is an attack that you probably faced before. But you're a reporter. You're not a nut. You're not a crazy person. You grew up in Washington, D.C. You have connections to a lot of these people. You have sources. And you're not speaking to schizophrenics on the street. You're not talking to crazy people. You know, you're not, this is not things you're getting off message boards or Discord. You're talking to people in the know that believe there's more to the story. That's pretty shocking.
I can only say that I wrote this. I mean, some people want to say that there was this prefabricated narrative on the right that the killer was a leftist or a Muslim. They clearly wanted that. Now, people on the left are saying he was a Muslim. I don't know what his case, but the reason I wrote this story is because I was able to get this background about Charlie Kirk, what was happening in his life, what was covering his final break, what kind of pressure he was under, which tells a larger story about Israeli influence in the United States. It's an actual issue I've been pushing. So that's why I reported this story. I didn't report this story to prove that Israel has a direct role in his assassination, but there is a real reason why many people are not able to talk to with any proximity to power. Believe that is the case. Israel's the way Israel's conducting itself.
Final question to you in a hypothetical world. And I know you're a reporter, so it's hard to entertain. Knowing what you know about what we talked about, now is the moment, and now is the time. Everybody needs the money, and everybody Charlie Kirk to the people you're talking about. How dangerous is him making a turn on Israel? How substantive and dangerous is that? And in a hypothetical world, is it dangerous enough where you would have to eliminate it in some way? Well, I think if he had gone further than he was, and continued to give voice to the grassroots of his own organization, they would have eliminated him, but not physically. They would have eliminated him politically or just they were already calling for that. Ben Shapiro, who's now running around saying he was Charlie Kirk's best friend, said just days, I think it was just days before Charlie Kirk was killed, he said that you can't be at the front of the church giving space to the news. And then just a few days later, Charlie Kirk was at the front of the church. He was struck in the neck by a sniper's bullet. And then Ben Shapiro, within 24 hours, said, well, he's going to go on his own campus tour and pick up the bloody microphone. Charlie Kirk fought for us. So they did not want someone like giving space to anti-Israel critics or just a real move in this country. They need to hold the line. So I think there are easier ways to get rid of someone and cleaner ways than assassination. I've been talking about that for many years, for sure. And he was a gigantic threat to Israeli control over the Republican Party. Maybe the biggest threat since Trump has been so easy to manipulate and so afraid. We can't overestimate Charlie Kirk's importance to the Trump machine and to the Republican Party. He was sort of a unique figure, and I don't think he can be replaced. It will also be interesting to see who steps into his way. And I might be having more. I might have more to well, I appreciate it, Max. Maximum Flow, the website is called The Gray Zone. You guys do some really interesting stuff. Anything coming up that you want people to check out. Yeah, just watch this space. We want to report on this. And I really appreciate you being reminded of the space to talk about it. And I love working with you too. Yes, well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, wife. Also, she contributed to the story as well. And, thank you, both of you. And we'll have you back if there's new developments. Appreciate that, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have an interview this episode with Maxwell Catholical in the Gray Zone with Trump insiders talking about where Charlie Kirk was mentally the last 15 months of his life and the things he was feeling, the pressure he was under. I didn't know Charlie. I had never met him. I knew people that knew him well. Everybody liked him. Both people I know on the Democratic side liked him, and people on the Republican side obviously liked him. That was one of the most disturbing things I had ever seen in my life. The man is a husband, a father. Even if he wasn't, he's a human being. He's sitting there, he's engaging in conversations with people, and he was brutally murdered in front of his wife and children. I'm not a sanctimonious guy. I dressed up as a healthcare CEO on Netflix. I'm not someone who is out there looking for very good taste, but I just don't understand how every witness of that murder could be gleefully celebrating this attack. I think you're in one very bad place spiritually, in your life, if you're celebrating the murder of a person like that. I mean, again, this wasn't, a lot of what I do on the program, we make fun of the news, we make fun of what's happening, a lot of it's dark comedy, so I don't go out there and police people's reactions or tell them what to say, but if that's the first reaction you have to that video is to celebrate this, or, you can't be doing great. You can't be doing great if you
if you're celebrating the murder of this man, I don't think you're in a good place in your life. And, like I said, I saw the video one time. I would not rewatch it. I found it to me. I didn't know what I was watching. I was on a plane to Austin. Louis, actually, he was a show down there. And I saw this video and I was like, it was maybe the worst thing I had ever seen. You know, when I picked up my phone, it was unbelievable. And a lot of people I know, people that I'm, in their orbit comedically or for whatever reason were, I understand people trying to be funny about terrible things. I understand failed attempts at making things funny. I've had them myself. I get it. But some people, the joy, the glee, the delight in this man's assassination. Again, I don't understand how you can look at his wife, who's collapsing in front of his casket, who's crying, where the children are asking where their father is. I cannot get to that place where I can understand enjoying that. And it scares me that there's a lot of people that are there. And people that I kind of somewhat know. Not close friends, but like people that I am aware of and, kind of, worked with and know from the life that I've lived. Like, I have disagreements with Charlie Kirk, some support. I have disagreements with most people. I never allowed anybody to do it. You do not have to agree with someone to not enjoy their murder. If a person says this is something that should be observant, the following order. First, obvious. You don't have to agree with someone to not delight in murder. This guy's life was ended, his family was shattered. This is inhumane. And I understand that this is what's going to happen inevitably to people as the country drifts into this kind of schizophrenic fever dream where nothing is real and people are living online and they're radicalized and everyone's enemy and everybody's dehumanizing them. Everybody feels, for whatever reason, that this type of thing is justified. And it's a terrible moment for the future of America if people think that a guy who's willing to sit at a campus and engage in debate with students should be assassinated. I can't understand that. That's not something that I'm open to understanding. I think it's a pathology. I don't think it's a political point of view when someone whose head is blown off in front of their children, and for someone to say, oh, good. It's not a political point of view. That's kind of deeply destructive pathology. And I don't think that, I understand, again, people trying to make a horrible situation funny and failing, and doing things that are in bad taste. I've done to myself. I get it. That's not really what I'm talking about here. That's not what I saw that was the most disturbing. What I saw that was the most disturbing was the complete delight and joy in seeing someone cut down like that. I don't agree with a lot of the people that run the state that I'm sitting in right now is California. I feel they've been incredibly destructive to my living in the sense that, like, I think they've ruined large swaths of the most beautiful
on a lot of the social issues, I have kind of a libertarian view. So, like, states in New York and California, I'll agree with them on certain things, and then on other things, I don't agree, right? I don't agree with, like, like pick a gender day in preschool or whatever's happening. Like, obviously, there's things that I don't agree with at all. And I would never want any of the people that I disagree with to die. I would never want any of the people who I politically disagree with on any issue to be shot in front of their children. I don't understand. I think you're in a place in your life, if you're enjoying that, you're in a very bad place in your life. You're not at a good place in your life. I mean, that's all I can say. I don't know many well-adjusted, happy people with their own children, their own partner, wife, whatever, girlfriend, boyfriend. But dogs, I mean, anything that you ever care about, I can't imagine someone with that type of life, seeing that guy's body tense up and then slow down, watching the last moments of his life, and gleefully celebrate. It just to me, I don't understand. I can't. I was looking at some of these things kind of shocked. And I'm not a sanctimonious guy. I'm not a guy that's like, is offended by much. I'm almost offended by almost nothing. Not nothing. But when you're a person who's done comedy for years, you've been in this fucking world for years on the internet, you can't really be, sense it doesn't work. It's not, it would be the death knell for whatever you wanted to do in any type of public life. If you were sensitive or if you internalized everything or took everything to heart. I mean, that being said, when you see somebody treated as like it's Christmas or, some of the reactions I've seen are from people that are deeply I guess depressed or they feel hopeless or helpless.
And there's a contradiction in the Bryces. One Bryce says that Zov that has a mission, wears a pouch, a kiss, a diaper, to see whether or not he has additional emissions. It's also for him to walk out like on a Shabbos. It's not the way to walk around with a pouch. And if he does, also, awesome. It's awesome. No more than that. The other Bryce says not only is it awesome, it's high. Actually, the reconcile the Bryce say, Bryce says that it's also very hard to review them. This particular person, this is the way to wear a pouch. And therefore, for him, it's also considered the derech to wear it. The other Bryce goes to the that says since most people don't wear pouches, it's public to the buyer. Even a mayor agrees that it has to be that no one wears it. Where if some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it, Rabbi will agree that it's awesome. Or if somebody drills a hole, a professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole. I think this guy is awesome. Of course not. Therefore, Rabbi says we're talking about one right stuff, a Zov only saw two sightings. And in order for him to see a Zov, Gomer has to see three sightings. So for him, it's necessary to wear the couch. That's why it's hiding. The second guy is talking about that he already had three reviews, and it's that day. So therefore, the couch doesn't really accomplish anything. That's why he is up. The fact that the couch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a usage of the service, and therefore he is usher having wonderful day.
I can't quite get into your head. I said this in 2020 when people were talking about the need for violence. Not only protests, violence. And I said this goes to a terrible place. If you stop having conversations, if you stop debating people, if you stop listening to people, or if you stop
People who live in San Francisco don't necessarily have to agree with people who live in Maryland or people who live in Texas or people who live in Wyoming. There are 50 state legislatures, 50 governors. There's a reason, and different states need different things, value different things, whatever. I just can't see the value celebrating someone's death. I mean, whenever there's a weapon, number one, everybody uses it. So anybody celebrating this, it will come for you. It will come for someone on your side eventually. I don't understand. I don't think people are thinking about that. I think it's the raw, visceral feeling that someone that they view negatively is life was cut short. Like they're enjoying it. And it really is, it's fucked up. The interview we're doing is actually really disturbing. It's one of the most disturbing ones that I've done. And it's a viral article that's going viral after this. And it's trying to, again, it doesn't suggest that Charlie Kirk was murdered by Israel, but this article, which is going viral, is a disturbing portrait of a lot of the pressures that not only Charlie but other people are under. And another thing I just want to say, and before I go, because I know it's not like I mean, if I had a dispute with DoorDash and Cash Patel was investigating it, would I get the credit? Would I get the DoorDash credit if Cash Patel was tasked with an investigation? Would I get the DoorDash credit or would I not? I imagine I would not. I imagine if there was a discrepancy on a DoorDash order, the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Cash Patel, would not be able to secure my credit of $11.90. What is this guy doing? I mean, the guy that did this to Charlie, his parents turned him in. I mean, what could Cash Patel do? This is kind of an interesting question. What organization could Cash Patel run? Credibly. I don't know. Anyway, back to Morgan. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. We've talked about them so many times on the show because they are the best. With over $25 billion covered for over 500,000 clients, Morgan has proven a track record of finding meaningful and fair compensation. Florida client received $12 million after the insurance company's best offer is $250,000. Pennsylvania client was willing $26 million staggered 40 times the insurance company's original offer. $650,000. A recent client in Pennsylvania just received $1 million. The insurance best offer is $500,000. There's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. More people trust Morgan & Morgan than anything else. For 35 years, they've been fighting for people. They have over 100 offices, more than 1,000 lawyers nationwide. All law firms are not the same. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to morganpeople.com/Tim. Dial #1 #5 to 89 for your cell phone. That's F1people.com/Tim or #5 to 89 from yourself. This is a paid advertisement. Tim's Info Store and Blanket Center. When it comes to sexual performance and value cover, take control of ET. Personalized treatments made with proven ingredients prescribed by licensed providers 100% online. ET can make you feel out of control. Once you take it back, personalized treatment options include healing methods that support more spontaneous moments. ED is more common than you think. Simpler to treat than ever. You can connect online with a licensed provider to access personalized treatment options. This is premium on your term. For him, you can access personalized prescription treatment options for ED, like heart meds and sex RX, plus climate control and prescribed. Hims offers access to ED treatment options for any compartment. Drugs and generics that cost 95% less than brand names get prescribed. This isn't a one-size-fits-all that forgets you in the way to improve your health. It's your health and goals put first with real medical providers to make you treat every need. Their result. Get simple online access to
that's personalized affordable care for ED, ear loss, weight loss, and more. Visit IMS.com/gym. That's IMS.com/gym. Your free online visit. IMS.com/gym. Actual price will depend on products and subscription plan. Future products include compounded drug products and GMP is not approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, quality. Prescription required. See website for details. Max Blumenthal, editor in chief of the Gray Zone. Thank you very much for coming on. You wrote an article that's going viral. You wrote it with your wife, Anya Parenville, about obviously a horrific event that happened in John. And describing, first-hand accounts of things that Charlie had told his close friends the weeks leading up to his death. And a lot of it concerned the pressure that was being put on him by Israeli billionaires for questioning some of the things happening in Gaza, and then as well some of the anti-Semitism laws. And how did you put together this story? I mean, I know you don't ask a journalist or if it's from other sources, but how exactly do you compile this piece? Well, just to answer your question before I get into the piece, I have been following Charlie for 10 years, since almost soon after he started TV USA when he was a teenager. And I was following him as a critic or an opponent. I saw him as this kind of very hard-working, highly articulate, sort of like superhuman ultra-conservative operative that the Israel lobby had basically hijacked, and they were using it to create the biggest Republican or conservative movement in history, TV USA, and use it to advance Israel's program in the U.S. alongside all of the kind of conservative social issues he wanted to push, and recruit the youth and train them and make sure that they stay completely aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel. And these billionaire donors, they're American, but they're loyal to Israel primarily, and they actually don't care about issues like abortion or LGBTQ, or maybe some of them don't like mass immigration because they think immigrants might turn against Israel, but their issue is Israel, and Charlie Kirk was going to advance that for them, and in exchange he'd be built up as like the biggest conservative youth leader in Israel. So I've been following him for 10 years. I have no reason to say anything. Obviously, I was horrified by his killing, and I think it's a terrible moment for this country, but I have no reason to say anything positive about him or to think that he was anything less than a complete cadre for the Israel lobby. And they basically owned him. They basically controlled him. Well, he started to move away, and I was hearing about, just to tell you about how this kind of this article came into being, I was hearing about this before he was killed, that something through the grapevine. I mean, I grew up in Washington. I've been in the city, so people talk, and honestly, even though I'm more from the left, people in the Trump administration, around the Trump administration, talk more to us than the Biden administration, and they talk more about Twitter. So I was hearing about the pressure that Charlie Kirk was under in the months before he was killed. This was not unfamiliar to me, and so I decided to go back to some sources that we had and ask for more details. Well, even as somebody who were there, opponent of his, I knew it's obvious you've seen a lot of people gleefully celebrating his vicious murder. So obviously, you don't have to agree with someone to not to like him. I mean, this is, I've been surprised. Friends of mine, people that I know, and the reactions to this have actually shocked me and shaken me a little bit. I want to get back to this turn that he makes. Do you have a timestamp on when he started to question really Israeli influence
Well, how are you?
source that's talking about
Kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me? Okay, cool, man. Well, feel free to chill. I'm just taking a nap.
You put this right around the time that we attacked Iran.
Okay.
Is this before that? Is this after that? How, what do you know about his progression?
Talks about an Asian station. And right afterwards,
Let me just close the window here because that's
so not being in the same bed with them, even though you're both close. Rashi says why? Because they keep them close to Rashi.
so yeah. This is
What is it perhaps?
so this is what actually one of the most fascinating stories I've witnessed in a chicken film or a documentary or
On the same table,
Charlie Kirk again coming under pressure from his own base.
the other reason is
I would
because
say
it's one person.
I
Nobody
actually forgot which year it was. It was like 3 or 4 years ago.
Raya,
And it was called the
people
Boy
that are
Reports.
on the
And Charlie Kirk would do these
don't know each other.
TV USA tours around the country, and he had young men with violin, and they would begin to question Charlie Kirk and debate him, and debate him from an angle he never expected. And they were part of this organization called the Boy Reports, which sort of follows
What about our
Lincoln's. They're anti-Israel, they're kind of anti-Jewish. Some people call them white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. They're very anti-Israel, and they believe they're the true voice of America first because the U.S. government is falling under the control of this aligned foreign power in Israel, and so they would confront Charlie Kirk with the history of, for example, the USS Liberty, the U.S. naval ship that was deliberately struck by the Israeli military in 1967 in order to cripple that boat because it was a surveillance boat. It was listening to Israeli communications. And they killed scores of sailors. They would confront Charlie Kirk with the difference between Israeli interests and American interests while holding up a cross. And Charlie Kirk would just shut down a conversation because he knew that if he would give an inch to them, he would threaten the relationship with his donors at TV USA collapsed. And after October 7th, the pressure was just too extreme. The whole grassroots of the conservative movement, everyone under 35 started to question the U.S. Israel relationship because they all wanted to be American first. They saw Netanyahu just leading Trump around by the balls. They saw Miriam Adelson, this Israeli intelligence asset billionaire, just calling shots inside the White House. And a lot of them are pro-life and were horrified by the slaughter of babies that they saw about. So the bottom dropped out of right-wing support for Israel to the point where now only about 25% of Republicans under 35 support Israel over Palestine. So Charlie Kirk has an answer to his own grassroots base. And you can hear he's starting to make some noises. He's talking about October 7th possibly being an inside job to let it happen in order to carry out long-term political goals. He starts to question whether Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli Mossad agent at a time when Epstein files were becoming an uncomfortable issue for Trump. And it all blew out into the open at TV USA's July summit in, I believe it's Tampa, Florida. In Tallahassee. Tucker gave a speech. Right. So Tucker gave a speech. I mean, that was the seminal moment, but it wasn't just Tucker. Megyn Kelly had started questioning Israel, and she's on stage calling Jeffrey Epstein a Mossad agent. Charlie, comic Dave Smith, like myself, is a Jewish anti-Zionist, but he more comes from the libertarian world. So he was welcomed on stage to debate a Zionist propagandist who works for Newsweek, Joshua Hammer, debate. No, that's not something you want, especially at this point, if you are like a pro-Israel enforcer. And Dave Smith was openly talking about the slaughter of children in Gaza, and the crowd was cheering in this cathartic way. Then Tucker comes out and says, you should not be, you should have your citizenship again if you fight for a foreign army. Right? Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of American Jewish youth go to Israel and fight for their army instead of our own. So that's a direct blow to not just the Israel lobby, but like the whole concept of Jewish communal life as it's understood by its leadership. And Tucker calls out Bill Ackman, who was one of the biggest Netanyahu money men inside the U.S., who was pulling strings at Harvard, getting their funding pulled as they cracked down on Palestine activism. questions Bill
And I
Ackman.
will also
Bill
say
Ackman calls him a scam artist. He said, how did he make $9 million? Like, where did it come from? I mean, and Bill Ackman, the next day, he couldn't really answer the question. He published like a 5,000-word meltdown Twitter post trying to defend his financial investments. It was just bonkers. I'd never seen anything like it. It was all Charlie Kirk's fault for sanctioning, for giving basically the people what they wanted. And after that, he started getting publicly attacked. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, the two biggest Zionist enforcers in the media, who are very close to Netanyahu, biggest forces lobbying Trump to wage war on Iran, went off on TV USA, said we can't be having a Big Ten if it includes kooks. Laura Loomer, we all know who she is. She publicly attacked Charlie Kirk and said he basically had to step down. He was getting attacked in pro-Israel media. What we didn't know, which I learned, is in private, the pressure was even more intense. He was bombarded with text messages. And at some point, Netanyahu personally called him and offered to basically fund his organization to levels that he never even imagined, which meant, Zionist Israeli takeover, like recapture of TV USA organization they basically helped create. And Charlie Kirk turned him down. After Charlie Kirk was killed, we know Netanyahu wouldn't stop posting about it. Like minutes after he was killed, when his body was still warm, Netanyahu was posting about it, interrupting his 7-month war in the Middle East and his global assassination spree, where he's trying to kill people even inside a U.S. ally. Can you remember any time that the history of political assassination that you're a foreign government has come out to deny that they were behind it? I've never seen anything like that. Right. And somebody that I mean, it was so Netanyahu has to ultimately deny that Israel was involved in it. On Newsmax with Ben Suster. Newsmax is another institution that Israel controls. Its CEO, Chris Ruddy, was just in Israel with Netanyahu. He's shining his shoes in public. So Netanyahu goes there and he says, this is like to accuse us of killing Charlie Kirk, having a role in this, is like a medieval blood libel and the Holocaust. And when Netanyahu says that, it probably leads some Gentiles to wonder if there's something to those blood libels. I mean, when someone that crazy and that blood soaked links innocent Jews to the murderous campaign that Israel's carrying out, it's bad. It's actually bad for the Jews when he says that. But I've never seen anything like this, and I've never seen anything like what Netanyahu was doing related to a tragedy or a crime in the United States since 9/11. Netanyahu blamed Muslims for Charlie Kirk's killing explicitly on Fox News. He was trying to milk it as much as he could to turn it back on him because he's become a prime suspect. But after 9/11, Netanyahu said in comments widely reported in Israeli media, you can look this up. He said 9/11 was good for Israel, and it's the same way that he saw Charlie Kirk's killing as being good for Israel. He actually probably thought a Muslim was responsible, and he thought he could blame the left and the Palestine solidarity movement and get them shut down by the FBI. And so in a way, he was kind of thrilled by what had happened. And that fuels the speculation. But the real issue was, as we learned from a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk, who had spoken to him, I would say, a week or two before he was killed about this, he was afraid of Netanyahu, and he was afraid of these billionaire cutouts of Netanyahu. Many of them had funded his organization. So let me ask you a question. Harrison Smith, who's a personality in the wars pro-Trump outlet, has said, based on the source he spoke to, I don't know what source he spoke to. He said this on August 13th, so almost a month before Charlie Kirk was killed. He said Charlie Kirk fears that Israel will kill him, and he continues ahead, providing space in the largest conservative youth organization in American history, which is the institutional grassroots apparatus of Trump and the Republican Party, for Israel critics and anti-Zionists. I didn't say that. I don't have any force. I can't see any hard material evidence that Israel had him killed. But there's this fear when you go against the Israel army and you're that powerful. And it's a fear that I've been told Donald Trump shares. I was told that by my next question from Trump insiders.
My next question is, does the President of the United States fear for his life?
Yes. Yes, I mean, obviously, he fears for his life. And I was told that he feared for his life before the two assassination attempts, one coming within a millimeter of striking his head. I mean, let's not forget about that.
I mean, just to clarify, he doesn't fear for his life because of Ireland.
I mean, I've been told, yes, that Israel is a major source of concern for Trump. I mean, think about it. What happens is our allies. If he suspended arms to a country that carries out assassinations all across the globe, that specializes in assassinations, that has an entire wing of its intelligence services that conducts assassinations in household goods, pagers. Do you not be scared? So yes, Trump is scared, and what I learned from the source who is a Trump insider, someone who talks to talks to people in the Oval Office, people close to Trump, is that during one of Netanyahu's many visits to the U.S. this year, some figures in his Reddit, Israeli agents placed electronic devices on emergency response Secret Service vehicles. The Secret Service found them and they reported this to the White House. These would be emergency response vehicles that would respond to an incident potentially involving the president. Right? Some people watching this might be dismissing me as crazy right now, and I wasn't able to confirm this. I can't just call up the Secret Service and have them tell me that. But in 2019, 3 former high-ranking U.S. officials from the Trump administration told Politico that listening devices were found around the White House and in sensitive locations across Washington, targeting President Trump. They wanted to listen to his calls and communications, and they were planted by Israel. That's just go look that up. Right now, Boris Johnson, former Israeli Prime Minister, wrote in his memoirs that Benjamin Netanyahu asked to use his personal toilet, and that British security found a listening device planted in his personal toilet immediately after Netanyahu left. So Netanyahu himself dropped the listening device in the British Prime Minister's toilet. We never let Netanyahu take his dump at your house.
Let me ask you a question. In your estimation, why do things like this not damage relations between the U.S. and Israel more, or the U.K. and Israel? You know, when an ally is found to be, that everybody spies on everybody, but when you are putting a listening device in the Prime Minister's bathroom, where you're putting, you're reportedly putting tracking devices on Secret Service emergency response vehicles, where is the fallout from that? Is there any diplomatic fallout from that?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, think of all the things Israel does. Israel is seeking to drag the U.S. into a all-out war with Iran. Where's the fallout from that? The fallout is among the people. It's among the young people who watch your show, follow social media. No one's don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Like, they're paying attention, and they have almost no power in this country on this this issue because of Israel's
It says
ethno-supremacist rivalry network known as AIPAC, which controls Congress with a hammerlock. Look at like two of the few voices in Congress who spoke out about these issues. Cory Bush, who's kicked out, and Jamal Bowman, kicked out. But AIPAC spent almost $20 million, and they were like backbenchers. Like in their own campaigns, they probably spent like $100,000, and they spent $20 million in Super Bowl style ads against them. And none of the ads even mentioned Israel once. And they come up with these fake stealth ads like Americans for Democracy in their district, so you don't even know it's an AIPAC ad. Now they're going after Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene is safer in her district, but who's paying for the campaign against Thomas Massey? Miriam Adelson and Paul Sager. Paul Sager is another ultra-Zionist billionaire who's basically like Marco Rubio's man. Marco Rubio. He's a venture capitalist who runs Elliott Capital Management.
Let's say you try
and he's very involved in Minnesota as well.
That's not on purpose, by the way.
These guys are running the show. So let me ask you a question.
Water from the sea.
Trump is elected.
But how much water do we produce? According to Villa, it's a
Miriam Adelson is a huge donor.
Rabbi,
among others, right? And Bill Ackles is another big donor.
well, when the Shabbat is 36,
It's the understanding,
of common passing,
we gave you a bunch of money.
that's the
You're
Shara.
going to let us do anything we want.
And
And is there kind of a veiled threat that,
the worst
spoken or unspoken, that hangs in the air around Epstein, in your estimation, Epstein files, and the nature of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, potentially, and Israeli intelligence? What exactly, how does that factor into
That takes time to emerge.
what we're seeing
Shaman
now
says
with
here on out.
shaping the narrative? It seems like that's obvious losing control of the narrative quickly. Certainly younger people, but with a lot of people. Rise of independent media, the sheer audacity with which AIPAC and people like that are behaving in Yamato. What role do you think uncovering the truth about Epstein plays in here in the White House? Are they afraid to release this stuff? Are they implicated in this stuff? Is it both? And was this something where it was understood that they were there to extend the cover-up? What do you think this is? Trump has personally said that he was concerned about the files and the names of clients being released, or not necessarily clients but associates, because people see here some very good people. He said that on the record. He thinks he's one of them. He's very closely associated with Jeffrey Epstein. And this was the first time I've ever seen Teflon Don get his mystique actually broken. It was all over Jeffrey Epstein, but it's not just about Jeffrey Epstein as one man. I think it's dangerous to go too far down the rabbit hole of Jeffrey Epstein. But we do need to acknowledge that there was a strong Israeli connection there. Jeffrey Epstein was working with the former Israeli Prime Minister, Defense Minister, most decorated soldier in Israeli history, on spinning out a series of security companies that were going to compete with the big time.
You cannot say that they said you have to burn it. The only thing that was burned right away is something that was
townhouse
but somebody that had hands to burn.
50 times.
Later on,
He had met with Sean Parents for 80 years before the game. That was they had.
and they said
He set up meetings between JP
here,
Morgan and
your space is
Benjamin
also part of it.
and he was a pro-Israel guy. He was
Burn,
first
but
down
it's
to like
later on,
Israel's
one
propaganda
of the
lawyer.
later,
So,
show
Jeffrey Epstein's sort of a stand-in
dirt.
for everything that frustrates people, especially younger people in this country, about this carrying out all sorts of sordid financial crimes, bribery, manipulating institutions, buying CBS news, propagandizing the public in support of the genocide. It's sort of like Jeffrey Epstein perfectly embodies the most disgusting specter or figure of this entire network that we've been sort of forbidden from talking about for so many years. And now, I mean, it's like as long as there is an apartheid Israel, we're going to be waking up every day on social media and seeing images of shredded children. And our legislatures are going to be filled with bills that will prevent us from doing anything about it. So the frustration only continues to build as Donald Trump seems to block the Epstein files. Did you notice? This is so crazy. Hey, Charlie Kirk was shot. I mean, take this out of my mouth, but I'm pretty sure it was. I think I know you're about to see me vote, right? The Senate voted to not release the Epstein files. It's like a straight party line vote.
Yeah, this is not good for American. This is not good for American Jews. A lot of my Jewish friends are not, they want to get around. They think that they've made a wrong turn, obviously, in the years after October 7th. What do you think the temperature is like right now between the Trump administration and Israel? Is this an unbreakable bond that is being enforced by a fear, a mutually assured destruction? What is the likelihood of us going into Iran again? What is the likelihood of us doubling down? I mean, there's a huge project now. Will be a very huge construction project, I believe, in Gaza. I mean, they're moving people out of Gaza. They're going to build a new Gaza. Is the United States going to be providing peacekeeping? Is it going to be NATO peacekeeping forces? Is it going to be U.S. contractors giving boots on the ground? Are we going to be funding it? What do you know about what's coming next? What's the next phase of what happens there?
Well, with Gaza, it's not a construction project. It's a destruction project.
Well, right, but it will be eventually. I mean, they're trying to move them out to do something.
Right. They're trying to move them out to what they call in Israel, especially the north of Gaza, which is nationalism in Israel. They want that land. They fought hard for it. This war is genocide. They have there's not all those shiny pictures that you see, all the plans for the Gaza repair, making them like Dubai. That's not going to be happening. Palestinians are going to focus. That's not what's going to happen. The plan is to actively finance and to even incentivize them to go out and give them subsidies to go out. But Israel does not want that. The Gaza Strip, what was it? 85% refugees were kicked off their land in 1948 when Israel was founded. 750,000 people. Where that many went in 1948, and so many of them went to Gaza, and they were just warehoused there. I've been to Gaza twice. When you go into Gaza, the first thing you see is the war zone across the border. It's a remotely controlled machine gun with a gigantic wall that stretches as far as pointing into Gaza. That's the world they were living in before October 7th, 2023. It was closed off from the outside world. And then they had this gigantic violent rebellion by Hamas and Israel decided they must all go. They have to go through Egypt. So that's just as bluntly as I can put it, and it will be the crime of the century to watch 2 million people scattered like the wind in the world. Where will that world go? Will they go to Europe? Will they go to the United States? They one of the most horrific genocidal wars we've ever seen. What kind of mentality will they be bringing with them? Will it be good for those societies? Well, it's Israel that's pushing that on the rest of the world. So, if you're worried about if you're worried about the border now, I mean, consider what Israel has got coming. And although I think we should welcome should be in their homes. Well, I think we should stop destroying their countries, and then they have a place to go. And that would be fine, Iran. Yeah, it would be fine. Yeah, your question, Iran, what do you think the likelihood is if we get into another war with Iran? And is that why, is the Israeli government right now lobbying the Trump administration actively to go back into Iran? Is this something that you know or are hearing from them?
Yes, and also from sources in Iran, they're prepared for this. They think that this will happen 100%. I would say 99% just because I always like to hedge. But, my friends in Iran, who are just sort of regular people, tell me their whole society believes this is going to come in weeks from now.
What do you think this will need to happen now? Technically couldn't have gotten now, what they want now. You think Israel's looking at America and going, we're in trillions of dollars of debt, where, maybe we'll default on the debt, maybe the dollar's going to fall, maybe our standing in the world's going to collapse, and they need to get everything out of us right now. Like, doesn't it feel to you like there's an immediacy to what is happening? I could be wrong about this, but it does feel to me that they're like, we need all of it now. It needs to happen now. We need to not only the country of Gaza, but we need the Iranian regime now. We need to bomb Libya, Syria, and all of these places right now. It does seem like are they looking at the tide of populism around the world going, we're not going to be able to get this kind of money in 10 years? Are they looking at America's financial standing and going, it's an inevitability that we're not going to have the money to give them? What exactly is it about this moment where everything needs to happen now? By the way, even though they're losing standing with every demographic in America, they're losing respect, or they're losing control of the narrative, but they're still pushing ahead in a very aggressive way. What is it about this moment that it all needs to happen now?
That's a great question. And as I said, Israel can see the writing on the wall in the West, where a new generation is rising and turning against it simply because they are simply smarter with the manipulation, censorship. But there's a new world rising in China. There's a new world rising in Iran, which is at the center of Eurasia. And a new world that is rising is not a world that America dominates. And in Washington, this relates to this, just brings it all back home to Charlie Kirk. They have Donald Trump completely under control in the way that they never controlled the U.S. president. And every president is basically given a view of what they wanted. But with Trump, there are simply no red lines. And after having demonstrated in Gaza that they could get away with anything they wanted, Netanyahu is nearing the end of his own life, who is the most historically significant Israeli prime minister since the founding prime minister David Ben-Gurion, and certainly longer than Ben-Gurion, who's actually someone from the United States who speaks English as his native language, grew up in Philadelphia, went to MIT, worked at Boston Consulting. He sees that this is the last moment before Trump leaves the stage where he can get everything he wants, and his dream over his entire political career was to destroy Iran, regime change in Iran. And he believes that he can achieve regime change in Iran, then all of his problems in the region will, and Israel's problems in the region, will disappear, and Israel will be secure, consolidated strategic depth for eternity. So Netanyahu wants to leave this world with that as his legacy, but he cannot accomplish that in Iran, as we just saw from the last 12-day war, without the U.S. military. So he has to manipulate the United States into not just striking Iran and sending a stealth bomber over there for some Top Gun style boots on the ground and full-out war, just like an unprecedented slaughterhouse where we see tens of thousands of American troops killed for Netanyahu's dream. So every time Netanyahu strikes Iran and
tries to turn up the temperature in the region. It's always to get the U.S. involved, and it's bad for the U.S. It's bad for Jews. It's bad for the global economy and therefore the world. That is why I'm always talking about this, and why I think people need to understand the danger.
What do you think happens if they can't? Obviously, there's members of the Trump administration that not one I would say probably Trump is one of them. I don't think he sees a good domestic political outcome going to war with Iran. What lengths are they willing to go to make this happen? Well, I think attacking Iran in fashion, killing nuclear scientists, attempting to kill, I don't know, this Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, that would be the most extreme thing possible. It would be catastrophic Russian violence that would draw the U.S. in. Do you think Israel's planning to attack Iran? Yes. How soon do you think that's going to happen? Fairly soon, because of the window I mentioned, Donald Trump, the midterms coming up, also Iran is restoring its air defenses. Right. They may be Iran knows something's coming. This is obvious. So they can't allow Iran to rebuild its ballistic missile capacity. They know that the enriched uranium is out there somewhere, but they may not know where. They're afraid of nuclear scientists learning how to develop weapons. They want to kill them all. It's very maniacal, and Israel really feels like this is it. Like they're at an existential moment. That's why they're, weaponizing Barry Weiss to take over CBS News. That's why they feel so much pressure in their own society. Israel feels like after October 7th, they have to get this done now. And nobody knows why they're at CBS News. It's a very powerful tool, I guess, when you're talking about boomers. But it has absolutely no relevance to anybody that's fucking 65 years old. You know what I mean? When you see, I guess, Allison is now thinking of buying Warner Brothers, right? CNN, they're thinking about, Sanders just talked about it. His group is buying, what is it? Incorrect. They're Paramount, and they're buying, they own Paramount, they own CBS, and now they're trying to acquire Warner Brothers. Yeah. Okay. So, I like Barry. I think Barry's fun. I don't know how much Barry enjoys me at the moment, but she did at one point. But she has an agenda. It's very clear. It's a very clear agenda that she's deeply supportive of Israel at all costs policy. And they're going to install her at CBS. Yeah, as the ombudsman, so she'll be, I guess, tasked with determining the tone of the foreign policy coverage on CBS, domestic policy coverage, all of the coverage. Presumably, they just installed this figure, I think his name is the ombudsman, who will basically neutralize the news division, and he's an Israel lobbyist himself. They work at this neocon think tank, the Hudson Institute in Washington. So I think it's very clear what their agenda is. I'm just pointing to it as a sign of desperation, and not necessarily a sign of total control. Well, it's the thing is, what I've seen over the last 6 months, there are a lot of people getting radicalized. They're going to very bad places, right? You don't want a bunch of people in America to become Nazis, obviously. You don't want people to become fascists. You don't want people to embrace
guess you can make an inference or they said anything to you, but like, were they considering that as a possibility? Yes, I would say they don't accept the official story. No one even knows what the official story is. So a highly placed person in the Trump inner circle doesn't believe the official story of Charlie's murder. I mean, no one does, but I would just say that the phrase I remember hearing is, "Welcome to the city." It feels like there's more at play. That's not the only person with more power than me in Washington that I'm hearing that from, but you're hearing from multiple people that are connected and tapped in, that they believe that there's more at play, or more to the story than simply one radicalized young man. I heard subsequent to publishing this story from another source who I would describe as an administration insider that corroborated the account in this story first that Charlie Kirk was actively and aggressively, personally lobbying Trump against bombing Iran. And two, that right now the FBI is not being forthcoming, and there's a lot of frustration with the FBI not sharing information. So, because, just to reiterate again, you're not a nut, you're a reporter, people may disagree with you, you're anti-Zionist, so there's a lot of people that are going to, say that you're a little paranoid when it comes to Israel, that Israel's behind everything. I'm just saying this is not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is an attack that you probably faced before. But you're a reporter, you're not a nut, you're not a crazy person, you grew up in Washington, D.C., you have connections to a lot of these people, you have sources, and you're not speaking to schizophrenics on the street, you're not talking to crazy people, you're not, this is not the things you're getting off message boards or Discord, you're talking to people in the know that believe there's more to the story. That's pretty shocking. I can only say that I wrote this, and some people want to say that there was this prefabricated narrative on the right that the killer was a leftist or a Muslim. People really wanted that. Now, the people on the left are saying he was a Royfer. I don't know what the case, but the reason I wrote this story was because I was able to get this background about Charlie Kirk, what was happening in his life, what was coloring his final days, the kind of pressure he was under, which tells a larger story about Israeli influence in the United States. And that's just an issue I've been covering for years. So that's why I reported this story. I didn't report this story to prove Israel has a direct role in his assassination, but there is a real reason why many people are not able to talk to with any proximity to power. Believe that is the case. It's because the way Israel's conducting itself. Final question to you: in a hypothetical world, and I know you're a reporter, so you try to entertain us. Knowing what you know about what we talked about now is the moment, and now is the time. Everybody needs the money, and everybody needs this Iran regime change. Everyone obviously that has that perspective, that interest in Netanyahu, that was all the people. In a hypothetical world, would the head of a campus organization that is hugely influential in grassroots political organizing and fundraising, do you think, and again, this is not to say there is evidence of this, because obviously you have it. In a hypothetical world, how dangerous is a Charlie Kirk to the people you're talking about? How dangerous is him making a turn on Israel? How substantive and dangerous is that? And in a hypothetical world, is it dangerous enough where you would have to eliminate him in some way. Well, I think if he had gone further than he was going, and continued to give voice to the grassroots of his own organization, they would have eliminated him, but not physically. And they would have sought to eliminate him politically or just politically. And they were already calling for that. Ben Shapiro, who's now running around saying he was Charlie Kirk's best friend, said just days, I think it was just days before Charlie Kirk was killed, he said that you can't be at the front of the church giving space to groups. And then just a few days later, Charlie Kirk was at the front of the church. He was struck in the neck by a sniper's bullet. And then Ben Shapiro, within 24 hours, said, well, he's going to go on his own canvas tour and pick up the bloody microphone that Charlie Kirk left for us. So they did not want someone like giving space to anti-Israel critics or just the rude in this country. They needed to hold the line. So I don't know. I think there are easier ways to get rid of someone and cleaner ways than assassination. I've been targeting that for many years, but for sure. And he was a gigantic threat to Israeli control over the Republican Party, maybe the biggest threat since Trump has proven so easy to move and manipulate and so afraid. I mean, we can't overestimate Charlie Kirk's importance to the Trump machine and to the Republican Party. He was sort of a unique figure, and I don't think he can be replaced. It will also be interesting to see who steps into his wake. And
welcome to the Equal Down.
I appreciate it, Max. Maximum of all the websites called the Gray Zone. You guys, there's some really interesting stuff. Anything coming up you want people to check out. Yeah, just watch this space. I don't want to report on this. And I really appreciate the space to talk about it. I love the 22. Yes, well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank your wife. For also she contributed to the story as well. And thank you both of you, and we'll have you back if there's new developments. Appreciate that, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We're going to review this episode with Max Blumenthal, who wrote an article in the Gray Zone with Trump insiders talking about where Charlie Kirk was mentally in the last few months of his life and things he was feeling, the pressure he was under. I didn't know Charlie. I never met him. I knew people that knew him well. Everybody liked him. Both people I know on the Democratic side liked him, and people on the Republican side obviously liked him. But, that was one of the most disturbing things I had ever seen in my life. The man is a husband, a father. Even if he wasn't, he's a human being. He's sitting there, he's engaging in conversations with people, and he was brutally murdered in front of his wife and children. I'm not a sanctimonious guy. I dressed up as a dead healthcare CEO on Netflix. I'm not someone who's out there being a purveyor of good taste, but I just don't understand how, after witnessing that murder, you can be gleefully celebrating this attack. I think you're in a very bad place spiritually, in your life, if you were celebrating the murder of a person like that. And again, this wasn't, a lot of what I do on the program, we make fun of the news, we make fun of what's happening, a lot of it's dark comedy, so I don't go out there and police people's reactions or tell them what to say, but if that's the first reaction you have to that video is to celebrate this, or, I mean, you can't be doing great. You can't be doing great. If you're celebrating the murder of this man, I don't think you're in a good place in your life. And, like I said, I saw the video, I watched it one time, I would not rewatch
trying to be funny about terrible things. I understand failed attempts at making things funny. I've had them myself. I get it. But some people, the joy, the glee, the delight in this man's assassination. Again, I don't understand how you can look at his wife who's collapsing in front of his casket, who's crying, where the children are asking where their father is. I cannot get to that place where I can understand enjoying that. And it scares me that there's a lot of people that are there. And people that I kind of somewhat know, not close friends, but like people that I am aware of and, kind of, worked with and know from the life that I've lived. Like, I have disagreements with Charlie Kirk, some substantive ones. I have disagreements with most people. You do not have to agree with someone to not enjoy their murder. This is something that should be obvious. You don't have to agree with someone to not delight in their murder. This guy's life was ended, his family was shattered. This is inhumane. And I understand that this is what's going to happen inevitably to people as the country drifts into this kind of schizophrenic fever dream where nothing is real and people are living online and they're radicalized and everyone's an enemy and everybody's dehumanizing them. Everybody feels, for whatever reason, that this type of thing is justified. And it's a terrible omen for the future of America if people think that a guy who's willing to sit at a campus and engage in debate with students should be assassinated. I can't understand that. That's not something that I'm open to understanding. I think it's a pathology. I don't think it's a political point of view when someone's head is blown off in front of their children, and for someone to say, "Oh, good." It's not a political point of view. That's destructive pathology. And I don't think that, I understand, again, people trying to make a horrible situation funny and failing and doing things that are in bad taste. I've done them myself. I get it. That's not really what I'm talking about here. That's not what I saw that was the most disturbing. What I saw that was the most disturbing was the complete delight and joy in seeing someone cut down like that. I don't agree with a lot of the people that run the state that I'm sitting in right now. It's California. I feel they've been incredibly destructive to my living in the sense that, like, I think they ruined large swaths of the most beautiful state in the union. I think their policies have driven business out of the state. They've increased crime, and I agree with their policies on some things. Right? Like, I'm pro-choice, I'm pro-gay marriage, I'm pro, on a lot of the social issues, I have kind of a libertarian view. So, like, states like New York and California, I'll agree with them on certain things, and then on other things, I don't agree with them, right? I don't agree with, like pick a gender day in preschool or whatever's happening. Like, obviously, there's things that I don't agree with at all. And I would never want any of the people that that I disagree with to die. I would never want any of the people who I politically disagree with on any issue to be shot in front of their children. I don't understand. I think you're at a place in your life. If you're enjoying that, you're in a very bad place in your life. You're not at a good place in your life. I think that's all I can say. I don't know many well-adjusted, happy people with their own children, their own partner, wife, whatever, girlfriend, boyfriend, a dog. I mean, anything that you ever care about, I can't imagine someone with that type of life seeing that guy's body tense up and slump down, watching the last moments of his life, and gleefully celebrating. It just, to me, I don't understand. I can't. I was looking at some of these things kind of shocked. And I'm not a sanctimonious guy. I'm not a guy that is offended by much. I'm almost offended by almost nothing. Not nothing, but when you're a person who's done comedy for years and you've been in this fucking world for years on the internet, you can't really be, sensitive. It doesn't work. It's not, it would be the death knell for whatever you wanted to do in any type of public life if you were sensitive or if you internalized everything and took everything to heart. I mean, that being said, when you see somebody, treating this like it's Christmas or, some of the reactions I've seen are from people that are deeply, I guess, depressed, or they feel hopeless or helpless, and they're reacting in a kind of, in a state of rage, and they're not, in that they're denying their humanity. They're not thinking about things like human being. I understand not liking someone. I understand thinking their policies make your life harder. I understand having fundamental disagreements with people. Fundamental disagreements, by the way. They're like little things. I understand that there's people in my life I have fundamental disagreements with on major issues, big issues. I still remain friends with because I believe that humanity is incredibly important, and that people respect the fact that people are human beings that come from different places, have different belief systems, have different faiths, have different ways of doing things. And, when Charlie Kirk was not a crazy extremist, he made inflammatory statements. A lot of people make inflammatory statements, but if you listen to the context of a lot of what he said, the guy was not necessarily a psychopath. He had a definite belief system that, he sat down and talked to people about. I feel like if you're for the assassination of that person, I can't quite get into your head. I said this in 2020 when people were talking about the need for violence, not only protests, violence. And I said this goes to a terrible place. If you stop having conversations, if you stop debating people, if you stop listening to people, or if you stop, America doesn't have to be any one thing. That's why there's 50 states, and people who live in San Francisco don't necessarily have to agree with people who live in Maryland, or people who live in Texas, or people who live in Wyoming. There are 50 state legislatures, 50 governors, There's a reason, and different states need different things, value different things, whatever. I just can't see the value in celebrating So anybody celebrating this, it will come for you. It will come for someone on your side eventually. I don't understand, but I don't think people are thinking about that. I think it's the raw, visceral feeling that someone that they viewed negatively's life was cut short. And they're enjoying it. And it really is, it's fucked up. The interview we're doing is actually really disturbing. It's one of the most disturbing ones that I've done. And it's a viral article that is going viral after this. And it's trying to, again, it doesn't suggest that Charlie Kirk was murdered by Israel. But this article, which is going viral, is a disturbing portrait of a lot of the pressures that not only Charlie but other people were under. And another thing I just want to say, and before I go, because I know it's not like I mean, if I had a dispute with DoorDash and Cash Patel was investigating it, would I get the credit? Would I get the DoorDash credit if Cash Patel was tasked with the investigation? Would I get the DoorDash credit or would I not? I imagine I would not. I imagine if there was a discrepancy on a DoorDash order, the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Cash Patel, would not be able to secure my credit of $11.90. What is this guy doing? I mean, the guy that did this to Charlie, his parents turned him in. I mean, what could Cash Patel run? This is kind of an interesting question. What organization could Cash Patel run? Credibly. I don't know. Anyway, Max Blumen. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. We've talked about it so many times on the show because they are the best with over $25 billion in coverage for over 500,000 clients. Morgan & Morgan is a proven track record of finding any full and fair compensation. Florida client received $12 million after the insurance company's best offer was $250,000. Pennsylvania client was awarded $26 million as staggered 40 times the insurance company's original offer was $650,000 a week. Recent client Pennsylvania just received $29 million. The insurance best offer is $500,000. There's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. More people are trusting Morgan & Morgan than anybody else. For over 35 years, they've been fighting for the people. They have over 100 offices and more than 1,000 lawyers nationwide. All law firms are not the same. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/Tim or dial #529 from your cell phone. That's f1people.com/Tim or #529 from your cell. This is a paid advertisement. Can't help store under blankets here. But when it comes to sexual performance, they've got you covered. Take control of ED. Personalized treatments made with proven ingredients prescribed by licensed providers 100% online. ED can make you feel out of control. Let's take it back to personalized treatment options. Daily meds that support more spontaneous moments. ED is more common than you think and simpler to treat than ever. Through HIMS, you can connect online with a licensed provider to access personalized treatment options discreetly and on your terms. For HIMS, you can access personalized prescription treatment options for ED, like heart meds and SexRx, plus climate control and prescribed. HIMS offers access to ED treatment options ranging from heart meds to trusted generics and 95% less than brand names get prescribed. This isn't a one-size-fits-all that forgets your way with your health. It's your health and goals put first with real medical providers making sure you get their results. It's simple online access to personalized affordable care for ED, hair loss, weight loss, and more. Visit HIMS.com/Tim. That's HIMS.com/Tim for your free online visit. HIMS.com/Tim. Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products include compounded drug products and HIMS not approved or verified with safety effectiveness quality. Prescription required. See website for details. Max Blumenthal, editor-in-chief of the Gray Zone, thank you very much for coming on. You wrote an article that's going viral. You wrote with your wife, Anya Parnville, about Israeli billionaires for questioning some of the things happening in Gaza, and then as well some of the new anti-Semitism laws. And how did you put together this story? I mean, I know you as a journalist and other sources, but how exactly do you compile this piece? Well, just to answer your question before I get into the piece, I have been following Charlie Kirk for 10 years, since almost soon after he started TV USA when he was a teenager. And I was following him as a critic or an opponent. I saw him as this kind of very hardworking, highly articulate, sort of like superhuman, ultra-conservative operative that the Israel lobby had basically hijacked, and they were using him to create the biggest Republican or conservative movement in history, TV USA, and use it to advance Israel's program in the U.S. alongside all of the kind of conservative social issues he wanted to push and, recruit the youth and train them and make sure that they stay completely aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel. And these billionaire donors, they're American, but they're loyal to Israel primarily. And they actually don't care about issues like abortion or LGBTQ or maybe some of them don't like massive immigration because they think immigrants might turn against Israel. But their issue is Israel, and Charlie Kirk was going to advance that for them. And in exchange, he built up as like the biggest conservative youth leader in history. So I've been following him for 10 years. I have no reason to say anything. Obviously, I was horrified by his killing. And I think it's a terrible omen for this country, but I have no reason to say anything positive about him or to think that he was anything less than a complete conjurer for the Israel lobby. And they basically owned him. They basically controlled him. And he started to move away. And I was hearing about it, just to tell you about how this kind of this article came into me. I was hearing about this before he was killed. That something through the grapevine. I mean, I grew up in Washington. I've been in the city, so people talk. And honestly, even though I work with the left, people from the Trump administration, around the Trump administration, talk more to us. The Biden administration did. They talk more to alternative media. So I was hearing about the pressure that Charlie Kirk was under in the months before he was killed. This was not unfamiliar to me. And so I decided to go back to some sources that we had and ask what was for more details. Well, even as somebody who you were a political opponent of his, I do. It's obvious you're seeing a lot of people gleefully celebrating his vicious murder. Obviously, you don't have to agree with someone to not like their murder. I mean, this is. I've been surprised. Friends of mine, people that I know, and the reactions to this have actually shocked me and shaken me a little bit. I want to get back to this turn that he makes. You have a timestamp on when he's starting to question really Israeli influence in American domestic politics. Because I'm reading your article, and you talk about your source is talking about Charlie kind of starting to question the amount of influence that Israel has in U.S. not only domestic politics, but foreign politics as well. Do you put this right around the time that we attacked Iran? Is this before that? Is this after that? What do you know about his progression? Let me just close a window here because I have some noise coming in. So yeah, this is so this is what actually one of the most fascinating stories I've witnessed in American politics. The multiple film or a documentary or a book. Charlie Kirk began coming under pressure from his own base. I would say I actually forgot which year it was, but it was like 3 or 4 years ago, and it was called the Roiber Wars. And Charlie Kirk would do these TPUSA tours around the country, and young men would file in, and they would, you get to question Charlie Kirk and debate him, and they hit him from an angle he never expected. They were from this organization called the Roiber's, which sort of follows Nick Fuentes. They're anti-Israel. They're kind of anti-Jewish. Some people call them white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. They're very anti-Israel, and they believe they're the true voice of America first because the U.S. government has fallen under the control of this malign foreign power in Israel, and so they would confront Charlie Kirk with the history of, for example, the USS Liberty, the U.S. naval ship that was deliberately struck by the Israeli military in the 1967 war in order to cripple that boat because it was a surveillance boat. It was listening to Israeli communications, and they killed scores of sailors. They would confront Charlie Kirk with the difference between Israeli interests and American interests while holding up a cross, and Charlie Kirk would just shut down the conversation because he knew that if he would give an inch to them, it would threaten the relationship with his donors, and TV USA would collapse. And after October 7th, the pressure was just too extreme. The whole grassroots of the conservative movement, everyone under 35, started to question the U.S.-Israel relationship because they wanted to be America first. And they saw Netanyahu just leading Trump around by the balls. They saw Miriam Adelson, this Israeli intelligence asset billionaire, just calling shots inside the White House. And a lot of them are pro-life and were horrified by the slaughter of babies that they saw in Gaza. So the bottom dropped out of right-wing youth support for Israel to the point where now only about 25% of Republicans under 35 support Israel over Palestine. So Charlie Kirk has to answer to his own grassroots base, and you can hear he's starting to make some noises. He's talking about October 7th possibly being an inside job. Israel let it happen in order to carry out long-term political goals. He starts to question whether Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli Mossad agent at a time when the Epstein files were becoming an uncomfortable issue for Trump. And it all blew out into the open at TPUSA's July summit in, I believe it was Tampa, Florida, in Tallahassee.
Yeah, Tucker gave the speech.
Right. So Tucker gave a speech. I mean, that was the seminal moment. But it wasn't just Tucker. Megyn Kelly had started questioning Israel, and she's on stage calling Jeffrey Epstein a Mossad agent with Charlie. Comic Dave Smith, who, like myself, is a Jewish anti-Zionist, but he more comes from kind of a libertarian world. So he was welcomed on stage to debate a Zionist propagandist who works for Newsweek, Joshua Hammer, debate. No, that's not something you want, especially at this point if you are like a pro-Israel enforcer. And Dave Smith was openly talking about the slaughter of children in Gaza, and the crowd was cheering in this cathartic way. Then Tucker comes out and says, you should have your citizenship yanked if you fight for a foreign army. All right? Hundreds and thousands of American Jewish people go to Israel and fight for their army instead of our own. So that's a direct blow to not just the Israel lobby, but like the whole concept of Jewish communal life as it's understood by its leadership. And Tucker calls out Bill Ackman, who's one of the biggest Netanyahu money men inside the U.S., who's pulling strings at Harvard, getting their funding pulled unless they crack down on Palestine activism. And he questions Bill Ackman. He calls him a scam artist and said, how did he make $9 billion? Like, where did it come from? I mean, and Bill Ackman, the next day, he couldn't really answer the question. He published like a 5,000-word meltdown Twitter post trying to defend his financial investments. It was just bonkers. I'd never seen anything like it. But it was all Charlie Kirk's fault for sanctioning, for giving basically the people what they wanted. And after that, he started getting publicly attacked. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, the two biggest Zionist enforcers in the media, who are very close to Netanyahu, the biggest forces lobbying Trump to wage war on Iran, went off on TPUSA, said we can't be having a Big Ten if it includes kooks. Laura Loomer, we all know who she is. She publicly attacked Charlie Kirk and said he basically had to step down. He was getting attacked in the pro-Israel media. What we didn't know, which I learned, is in private, the pressure was even more intense. He was being bombarded with text messages. And at some point, Netanyahu personally called him and offered to basically fund his organization to new levels that he never even imagined, which meant, Zionist Israeli takeover, complete recapture of TV USA, an organization they basically helped create. And Charlie Kirk turned him down. And after Charlie Kirk was killed, we know Netanyahu wouldn't stop posting about it. Like minutes after he was killed, when his body was still warm, Netanyahu was posting about it, interrupting his seven-front war in the Middle East and his global assassination spree, where he's trying to kill people even inside a U.S. ally in Qatar.
Can you remember any time that the history of a political assassination that the leader of a foreign government has come out to deny that they were behind it?
I've never seen anything like that.
Right.
And yeah.
I
mean, it was. So Netanyahu has to ultimately deny that Israel was involved in an interview on Newsmax with Greta Van Susteren. Newsmax is another institution that Israel controls. Its CEO, Chris Ruddy, was just in Israel with Netanyahu. He's shining his shoes in public. So Netanyahu goes there and says, this is to accuse us of killing Charlie Kirk having a role in this is like a medieval blood libel at the Holocaust. And when Netanyahu says that, it probably leads some Gentiles to wonder something to those blood libels. Someone that sleazy and that blood-soaked links innocent Jews to the murderous campaign that Israel's carrying out. It's bad. It's actually bad for the Jews when he says that. But I've never seen anything like this, and I've never seen anything like what Netanyahu was doing relating to a tragedy or a crime in the United States since 9/11. Netanyahu blamed Muslims for Charlie Kirk's killing explicitly on Fox News. He was trying to milk it as much as he could, but it turned back on him because he's become a prime suspect. But after 9/11, Netanyahu said in comments widely reported in Israeli media, you can look this up, he said 9/11 was good for Israel. And it's the same way that he saw Charlie Kirk's killing as being good for Israel. He thought he actually probably thought a Muslim was responsible. And he thought he could blame the left and the Palestine Solidarity Movement and get them shut down by the FBI. And so in a way, he was kind of thrilled by what had happened. And that fuels the speculation. But the real issue was, as we learned from a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk who had spoken to him, I would say, a week or two before he was killed about this, he was afraid of Netanyahu, and he was afraid of these billionaire cutouts of Netanyahu, many of whom had funded his organization.
So let me ask you a question. What would you be afraid of? I mean, obviously, have an organization that's well funded by people that expect something for their money, right? They're not giving it to you for free. Did you get the feeling that he was only afraid of reputational damage or, losing money, or did his fears extend to his life?
Well, that's what Harrison Smith, who's a personality in Infowars, Trump outlet, has said, based on the source he spoke to. I don't know what source he spoke to, but he said this on August 13th, so almost a month before Charlie Kirk was killed. He said Charlie Kirk fears that Israel will kill him if he continues ahead, providing space in the largest conservative youth organization in American history, which is the institutional grassroots apparatus of Trump and the Republican Party, for Israel critics and even anti-Zionists. So I didn't say that. I don't have any. I can't see any hard material evidence that Israel had him killed, but there's this fear go against the Islam and you're that powerful. And it's a fear that I've been told Donald Trump shares. I was told that guy. That was my next question. Trump insiders. My next question is, does the President of the United States fear for his life? Yes. Yes. I mean, obviously he fears for his life, and I was told that he feared for his life before the two assassination attempts, one coming in a millimeter and striking his head. I mean, let's not forget about that. I mean, just to clarify, he doesn't fear for his life. When he was, you want to hear about white people? These are the most interesting thing in the world was I looked at my wife when I go, what the fuck is this? I almost have a nervous breakdown. Like, what the fuck is this? This is like Puerto Rican shit. But I think this is what we have now. The parents just scare the kids. And you know what? Let's get together. Let's put them all together. When I was a kid, you know, one parent would have, hands and you fucking knock on doors and you yell. You know, Saturday night, I didn't see people till 8 o'clock at night. How much part of my smoke on my balcony and beg people? I standing out there and I was scared to smoke. One kid girl woke up on me. After 30 minutes, nobody said nothing. Every once in a while, I'd see 3 kids and a parent. But the 80, 90 kids, I used to run with 80 fucking kids on things. Yeah. You were at 80 people. You were anybody. Yeah. So much money. I didn't see that. And it's just what I know. And they found needles every year. Some fucking dummy in Pittsburgh sticks hypodermic needles and fucking chocolate. Holy shit. Man, that's why, man, I tell my kids, hey, Daddy has to inspect all of your candy. I need to find out all this shit. Friday night, I got so high. I went home, she came home with a bag. I said, man, I started talking. I'm like, okay, and you have one recess. Oh, you're fucked. And you're fucked. Recess. You're fucked. Put you on. These two with the little one. The most. I started with. Oh, man, you're fucked. Getting cuts out everywhere. The whole cup. Oh, that's all. That's my world. That's my world. Because I came from Cuba. This other Swedish fish. The red ones are the multicolored fish. The rest, they only come in one color, Swedish fish. That's it. The ones that similar to the back, that's the only one I eat. All those other skinny worms and shit, you know, those are your mother's ass. I don't eat none of that shit. I'm a fucking Swedish fucking fish man. What's his name? When I was a kid, I'd buy him on the box. So I get a brown bag and I'd stick my hand and put him in my pocket. That's how that was. That's how when I was working in a bag. You get there's a big tray of them. I bought the box to wholesalers. Oh, really? Oh, shit. I didn't know where to buy the box. There was a fucking wholesaler for candy. There was a candy company. I go down there every time nobody. No, we don't nobody. I go down there and I get a box of Swedish fish. I get a box of everything called devil. What's that? Devil. Wait for fucking these other scum thieves doing above Big Red. See, Big Red makes Big Red. Wrigley's. They fuck devil gum. When I was a kid, devil gum was cinnamon, but it was hot. They made 3 slices. The ass always let me on fire. That's what Mexicans give their kids. Well, they take kids. You know, we had atomic fireballs. That's all we had. Atomic fireball. But you also small. You know how this motherfucker goes. Like, put your asshole up. My asshole not on fire because of that. I'm telling you, I've been swallowing gum since day one. My body knows how to process it. See, if you're gonna swallow gum when you're 8, then you're fucked up. I've been swallowing gum since day one. You can't talk to put an email. And so what? What's he gonna say? I thought he's gonna learn how to listen. I have pulled the gum out of my ass. I have little pieces of gum. I didn't process it out of the head. Sometimes you're gonna pull the shit out of it. Get out of Let me tell you what. Have Joey when he gets one of them good ass zits above his asshole to come and pop it like a foot and a half away from you so you hear it. Okay, he did that in my fucking apartment after he drank all my goddamn orange juice. Alright? He drank all my goddamn orange juice in 10 minutes and then proceeded to pop it. Yeah. No, not on his asshole, in the crack right above
Joey Express. I would get on that fucking downtown bus to El Paso. I'd drop you off and pick you up. The longest bus ride I did was New York City to Dallas. That was the longest because I had nothing going on. I was going to go all the way to Cali and drop 100. When I got my way right here, I could make the express for $48. I looked at just to see, just to get off. It's like only like 2.5 days for the $100. So I wouldn't if I had to. Man, I travel by bus because I own one. Get a king size bed. Don't do that. I could never sit up. I could never sit like that. But you guys ought to jump on the bus sometime and we do this church at other parts of the country. Yeah. Where's the bus? The bus will be here tonight. It'll get in tonight from Tennessee. And then we're here. We're going to be driving around Wednesday and Tuesday and Wednesday. And then we go north to do some gig. I don't know where it is, to be honest. I don't look at my calendar. You guys would kill each other. Before you guys ever start stuff, you're retarded. We would hotbox that bus. It would be just, look, bro, wait, shut the fuck up, okay? Me and Coco lived in an apartment smaller than this fucking studio, okay? And we left our asses up. And when the doors were open and the windows were open because it was so fucking hot and we couldn't hardly go to sleep because it was crazy as shit, we put on Joy Medina. 5 minutes of sleeping time. Wake up, no kids for Jesus. Making biscuits. And I had him on the floor, futon, okay? And John Wesley on the floor. Jody Ferdinand on the bed. Yeah, it was crazy. We were in it to win it. This was Team Us. 1440. You don't even understand. Killer Duck, my brothers. Are you kidding me? You put something on the TV that he doesn't want or I got 5 fucking TVs. 5 fucking TVs on that goddamn bus. And what channel you want? I got it. I've got a king-size bedroom that pops out, okay? And then the living room pops out. And then there's 3 bunks. It's got 2 bathrooms and a shower on it. And I think there's like 6 air conditioners on it. So we go someplace where it's hot, like I went to Bonnaroo this summer. Everybody, all these dirty white people out there when it's 120 degrees of dirt. Fuck you. I took 3 showers a day. I was the sweetest smelling motherfucker out there. People were like, they thought I was Pharrell or something. I was smelling so good. Okay, I was doing it, Jack. It was awesome. Everybody's boo-hooing. It's hot. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go make a fucking margarita in my bus. Take a shower. Smoke a bone. Fuck you. I hate that man. It was awesome. It was so great. But that's how we gotta go, dude. We gotta go on the fucking bus. Alright? Your babies would go bananas in that bus. Your baby would love that fucking bus. Jeez. I can't know what I'm doing. You get stuck in that gum. Yeah, right? What happened? A couple weeks ago, I went swimming. It's only and I got the fucking plane the next day. I got the infection, right? No, I got to sit down. I'll tell you what. When you work out, you have to take the lead sometimes. Yeah. That's my Advil. Tylenol. That's all that works for this big guys. Dude, I'm past that. Yeah, you slam on your back. You go home and eat your lunch. You'll take an Advil, especially the train the next day. Yeah. All that shit because you lower the inflation. You gotta eat something like smoke weed. Eat weed. Actually, things with the inflammatory from your fucking thing. Shit. Google today. From pages of more people drinking medical marijuana prescriptions now. Prescriptions now. Prescriptions are going down. Yeah, the opiates are going down. Yeah, the benzos are going down. Listen, I'm telling you, as your brother, you fucking go. And you work out with any problem with those down there. And you walk home, you can't. I will experiment with the motherfucker. I will experiment. I will give you an elite one night. And a week
Santo said that he get this. That's why he was eating marijuana. Because he knew that a leaf will kill you.
Yeah.
A leaf that eats your liver, will eat your fucking liver. You gotta drink gallons of water. You take a leaf, you gotta drink fucking water throughout the day. That's why I don't take them at night. I take them like a jiu-jitsu band from my or kettlebells. I'm not sore an hour later, whatever the fuck I do when you're sore. Sometimes you get sore for flying.
Dude, I got wiped the fuck out.
Shit, man.
First off,
6-hour flight, where you fucking
okay,
going?
alright, yeah, okay, you fly and your connection, Dallas got bumped, so now you're in fucking Chicago, and you land at B-32, and yours is, and next flight is at H-17, you got 15 fucking minutes, and in Chicago, the fucking terminals are so close together, there's no room for a fucking one of them chairs. You give $20 to a black guy with a golf cart. No, you gotta fucking hump it, dude. You gotta fucking rock. And then if you're hungry, fuck you. You won't eat. There's no eating.
Sometimes I take out to the one night with my ear infection. I go, you know what? Somebody gave me this $2.
Shit's up on the fence. How everybody welcome, wait a minute.
Because I don't give a fuck if you talk. Because I know I'll need a one night.
Is this your father? That is
That night with the ear infection, I popped that right there. I got this.
great.
I got fucked up on that couch, dog. I like
After
my
second day,
I fucking went to bed. I got up like brand new. Next day, my ear hurt a little bit. Once it hurt, he told me, I said, the other one fell out of the bag. That was it right there. Oh my God, that was the one I just found. I thought, no, motherfucker,
Man, I think I like those pills too much. I don't fuck with them.
I like them too much. I like the feeling of when I'm on the road.
Yeah,
That's where I like something to sleep. I expect to go through this right.
me too. But I can't sleep. You can sleep with weed? Yeah. I can fall asleep. You're not us.
When I get up at 5,
You're a titty baby.
when I get up at 5 Thursday morning, I gotta go to a radio play. And I get up at 6. Right? Like I think I'll be up at 7:30. Okay, so I want to just get up at 7 and all. So I want to get up, I want to relax, I want to read the paper, I want to eat breakfast. I want to read a little bit, I want to slow down. Stretch a little, hop up, take a shit, do all that shit.
But getting up time management, yeah, with having weed. Yeah, you fly to the other side of the fucking country for 6-7 hours. Okay, you get in your fucking shit hotel at 1:30 a.m. Those dicks are coming to pick you up at 5. They didn't even call it and be considerate of go, what kind of coffee do you need? Gotta bring you some breakfast.
I do all that.
All of them.
I do all my own for 7:30 when they get there. I'm prepared. When I get back to that hotel room and I get high, I'll sleep like a baby. Right. But after the show, the weed,
There's too much energy.
there's too much energy after the show. I know for a fact that I'm not gonna sleep. So I know for a fact even this week I'm gonna work. Like I gotta be at the club by 5:30. I get back to Burbank at 8 a.m. I'm out. So 5:30, I gotta be at the airport at 5:30. That means I'm working at 4:30 in the morning. So I have to man that 3 hours sleep after the comedy club. So what I do is Saturday morning, I get up, eat breakfast, I walk around, I get high, do whatever the fuck I do. I get back to my room about 10 o'clock, Jack. And Ralphie does the same. Ralphie will call me on Saturdays. So I'll know what time is. That brings me a little time. That's it. Once I take that nap after that, I get home. Because I'm sleeping straight till 3.
Yeah, because we're at work.
And I don't look at work. You know me, I don't like
Ever.
But Saturdays, I don't do much. Because I know I'm going to be working all night. I know that I have a chance to fall asleep for 3 hours. I'm not even early that late. I'm used to it now. Bro, they got a flight to come take that ball to Jersey. And I'm still flying to Kennedy, Jack. I'm on a new run. Because there's no connecting. Everything is connected to Jersey now. There's only one direction. That's Virgin. But Virgin gets me in. Virgin will get me Thursday at 2:30. Sunday, I wait till 1 to fly back down.
analyzing a 4,000 miles on that.
Yeah, right.
First, platinum,
Right.
there's no Southwest. It's from
California.
California,
Nevada.
LA, to Austin,
Yeah.
Houston, 2 hours, 210, 215. Anything after 2.5 hours of Southwest, you're asking for trouble. This whole story started with the pimple in the ass because of the bus. If you want a pimple in the ass, it's that bad. So I fucked the Southwest. So what happened was, I come back on a Monday night from fucking El Paso. I've been sitting on a bus for 12 hours. I must have fell asleep sideways. Like about 370 at the time. And the grease of the fat in my ass built the pimple up. 3 or 4 inches from my asshole, and it's like north of my asshole is right there. On the cheek, on the inside, I got a pimple that stuck out an inch. And it was developing, but it started with an inch. How did he find it so quickly? I found it, I couldn't see. Every time I said it, like, wow, something hurts.
And then he pulled the hair out. He got close up.
And I said, this one is one of my
Look at my apartment. Look at my apartment.
It was a white head on my ass. Oh, my God. It was throbbing. It hurt so much. And I could take it along, sit there, talking around me. And I remember that he was telling me a story about something. And he said, I fell out with my dick in the front. Underwear on.
No, you didn't even take your pants off. That's when you had the ball pants. A whole
Yoga position. I had to get to a yoga position late. And I had to squeeze the pin. But I had to turn the skin down. So it would go pop. You could hear it go pop. It was just a yellow ball of pus. I had to go back in. And I had to put my fingernails and I had to take the fucking hair. Together when you take it out.
That's also yeah.
If you sit down, you have to your ass. All those fat people that walk around in their offices. Look at their ass.
Oh my God, you're a big man.
Somebody's just stripping the hose now. If you look at the stripper's ass, she's dancing close. Look how close the hose is. A little white on her cheek. Just takes it. Joke.
Well, when it's an April hair like that, yeah. And it was a long hair too. I saw it. It made me look bomb a little bit, but now really gross. Terrible. I know.
You fly so much over here. Southwest, I love it. Los Angeles, they're all bad. I love Southwest. It's big, fast, perfect. I think Southwest, whatever that is, level. I love Southwest. I used to hate the way they work, but they work much quicker.
Dude, so much better. They work so much better. Get the fuck on. Fuck you, get on. Fuck you, get on.
8:15, 8:30. You're going to see the house. You sit there, you do people dirty looks as they walk by. I forgot to check in one time. I left with like 8:30 or something, 8:20. But I didn't have like exact 6 aisle.
I get the math.
I got nervous, dude.
Man, you are such the Jewish thing you've ever said to me, and you're still.
I was checking out. I don't know.
Dude. You got the flag is right there. That is the Jewish thing you've ever said that you counted all the fucking windows on the six. Okay, really? Oh my God. Dude, here's what I do. Because I'm fat, I got about 2 seats, right? And I don't mind. That's no big deal. Here's how cool fucking Southwest is, though. If that plane ain't full, they give me one of those seats back for free. And so the next time, so I fly, when I live in Nashville, 2-hour flight. I'm in Boston. It's 2-hour flight. I'm in Chicago. 2-hour flight. I'm in Miami. 85% of my work is within 2-hour flight. So I go over there, stuff with this out. Then they are in Nashville. Holy shit! I got there 10 minutes before the plane was supposed to take off, and they go, Ralphie, we've already got you checked in. The plane is now having mechanical problems, and as soon as you get on, it'll be fixed. Okay? And they rushed this before the TSA bypass, all that bullshit.
United offers that you have to scroll all the way down and 75 each way. It's working.
So fucking
working.
you just buy it.
Today's economy is working.
Goddamn
A
work.
couple weeks ago, I was upgraded to first class, and I still didn't almost make the flight because of the security line.
Yeah.
There's so much going on out there. People, so you went over the holidays, I'm telling you right
Stop,
now.
man.
If you want to get early and get it.
If you have a passport, by the way, and you travel a lot, just go get TSA pre-approved. It takes about 5 minutes, okay? Which utterly scared the living shit out of me. That I showed with my passport and my ID, and they asked me like 6 questions, like, do you love America? Of course. Are you allied with any of the terrorist group against the country? And I go, not only do I fucking hate them fucking fucking dirty sons of bitches, okay, they shot at me, fuck you, alright? I ain't Russian, I'm bona fide, Jack, fuck that, they go, have a nice day, Mr. Ray, I had to raise my hand, sign a piece of paper, boom, I had it then, and all you do is go up there, you don't have to take anything off, no shoes, no fucking email me, so you have to give them like access to your social media or something. No, that's bullshit. What are you talking about? I actually hear stuff. I don't know. That's bullshit. But you know what? You know what though? It would be smart, and let me tell you, every business I'm doing it. I put on the bus a tower, a mobile cell phone tower, the Wi-Fi rather, like the largest one you can get on in a mobile unit. And so it's free Wi-Fi at all my shows. Alright, but what happens to log in is I get all your information. So next time I'm in the area, I can hit you up and go, hey, I'm here. Alright, and that's how I do it. I provide, it costs me a lot of money to do it, but at least I get something in exchange and then get free internet. You know what I mean? That to me is really cool, and that's what you gotta do for people. But businesses all around are doing that. But you know what they do? It's not like on Southwest, you give them your email, and you got like an iPad or something. You can watch real TV, and they've got movies on there too. And you can flip channels, and it's real time, and that's for free instead of like, what is it, Boing or something like that. That's like fucking $22. Goddamn, and it's shit. You can't work Twitters or nothing. But that's garbage. That's way too fucking much. I mean, like the
Southwest give you free Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
But it's when you want one, I don't get it. So you just have to, they don't want to pay for screens. So you can bring your tablet along and just log in, just scan shit. And then they have like a whole bunch of TV stations.
Yeah, but you can get all your Wi-Fi, everything on there, and everything. Especially if you're A-list, you get everything. You get all of it for free. I do not fly JetBlue. I'm too wide in the ass, and I don't live in a hub of it. But I do live in a hub. Nashville's a hub for Southwest. And, you know, they've got 3 directs. I took American here, first class like a doctor. I was out of there at 6:15 on Saturday, on Halloween. That was the first one in there, on there. Dude, it's a fantastic flight, man. Yeah.
It's a problem. Like, in the winter, you have to look. They add an extra one on the way back. Usually, you have to leave early that night.
Yeah, they get nervous about Dallas and Chicago, so they add extra direct to Nashville because Nashville's such a great hub that you can get all to the south and right there from there. Like, that's like their emergency one. Like, when Dallas has an ice storm and Chicago's fucked up, they add extra flights to other key cities just so, like, to Miami, so they can bring people up to the East Coast. It's crazy, but that's what they do. They're smart, you know? They do it like they do, baby. They do it like they do. Like, a lot of people always want to get what the best flight, I'm going to tell you what the best ticket is, the business. Virgin. Miami Select. Fucking A, man. I tell you what, Virgin first class is bomb, dude. Oh, yeah. It's fantastic.
First class.
Oh, my God. It's first class.
It's first class.
It's first class. Like, it's first class for half the price. It's first class for half the price.
Best seat, the best.
Without a doubt. You've got more leg space, actually, than you are just having first class.
I've been more comfortable with main cabin select than I am with first class.
Yeah.
Because they have the desk. I can put a notebook down. I could actually fucking type something. I could draw a hand.
You can stretch the fuck out. It's got more space almost a 24-hour a day airline, and especially with these all these international flights now. But I'm telling you, man, American is the smartest in the business. They lower the rates of what they could, but they run them all the fucking time. And they lower the rates in that so that more people go to the off times who are bargain hunting like the rest of us used to, and then make consumers can pay at an accelerated rate for the last immediate direct flights that aren't as full because the cheap people got diverted to the other flights. It's a goddamn beautiful business model. That's how you fucking make money.
But it's amazing how much these companies treat the customers like crap. Like especially,
Well, there's no fucking reason why they. I mean, all right, if you are the worst person in the fucking world, go work at the airport because no one will bitch about you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking talk to your manager. They just don't. They got a plane to catch, so they go, oh, that guy was a dick, and they watch your next plane. You get it. It's free. It's awesome. You're an asshole. Go over and get that dick.
A lot of years I made a really bad mistake. That's the type of person I am because I know it's a corporation. I know it's a company. And I know was he really never having I was having a chat today with somebody about agents. And I said, listen, I know people who are shit agents. But the agents are killing them.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Just because he's always looking at he's the funniest thing ever on IMDb. They've got ratings for agencies and managements and all that shit. The CAA is obviously number one. William Morris number two. Innovative is like eight. And then the agent top was like 200. It's like 300. You know, I mean, it's a fucking nightmare. There's some management companies I looked at. And this was fucked up. You look at Jeff Susser's management.
Yeah.
They're 4,300. A regular person looking at going, I wouldn't even talk to that management company.
Yeah.
what do you mean for that? That's how much they cost.
That's how, like, that's the rating.
That was the rating that was as far down the list.
But they've got three plans on
They've got
the
three.
plans.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter.
You understand? It's not all bullshit.
What are the rankings based on?
I guess the client's earnings, and yeah, the client's earnings. And so, like, I'm with William Morris, and I think worldwide they're number one, but here in America, CAA is, especially in LA. All right, but William Morris is badass. Who gives a fat baby steak? At that level, they're. I mean, unless they're worthless or fucking strung out on something. I mean, there's been a lot that have risen and fallen because of what they're snorting and what they're drinking on their fucking expense. But man, if you got one client and you're that guy's manager, and that fucking guy is Kevin Hart, your rating would be, I mean, that you only have one client and you're so far down. But Kevin will work hard and make a ton of money. But what if he takes 2 years off, just to relax and build up a new act? That's when your rating drops to 5,000 likes. I mean, but how much TV does Stephen, Joe, and Kevin do anymore? No more. I mean, is Joe doing? He's still throwing people around at UFCs, right? Right. But that's
Theatrical. Sometimes,
such a fucking amazing action hero.
and I understand.
Alongside, he would be fucking amazing. Okay, but Joe Rogan, okay, with a fucking skull and tats and crazy shit, okay, driving a hot rod to the fucking desert for hot bitches. What the fuck? I'm all for that. That fucking nice-ass Corvette of his is fucked up. Oh, him and run to it. He can throw a
friend of mine asked me,
he can change a light bulb for the kid.
you want to show on TV when you want to do things? I go, he probably would do it if I asked him. But it's the last thing on his mind. It's the last, and if you understood his life, he does the easiest path of resistance. When we're talking about work ethic a couple of weeks ago, he got that job at the UFC as a volunteer. He called the guy and said, I'll fly myself out. I just want to do something with my time. You guys have an idea what the UFC pays him? What he's become when that champ is like the voice of that shit.
Yeah.
This didn't come to him because he trained. He went to the right teachers to do it. He stepped got this job that flies you into Vegas or whatever every once a month to call a fight. They pay you a shitload of money. He gets residual from doing shows, guys. Yeah, but he was on doing some shows. Yeah, why would you want to drive Warner Brothers and put up with that? Yeah. Why? You know how hard it is to be the Rock? It's fucking. You know how hard it is to be the Rock? See, people don't do it because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's gonna wake up one day and go, first of all, how many needles can I stick in my blood? How many needles can I stick in my neck before my kidney blows up? Because that's how the public needs to see you all the time. He went on some show a month ago and said he's 20 pounds of fat today. That's all great, Dandy. Okay? But you gotta stick needles in your body to be that fucking fit. Hey, we've gone to some sushi spots. We got him on that one. Yeah, we got him. So, I don't know how hard you have to train right now, Joe. I mean, as a family, he's literally the man to come down here. Why would you want to listen, guys? I was telling him, what do I want? What do I want? So I went to Joey D's show, got 20 million views on 52. I did blow for 30 fucking years. I'm surprised I didn't fall in the mouth with so much bad pussy I ate. Like the Kardashian black guy. Oh, yeah. Lamar Odom. Let me tell you, I was over the mouth. Those bitches are the fucking kids that did this. I'm overweight. You gotta look at your fucking weight. You gotta look at your life and go, how much am I gonna fucking what is? So do I really want to drive to Florida every day and put up with this phone call producer and director on their creative thoughts for a show for 5 more years and my glory to stick away from my kids? The kids are funding. He's fine. The UFC pays him great money. He goes on the road when he wants to with the UFC. So it's all in house. So yeah, then people make me laugh. I know these clubs are like, so what's it gonna take for Joe Rogan to come to my club? I want to say, listen, act to God. He comes in for one fucking night. He'll have a good 98 beat at the Laugh Factory. I tell the story. Listen, with the people like him or dislike him, but he's not really funny. He cooked one night at the Laugh Factory 99. And he came home and said hello to me. He was like, well, that was the last week. He goes, it's a fucking great club, man. Yeah, that was nice. No, I mean, 2000. He goes, 2000 only problem is, it was a lot of work. Yeah. Wednesday through Sunday. And I looked it up. I didn't even think about what he was saying, but I got it. Dude, and that guy had a ton of money. We had $2 to our name, and we would have loved it. But no, he goes, I just want the bigger places. That's it, just one show. That's it, one show. He put that out there. He changed comedy with that movie. And I saw it happening. I remember saying, Dane is the one who started. Everybody before. From Mitch Hedberg, everybody. Wednesday through Sunday. Maybe stay until Tuesday. The drugs are good. Every fucking body. Everybody. Dougie Stanhope. Everybody did it. Fucking Dane Cook was the first one that broke the fucking model. The clubs had the control the whole time because there wasn't after comedy died after the 80s and the 90s were fucking dead. There were no headliners that were selling tickets. Okay, so when comedy started to come back up, the clubs, there was less clubs, and so these comics, so they could fucking keep the money down. But now the dumb fucks, they got greedy, like they always do when they fucking start making money. They start putting all these comedy clubs everywhere, and then they go, oh, I got no fucking headliners. And then that's when we got the power. And it was fucking Dane Cook that showed the way. You can say, go fuck your Wednesday and eat a dick on Sunday. I'm doing, you know what? I'll come in Thursday for Friday morning radio, and that's it. That's it. And I'm back at home in LA early this Monday. We put it together.
That's something that you go back to. When you're not
shit. And when we were growing up, these brothers were part of this crew.
Another
They
thing,
fucking had parties, not big drug parties, they were drug parties or about music. And they did crazy things like they would eat class. Fucking, I gotta let that you know, say, so one day, this is way before I was, oh yeah, fucking I went over there one day for a party, and the only young kids that were invited to the party were me or this kid Gandhi. And at this party, they took the garbage can, and they filled it up with everything they had. They put a red punch in it, and they took bees. Let me call and tell my sons that their brothers took bees. Trying to think about bees, fucking dead. So it went ice, and this stuff had like 151 rum. Oh my god, it tasted terrible. They just scoop it out here and do it. It was in a garbage can, and it had chunks of fruit in it. And I'm back there smoking pot. The next thing you know, I'm getting woken up in Cicillo's front yard. And this Cicillo, he's had a house like that. And I'm getting woken up by Ray Ernesto. Ray Ernesto was a cop in the neighborhood that would come down and play basketball on Sunday. But he always wore colored socks. That drove me crazy. Okay. Right at the end of the basketball game, that was the argument. Ray, you gotta go home in colored socks. I'm gonna put you in the fuck you, Ray. You're not punching him out. You're fucking 40. You're fucking 10. Well, fuck your stuff, Ray. But Ray was a cool motherfucker. Ray picked me up. Of course, what happened? I don't know. I blacked out. I got fucked up. This car driving home. He knocked on the phone. My mom answered. And she's like, what's going on? Your mom? We got fucked up. We're not sleeping. My sister was there. She's gonna fucking sleep off you, idiot. She yelled at me. She was like, yeah, the wrong.
So see, that's why parents were fucking parents and police were goddamn police. I looked at them to be fucking parents too, man. Right.
Don't never forget that I was fucking hungover. This is the first time ever that I was hungover. So I got in like at 5:30. It was starting to, the light was starting to come out. 5:30, a sophomore, and they were going to be a sophomore. This is like 2 weeks before they put me in the hospital for a lung infection. I'm fucked up. I'm not doing drugs, though, guys. I was smoking pot, and I was high. I wasn't a big drinker, but I drank a little or much. My mom could drink early, it was a Sunday once, so I got home like at 5, I passed out. About 10 o'clock in the morning, I could hear like ice cream. That's why I woke up to. I gave Cuban visit, and I heard her come up the stairs. She goes, oh, yeah, I need to wake up. I made breakfast for lunch. And she had went to class in those days, towards the end. She used to drink a Bloody Mary with a Heineken in it. Okay, right? Makes a Bloody Mary with a Heineken in it. Walking around your house. And she was such a spig. Like, she was such a spig. She fucking sell it. She could just fucking break it, put it in a drink, and eat it while she was talking to me. But you have to appreciate this. You can't write this movie. You're supposed to cut the lettuce off the celery. She was such a spig, she just ate it, right? She would eat it. She loved tomato juice and beef.
Oh, fuck yeah, I still love that, dude. I drink that like twice a week, 3 times a week.
Put Tabasco on her Bloody Mary. She put French sauce.
Oh, not me.
So anyway, she looks at me going, I'm fucking a headache that's pounding. And she goes, why is it? Well, she did it. Why go to me? And she goes, she looked at me for like 5 minutes. She took a piece of the salad and she goes, now you know what I feel like in the morning. She fucking walked by me and that was like a prolific thing in my world. Like I never thought about it again. Okay, so it's August of fucking. August of fucking whatever. But she said it very patois. You know what I feel like in the morning. Okay, this is how you want to live your life. You want that girl. Okay, so I'm just scared of August. It's September, October, November. I love you, man. I get invited to a Halloween party. It's a Saturday night. Fucking crazy. Let's think about it. 3 days before this fucking party, a girl pulls me aside. Let's be honest. She goes, hey, what do you think of this girl? I go, why do you ask? She goes, she wants to get together with you. You want to know? I go, sure. But she had just broken up with a kid in 1979. I went up to the kid like a man. The kid was a dumb kid. I went up to him and I said, he goes, hey, you're ready. I go, you know, whether it wouldn't you mind. He goes, you know what, I like you. What I do, still in love with it. Just give it to me. Okay, fuck you. I just, that's how deep I was at 79. At 15, I already knew that I was going to be a man.
You gotta be respectful.
And then Halloween night, we all dressed up like ghosts. Took ass and went to the cameo garage. And it was tremendous. It was tremendous. At 11 o'clock, I went to fucking meet her. And some girl came and said, she's not coming. You have to go get her. And I was like, what? And the girl was hot. And the way we walked, in fact, Jimmy Holloway is her cousin. Listen to this podcast. Robin Thompson was reading Robin Thompson walking out. Like it was a man already. Me and Robin were 15. My boyfriend was a man. That's how hot this bitch was. He was a fucking man. This bitch didn't dance. He got out of the car and thought we were leaving together. Started yelling at him, but I stuck up for him. He was like, I'll deal with you some other time. It was very nice to me that night. All that shit went down. I forgot the whole thing. I forgot to call home. There was no rule in the house. You gotta fucking call home. So Saturday night was this night. It was Halloween party. But it was, in those days, that year, 1979, Halloween was on a weekend. Me and the boys at Chicken Chicken, Halloween was like on Wednesday. But the party was Saturday. Yeah, so it was like maybe Halloween was like Monday. This party was on Saturday. That was like October 28th.
You like trick or treat like 3 times.
So what happened was I stayed there, and all of a sudden I realized it's 3 in the morning. And I called, and my mom answered. She goes, what the fuck? I listen, I have one pay, but there's no buses. There was one, but what was the day on the fucking Saturday night? The Saturday before that. The 27th, because she died on the 8th. So she died on Wednesday after that, after the Halloween, 10 days after Halloween. So she was a week and a half. She died a week and a half later. So she gave me the speech on a Sunday night. She died November 8th. So look at it. You follow me? Yeah. So that Sunday, she goes, I'm on the couch. What are you going to do? I go, I don't know. She goes, we'll take a taxi home. I go, let's take a taxi home. I got the money from me. We're going to walk home together. And I had done the acid stuff. And the acid was coming down. I was getting like the little jiggles and shit. So somehow I took a ride downtown. But by this time, we're talking. It's 5 a.m. I'm not going to call her back. She was already sleeping. And I'll never forget that. My friends dropped me off. I had a ghost costume on. And I walked up the fucking stairs. And as I was putting the fucking key into her door, she opened it, grabbed me with one fucking hand, and just smacked me across the face. She had smacked me 4 years, 5 years before that. I was a big bully, that just wasn't her MO. You know, that hit me. She would say, what the fuck do you? 2 years before that, she did like, why are you heroes? So, but she was pissed. She slammed the door. She goes, days on. She goes, someday you're going to be fucking married. You're going to have a fucking wife. You're going to fucking go every hour on the hour. That's the deal in this house. You can stay up all fucking night. I don't give a fuck what you do. Treat me like stupid buddy. She went off. She goes, all my money, I'm standing there going, you just smacked me in the fucking face hard. Like it was a hard smack to the face. Like it was still saying, and she's like, you fucking idiot. You know what the fuck is wrong with you? Staying there till 7 o'clock. Get upstairs in your room and I want to look at how the hour is past. I'm like, I might even move out. Like that. So I'm going to go out of this bitch. They're pretty fucking crazy. You never know what the hell is going on. You know what the fuck you.
Holy shit, that was fucking real and the
It's real. One died at 37. And one who was a killer laptop because he hit him in the head with a fucking Santa. A fucking apple Santa. Santa Barbara. The man with the sword. He flicked the cigarette. She fucking wears him to fall asleep. She broke it over his head. Nobody could deal with it. He was lost. He was the so that night I went to bed thinking,
after she got home from the bar,
they came home together and they were talking. And they were sitting like this. He was sitting on a chair. And somehow she wanted a cigarette. And he took it and started handing it to her. You don't throw nothing in the house. No, that's rude. That's fucking rude. I don't give a fuck. If somebody flips a stick, if I can have a cigarette, like I said, you know, I'm thirsty. Can I have a sip of your water? When you fucking throw it at me, it's the same fucking thing. It's rude. It's fucking rude. My mom demanded drunk again. It's a disrespect thing, so she waited for me to go to bed. She got to bed. So I woke up the stairs thinking, that's this. And I'm fucking crazy. I'm listening to you. I'm walking up the stairs thinking, you know what? I ain't tolerating that shit no more. You know, I'm giving back $8 I don't need this shit. I've been one of Balzanos when I was working at Hanford Heights once. Yeah, Pete. Yeah. Pete. So the next morning she woke me up again. She's like, yeah, look something. She goes, let me tell you something. She goes, get up. And she got up. She goes, I was like, oh, fuck. She goes, first off, I'm sorry for my hand. You're too old for me to be hitting you. But number two, she goes, I just want you to listen to how's everybody doing? All I want to is deal. So you know I'm a man.
I love it is, but yes,
that's it.
Father has
I don't give a fuck. I want you to grow to be a man.
not only
Okay? When you tell somebody you're going to go home, they should kiss me, that you should look at. I didn't think much of it. I just sat there. And I was like, you know, whatever, I'm a man. What the fuck is over there? I am a fucking man. I was just sucking titties behind the high school. I'm a fucking man. I work last summer. I made $75 a day. You know, in my head. In the morning, you know, whatever. So 10 days later, when I found that dead on the floor, the first thought was like, she's never gonna find it. I got let back. But the second thought was, here's what she was saying. She gave me a head time. That's all she wanted out of this. For me to be a man, whatever. I told her world what that meant. But I just wanted to celebrate that. I know she liked churches. Yeah, my mom wanted to celebrate. There was a church down the block with St. Patrick's Cathedral. In the 70s and 60s, every year on February 26th, my mom would give the guy $100. I would bring him a bottle of Chivas, whatever, flowers, and they would set the casket up like a fake casket. And my mom would do a fucking thing for my dad. And she used to say, I love food. We used to go to churches just to fucking look at churches. Even though she had a man, she would go to churches. In the 6th and 5th grade, I was 10. That's 1973. And that year, something happened in the New York Mets. Went to the playoffs, the NLCS playoffs. I guess, look it up, Lisa. I guess he says something. What do I like? Look up the New York Mets against the Cincinnati Reds. 1973. Oh, poor man. This is how Royals win that shit out of there. And they did it right there. Fucking, I mean, Spike Lee took his hand back off. Okay, check it down, man. We're supposed to make his $1 million. Okay, and the team, fucking no money, Royals. I'm so proud of them, Cowboys. It's an American dream. It's an American dream. What the hell? Whipped them to death. And their house. What year was it? 73? 1973. New York Mets and the Cincinnati Reds. October 6th to 10th. Yeah, New York won the series 3-2. Right, Pete Rose beat the fuck out of Bud Harrelson at second base. When he was sliding in. Yeah, my mom. When I read my first communion, you were talking about. Oh yeah. So when Lee, the Jews, he went to Jewish instruction. He wanted to kind of what you asked. Saturdays. It was Wednesdays or what? Wednesdays and Sundays sometimes. Hey, did you have the little ice stuff they got? That would have been it's all thrown out. Shaq's a part of the piece of shit. I just love it. You did that, you know? I have no idea how to grow those. Yes, you do. How do you grow those? You just let it fuck. What am I supposed to do? Breathe. You're so fucking apples. Maybe big mutton chops. Everybody think you're a hipster bag. You know, it'd be great. Get you some mutton chops. Clean your chest. Chicken pussy and then check the legs. my sponsor.
Oh, yeah, man.
Angel Wax.
Yeah, get you one of them mustaches, too. Makes you look like one of them fucking evil villains, like you got a bitch tied up on a train track. That's what you need, man. That would be the look. Yeah. Come on, Lee. You gotta do that. Come on, you got that stash. That's your look. That's your look. And then shave your head and you'll be a circus strong man. Okay, that's what you'll be. You'll be fat,
I used to go to this fucking sacred high school for boys. And now they grade 7, grade 6th grade. So sister handled the hard 8th grade and she bring the bell and you go in. My mom was 5, all that bell. Because it was made from copper and I had one that. Big Saint in Cuba. Which is October 6th, I got another gold and she's supposed to have a copper bell. And if you want money, you have to ring that bell. So my mom one day on the way home, she's like, just get closer. My mom shoplifted the fucking bell. Bell was everything. Bell was ringing up like, see, she gave me a kiss, go. Jeez, that train's bringing me good luck.
Hey, what you stole from the church is bringing me the Lord. That's some of the things I every time the men would play at home, she ring the bell. And she was doing that game, she take the bell and put it in her purse. Then she ring the bell at the game. This is your fucking story. This is how crazy this where I came from. Oh man, I know you don't have all this time, but have you thought about like trying to go back to that game like video? See if you can hear the bell? Oh shit, you're blowing my fucking mind.
I couldn't. So, you went there going Rusty style. She would throw chicken wings with the front back. Rusty style. So she was like, yes, I did. My was So she would sit on the other side, go in the left field.
Everybody knows that so she was somebody
Jump the fence and suck that thing.
Your mouth got high.
Give me the tea.
By the way, this Friday I'll be at the Club Nokia here in Los Angeles. If you're a church member, please come in. I'd love to see you live. We get to do about 2 hours and blow your fucking mind. Come on, baby.
What's the team? What's the left fielder then?
Larry was the right side.
You want the left fielder? Cleon.
Cleon Jones, who was certainly out of town. Like Gary, yeah. Motherfucker, dude. When Garrett, she could tolerate Cleon. My mother used to call Cleon Jones like Cleon. Mama, but not like Cleon. I almost ended up like Dale. Because he was black. My mother clapped him like Garrett. She looked like Garrett.
somebody
That was for the fucking Mets to beat the Reds. The Reds were beating on Dynasty.
That was the big red
told
machine.
everybody.
Big Red Machine. Now, you know what happened?
Holy shit.
You know what happened? My mother, when they went to the
One
World
of the
Series,
stories,
my mother put,
there's a
I
couple
was still
at a
going to see it in our school for boys.
the father
I
and
still
one of
remember
his
that
daughters.
plain as day.
And
My mom had that
oh,
belt.
my rose was a
And if
white
listen,
says, no, my rose was a
it sounded like a creepy.
But then the day the father was about to
Not only do you
let her marry
the school, you go in on
they were
Sundays,
even engaged. During the party,
and you come home
I
on
was built
Thursdays.
one ahead of
Yeah, that really gets creepy. Wait, do we even need
So brother said,
see what day the World Series was on? The game that what was the series when the Oakland A's beat the Mets?
no matter what,
1910
father
World
told the
World Series. Look
let's
at the
marry
day they
how
played.
good
So
your
this
family.
is really gonna knock people
So here's this real young flower. You go right on
see
that.
if it was a
You'll
Sunday.
never
The day they won that game, the Oakland A's beat the Mets. Game 6 was on a Sunday. Was it 6 games?
you know that marriage has
Sunday, October 20th.
Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with, gentlemen?
You ain't seen
So
it.
listen to me. Listen to me.
the mother's right for me.
I still remember.
And then you
I still remember. I still remember. What's his name catching the ball?
married
And my mother looking over at me and going, let's go. We're going back to that fucking school.
died. The fucking
And on the way, her like playing, she wouldn't even look at that fucking bell. So for the last 3 months, all she does is she loves the bell. Put the bell down, like let it Campbell next to it. Got the chicken head. She pressed me. She go to the bar. And my stepdad, one of my mom's friends, would drive me. We all go out to dinner as a family, and then my mom would go to the bar. And she'd have to be there till 5. No, 3 if you were working at bingo on Sunday.
Because
Yeah, man, that cat was just
My mom personally drove me to the fucking school. Got me out. I could see she was acting late the whole time. And the middle of the day, the teacher, she gave me a hug. She goes, do me a favor. Get this fucking, get some bell. Go away from me, right? I ain't touching that fucking thing. They've been looking for that bell for 3 months. They've been doing searches with dogs for that fucking bell.
oh my god.
And I go, you put the fucking bell back. You
both sides.
yeah, like fucking trips. The nuns are 10. I'm fucking 10. And my mom's telling me, go put this bell. I don't want to see that fucking bell again. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that bell. I don't want to see Rusty stop. As long as I live, I swear to God, I don't know what I hit. My mom used to get superstitious against certain things. Okay, so now the bell had carried her throughout the whole baseball. Not only that, the bell helped
If you've not been involved, how's everybody
Reds
doing?
beat the
Welcome.
Cincinnati Reds, which at that time were royalty.
That game without a problem.
Now, because they lost in Game 6 and Game 7, the bell was bad luck. She didn't want to fuck out. Take this fucking bell out of here. Like I said, she personally
How much you think she lost on that bet? Because you know she bet the shit out of the $50. Jesus. I hate that motherfucker too. My mother, I burned that bell.
my mother had a
The father,
giving problem.
even when it takes me, the father believes that he should marry
And
his
my
daughter.
mom made chocolate. My mom was a bet baseball. Baseball and horses. And that's the horses. It's every day. You can't do anything every day in life. She lost everything because of the baseball bet. Everything. Her teams were betting baseball for the Red Sox. At that time, unfortunately, they were hot then. Those were whatever. So this whole last week was really everyone. You know, I watched the fucking Red games. I watched them and I cheered for them. I gotta tell you something. I was cheering for them up to when they went to Shea Stadium for the first night. And when I saw them singing, Bring Me a Song, You're a Shadow Man, whatever that Billy Joel thing, that was, I was disgusted. I have never been that disgusted. That's not the New York Islanders. They were all hugging each other and they were singing, Sing me a song, you're a piano man. And Billy Joel with the guitar back was like, that stuff drives me crazy. That's a baseball field. I'm not a pro things. They ring bells. And yell on Sundays and shit. They bring it into something else. That's what pisses me off. That's why I got so mad. I'm like, so you sang like the Twilight also when they get beat up and shit. No, that's what he kept tweeting last night. He was tweeting last night. He was fucking Billy Joel, get him singing. That's the night they won, the night that he fucking sang that song. Now they're losing West Philly, but they fucking Joel when they need him. is that cocksucker.
Fuck yourself, Billy Joe.
That's why
That's fucking
Kansas City. Let me tell you who's on with Kansas City playing. Kansas City playing with my man Brad Pitt was trying to sell Moneyball. And you know why? Did you watch the series?
Fuck yeah.
I thought it was, you know, it was disgusting with him.
Are you serious? You watched that piece of shit Monday night game? Did you watch that fucking football game? That was hot garbage. What was you watching?
He was here.
Fuck, you got a fucking 9-foot TV behind you.
He said, "Oh my God,
That's
that's America."
What are you doing? Were you playing some
He
shit?
was here working.
He wasn't playing that shit.
He was here working.
One of those freaks that went in fake shooting games on. He was shooting somebody in fucking in Belarus right now. They're both cussing out 30 fucking Russians. I know. He was Googling his fucking cousins. Alright. Yeah.
That's why you can't say that. And I love that. I hate when people forget about the game of small ball. They stole bases.
They stole
That's
back.
what people's deal.
They put pressure.
You really want to fuck with a motherfucker, and then if you look at the Cincinnati Reds, a big red machine. That's all they did. Their job. Next time classic baseball, the Cincinnati Reds play, you should think you watch that whole game. And you're gonna go, oh my God, nobody has more than 13 home runs. Eric Austin,
Small ball.
small ball. The main job they did was steal.
Get a single
Well,
and shit.
stealing singles is something that's valuable.
Yeah, man. You know, that's why Ricky Henderson played baseball so long and for so many teams. Because think about it. He played for the Red Sox. He played for everybody. Ricky played for everybody. Listen, Ricky was goofball dumb, but he was one of the greatest baseball players to ever get behind. All right? This guy, if you had a pitcher, and he is out of business at 96 pitches, and Ricky gets on base for the fun, or a fucking single, or a walk sometimes. He gets on there, he jumps out, that guy could have to throw over there 3 or 4 times. He's gonna wear out his arm. They're gonna bring that middle reliever that's a piece of shit that hadn't worked in 8 days, and then they fucking they have to go 3 closers, so what does he do the next day? Ricky Henderson follows out their next guy. That's what genius small ball is. And that's what they did, man. They played fucking great baseball, man. Great baseball. Beautiful college ball.
Cincinnati Red games. The leader was always Joe Morgan. And he always stole. And once he stole, once Geronimo came on, those fucking Indians, those Geronimos, they go crazy. And they had like 3 people stealing Pete Rose. Stealing your ass. You know, Pete Rose wasn't a nigga, but he just, he just gorilla you. And if you watch, there was a game where he was a starting baseman over 8 years ago that they actually showed the fucking picture. Just go like, I don't want to deal with this ever again. This is not baseball, this is Portugal. Because it's slow ball, it's slow Portugal. Every big something happens, there's always something happens. Every time you let that ball go into the single or punt, well, this motherfucker stealing. That's Portugal.
Yeah, you guys dumb. You lose your concentration. It's fucking crazy. I used to love baseball. Baseball never normally with the Red Sox. 152 games before the postseason. I don't have time to watch all those games. I don't know. Well, not every one of them, but watch one of each series and feel like a fan. You know? You know what I mean? I like the Houston Astros. I started stand up there in '90. I loved them. Me and John Wesley, we went for a foul ball, and the little kid was going for a foul ball. We were throwing out of our balls. And instead of me squashing that kid for that fucking foul ball, I broke the seat. Okay? And the kid got the ball, and everybody's cheering, and we're on the big screen, and I'm holding that chair together, motherfucker. I got my left hand on the chair up. Okay? And John's laughing. He goes, "You broke that chair." I go, "This motherfucking chair is done. I broke that ass to them and been there 30 fucking years. And I fucked that chair up. We got up, it fell apart. Get Johnny West on the phone. That is so fucking funny. Oh my God.
Broke a couple things, cocksucker.
I'm broken a lot of shit.
I used to break lawn chairs. Lawn chairs get out of Pittsburgh funny bone.
Yeah.
The home with Creepo that used to have Nick Plummer pictures all around the
goddamn chair.
I broke one and you broke one. Why? I was like pushing the jar and you came and just talked for a minute.
Well, for background, this is the worst chair.
So when you shot the pilot, the VH1, did I break the chair?
Yes. Yeah.
Something happened from it.
Yeah, you broke a chair. It was awesome.
For a long time, I was breaking
Oh my god, that's so fucking funny.
chair broke one time with sleep apnea. Chair broke in Miami.
Dude, you broke Gavin's toilet. Remember, you went in there and you just sat down to her and you broke that fucking toilet. And then you made the slow creep. Water came out and flooded Gavin. And Gavin got out of his, because you were sleeping in my mouth. And that, you're like, fuck him, I'm going in here.
I broke out of his like the full time. That was classic, dog. Everything snapped 8 ways. When you're a fat fucking sometimes, without even knowing, it's the most embarrassing thing. Living like a fat fuck, so you break a ton of shit. Clothes, I ripped clothes. I remember one time in somebody's car in a Jeep they had, I went to get the handle, and I went to pull up and have the fucking handle down.
Oh man.
Stop being a fat motherfucker.
Man, ain't nothing easy.
Let me do some shout outs and get the fuck out of here like the man. Mike and Mary Johnson at Unique Bows. Thank you very much for the bows. We put them on a little hair for Halloween. Thank you for listening. Rusty Shackelford, Dead Squad Dallas, and the rest of you.
I love those guys, man.
Sandman, Benito Munoz, Sean Cappuccino, Jimmy Carroll, and Kirk Brooks.
You know who I know is watching? It's my man D in Colorado, who's a cool motherfucker. I know D in Colorado, and that motherfucker has got wings 15 foot tall. 15. The biggest ass bud. Dude, he's a great guy, man. That guy's cut from rare
Just
silk.
talked on my Twitter a couple days ago. He's a good
Yeah, he's a good dude, man. He's a good dude out here.
You have to do it. What's up with you, Tarzan? We're going to kettlebells tomorrow.
Yeah.
You stay for jiu-jitsu. We're going to bust it. We're going to put
Sounds really killer.
Let's do it. Let's fucking go. I got shit. I got to take headshots on Wednesday. Stupid shit.
Yeah, I'm going to In and Out. Alright, you gonna get real. Okay, we're 3 fat guys. You're gonna talk about workout sessions now. We're talking about fucking assholes, breaking bad. I buy better beds, motherfucker. That's what I did. Fuck breaking them. Buy the beds. Oh, he wants me to flip over my back. I can't do it. I've never in my life been able to do it. He's like, oh, just do it. I'm like, yeah, it's never gonna happen.
Gives a fuck. You know they ain't doing the best you can. No one fucking doing nothing.
Oh my god. I know, it's easy. Okay, I can't believe I can join this conversation, but I can actually and be relevant. Holy shit. Okay, I've been trying to limber up and like, because traveling so much it hurts. And so my doctor, as part of, I broke my wrist, just said, you know, as part of my physical therapy, go to yoga, okay? So I'm having this one-on-one with this yoga instructor, okay? I'm going down and I got my legs spread as far as I can, and the fucking yoga mat
t-shirt in the pool.
No, I'm a hot mess. You don't want to see me.
I said, fuck,
I keep all this
I'm
head.
gonna go in there without a t-shirt. Lee, I was 400 pounds. There was fat everywhere, Lee. And I'd sit in the sauna, and I'd make it look like I was losing weight in the sauna. Then I'd go in the steam mat, then I'd jump in the pool. And I did this every morning at 5 a.m. I did this to start off, but I was still snorting below. So in my mind, if I ate sushi and I went to the steam room, I would sweat okay that I wasn't a fiend no more. So now it's 2 in the afternoon. I go across the street for a while. I'm still a little hungover on the glow. And the fucking steam pool was packed with kids jumping up and down. And I'm like, I can't do my fucking laps. But the adult pool, the lap pool, was wide open.
Oh, shit.
I go, fuck this. I swam when I lived in Boulder. I've been swimming for 3 weeks. I'm ready for a big fucking pool. Why don't I swim with these fucking fat fucks for? I went over there, put my name on the blackboard, guys. I put my goggles in. And I'm in deep end, I jump. Just the cold water hitting me, bro. It just shocked my body. Just shocked my fat little body. And then I'm trying to swim. I'm swimming. I'm doing everything I can. I'm turning my head. I'm remembering my form. And I look up, and I haven't even moved my 5 feet. I'm fucking sideways. But by this time, I'm out of air. Like I was smoking 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes a day. I'm dying. I'm 10 feet out. But I can't swim back. And my feet can't take it, so I'm just holding on to the rope. And people are swimming by me. They're going, come on, let go of the rope. Come on, swim. And I'm like, guys, I'm dying. I'm trying to get to the shortest distance was this way. If I swam vertically to the fucking wall, I'd never make it. So I had to swim this way. So I pulled myself like Spider-Man. And I get to the wall, and I'm huffing and puffing, guys. Guys, I was fucked up. Seriously. That's when I realized this has to end. And I'm holding on to this, and I can't kick no more. And I'm out of oxygen, and I'm holding on. And I got my fucking chin on the thing, just holding me. And some kids are like, Mister, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm not okay. Help me. And I'm like, come on, pull them out. And all these little kids get together, these little Mexican kids, and they're trying to pull me out, and they can't pull me out. They're like, 1, 2, 3, pull. And they're pulling, and I'm turning purple. I'm not breathing. I don't even know about breathing through my nose. I'm starting to panic. People are starting to circle and look around, and these little kids can't pull me. I'm like, fucking ring the buzzer. And they ring this buzzer, and it's going, and also this chick gets on the thing, and she turns this thing around, and they're actually going to make me listen to this. They couldn't get me out. So they were going to fucking drop a hoist into the pool, and they wanted me to swim into it, and they were going to pull me out like a fucking whale, like water. And by this time, there's 50 people watching me. You have any idea, Lee, how embarrassing it is? I got kids that buy my swimming. Lee, I'm purple. And they're like, swim to the middle. Get to the middle, and go in and we'll drop the hoist. And the hoist will pull you out, and then we'll bring it to the side. Lee, by that point, I'm so fucking embarrassed. And now, out of the corner of my eye, I see ambulance tech workers running in with a fucking mattress, like I got shot in Vietnam. And something made me put my fat little foot over. I just went, and my fat foot got overflowed. Oh my God, that thigh must have weighed 1,000 pounds. And I fucking pulled myself up, and I rolled down like a warrior. I just rolled onto the pool. I got up, and I got up right in time as I went through the fucking door. The 3 ambulance workers were running in. They're like, where is he? Like, that's him. And I just walked right past him, dog. Because rule number 1, don't stop and don't sign nothing. You don't need to get checked out. Mind your business. You're fine.
You know,
as long as you get to your car.
I gotta be honest with you. I think there's a thing called secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. It happens. You just take a little bit of air, a little bit of water in your nose, and it gets down your actual windpipe, and it can be a very small amount. You don't have to have this deep, long thing. It's a secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. Explain it. I believe that's what it is. That's what I thought you had, because I swim all the time, man. You know, we belong to that tennis stuff. People inviting you to come up there like little white people, and let's have a goddamn party.
We got the holidays coming. I'm gonna smoke turkey. I'm trying. Okay, if you can teams in me, all right, trust me. I got problems. Okay. Yeah, I'm fucking Jay-Z over here, but I got 100. All right. We don't got problems. Word to that. But you know what? She's fucking being so great. It's like it's so like freeing for both of us, and I still love her. I'm in love with her. I love my babies, and that's why this wasn't a had the truth night. You know what I mean? It could have been, but it just simply wasn't. I got real shit to do tomorrow. I've got 2 beautiful babies, love their daddy, and I've been getting so much bullshit, about me and the wife filing for divorce. Truth was, she was just responding. They only check LA records. She was already I had filed on her like 10 days before, okay, and so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle. That my lawyer in Tennessee goes, you're going to spend about $150,000 just fighting over what state we're going to have the divorce in, okay? Not counting my money, all right? I was supposed to write a retainer tomorrow if she wanted to go to war for like $50,000, okay? It's retarded, all right? And we're just being cool. It's like my babies, I always want them supported. My wife will never want for anything. She'll have the house that she designed, okay? She can be free, and I'm a miserable person to fucking live with. Not that I'm a fat piece of shit, is I work all the fucking time. Always. I've got babies that have to be in school. But since this shit broke on the internet, man, they have people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, motherfucker, I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like I'm the guy behind the microphone. Those are my babies. And they're just being fucking dicks. I couldn't even go hardly trick-or-treating with them. People all fucking up in my business who I never even knew. I wanted to slap so many motherfuckers. I couldn't take it. I just sat down. Because everybody knows my fucking business. But they also know my babies. And they go, yeah, their parents, And everybody up there is either swinging, fucking divorced, fucking somebody else, or doing coke. There ain't no innocent ones over there, but they're throwing stones. But man, they're coming in.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You told me a story that was fucking hysterical. I didn't understand it. Because you're a funny fucking dude. Whatever's going on in your life right now, Rabbi, with your children, the people in the church, we love you.
I know.
Got your back. We want you to know one thing. Divorce ain't easy. There's 2 ways to do this. You want to do this with shotguns and Jews?
No.
Or you want to do this with, and that's the way that
exactly.
career.
Yeah.
You want peace of mind. You want peace of mind. Listen, man, sometimes people try. I'm thinking about this Rothschild'S. I didn't know. I don't know anything. Guys, I don't know anything. I just found out that this people broke up and she's dating a new dude. When does this happen? How does this happen? The singer from No Doubt. She lays the body here. She's dating the judge from fucking the show or something. He broke up with his wife and she broke up with her husband after 14 fucking years. And they had like a thing today, like,
next 20 children, yeah.
Yeah. Listen, man, people in life sometimes don't get. I pray every day that Larry stays in love with me. And I keep it together with her. I pray every day because I know how free you do. And the longer you're with a person, the harder it fucking is. And when you have children, it's even fucking harder. So hard. There's 2 ways to do a divorce. You can either A, go to war, or B, take a fucking few lumps in the head, which you're gonna take anyway.
That's all.
You're gonna take anyway.
I'm taking that my whole life. It ain't no big deal.
Either people can hold you down and put a big black dick in your ass, or you can just take a fucking white flag, get naked, put it on your back, turn around, loop your own asshole, and let you do what the fuck you gotta do, okay? You know what? A dick in the ass hurts both ways, but I tell you what, it hurts more if you clench it up.
She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't do nothing wrong. And you know what? She did help me in my career. The truth is, when I got Last Comic Standing, okay, Jay Moore, dickhead, called me on Thursday, go, hey, I need you for an audition. I was in Hawaii working at the Laugh Factory, and he said, come back. I need you here on Saturday. And I looked online $1,100, you know, and that was 2 months rent, man. That's real fucking shit. Like for a maybe, for a big fucking maybe, and I rolled the dice and I couldn't afford it. Mom had a credit card that her mama gave her for insurance, and she put it all on there, and that's what launched my whole career. So does she get half? Yes, motherfucker, she gets half. Okay? And she should get more than half. She's going to be drawing a salary from my place. She's going to be getting alimony like the regular white people because we're Jews. You got to respect. All right? Babies already have big things set up for them. They'll never want for anything. They'll never have what I went through. You know? And it's like, that's what you want. But now they're coming. It's just so irritating. It's like, you know, they're just dumb. These motherfuckers. You know,
the internet is a good thing and a bad thing.
Yeah, right.
The internet is a good thing and a bad thing. You know, I use the internet for certain things. I see people use it for other things, and that's fine. That's what the internet is. It's your expression. But sometimes, if you open up your life on the internet, the result isn't going to be good. It's happened to me. It's backfired. Yeah. But in this situation with divorce and stuff, no one knows. You know,
and nothing's happened yet.
You do what you're doing.
Yeah.
Trying to put the pieces together.
Trying.
Be a father. Listen, the divorce in my life had to be tougher than a prison sentence. I lost a child in a divorce. I lost dignity in a divorce. And to this day, I have animosity. I know that I'm like Michael Douglas in Stick Was a Movie when he just snapped on the 405. Walking tall, standing tall, when he started shooting me.
Yeah. Last straw.
When I saw that movie really scared me. Why? You ever see a movie? When he goes nuts on the 405.
Yeah, he's lost his job.
Drug dealer goes to mug him and all of a sudden he shoots him. You want my briefcase? He's pretty funny in that. And now Val is looking through. It's a cliche type movie. But I always saw that happening to me with my ex-wife. That's how bad of a divorce it was. I forgave my stepfather. Until this day, I talk to old school humans and I always say, fuck him, he never gave you what was coming to you. You know what? So I gotta go get what was coming to me. That was my frame of thought back then. He didn't give me my mother's money. What do you want me to do? I'm gonna shoot him. For 3 years, I lived with it. I was preparing to hide under a car and grab the sport and shoot him. Where's his money now? So I shoot him. How am I gonna get his money now? So I had a terrible idea. And I hated him for fucking years. And one day I go, what is the guy that raised me? When you give me $1,000, what was I gonna do? Was I gonna invest? Was I gonna buy a building? Or
you'd be dead.
I was gonna buy a yoga plant off some fucking yeah. So in a way, he saved my fucking life, you know? So I forgave him over the years. And I forgave him. That was it. When he died, I didn't go to the funeral. I said flowers. I went to see his wife, and then she died. But I let it go. I gotta tell you something. I
don't have any anger. I have only love. No, I know. I don't care. I've already seen all the numbers. I just love my babies. I haven't got another place here. I hate that.
Has nothing to do with numbers. Okay? There's levels of a divorce. When she walked out of the house, she goes, listen, I'm just going to be a mile up the road. You come over anytime you want. Let me just get some space. And I was cool with it. I'm like looking at it going, this is a dream come true. I can work on comedy. I wanted to be a fucking comedian. I just got out of prison. I was really doing the work and stiff stuff. And I go, fuck it. I want to do fucking comedy. And all of a sudden, it went from one thing to another. I hope it doesn't go there for you. I hope you handle it maturely.
I love my babies. I love my wife.
I hope that the attorneys don't get a hold of this and turn it into something else.
They're not.
I hope that, because that's what happened with me.
Yeah.
Once attorneys are illegal, and once the fine print, there's a fine print. And once that fine print comes out, they say that there ain't no coming back. And that fine print has to exist. It has to exist. The law says it has to exist. And sometimes that hurts, you know. So, you have my love always.
Oh, I know.
I you every day.
I know.
I send you videos of a little Spanish guy.
You gotta knock it out for that, man.
I'm the real deal.
Like, hey,
I'm the real deal. I've been through a divorce. I've been guys, it is brutal. I always advise people to keep it together. Keep it together.
Well, no, I disagree.
There's no love. There's no love.
No,
There's no love. There's no love. You have love.
No,
So
we
there's
both
something
have so much love for each other, but it's like, here's the real deal, okay? I have really fucking bad PTSD, and now I'm properly medicated by probably the best. They had a psychiatrist at Vanderbilt. He's fucking amazing. He's got me chemically dialed in. I sleep 8 hours. I'm up. I don't take naps. I walk. I feel great. He's done it all. He's fucking amazing. All right. But before I got properly medicated, I was a fucking nut and a complete asshole. Okay. You know what you do after 2 years of midnight?
Elvis class, you started to work me that thing. What question did you have over there?
It's not a question, but it was my parents got divorced when I was in high school, and I actually kind of wish they got divorced earlier. Like we stayed together because of the kids. Even back then, I thought it would be better just to have like a.
Just to talk to. This is listen, man.
I was doing what I'm doing right now.
Let's get something.
I got a lot right there.
Let's get something on here. As comics, then it's a great show, and it shows a lot of comics through the country, a lot of vice versa. You know what the fuck I'm saying? Well, Ralphie was the last comic standing. He was already a brilliant headliner. Ralphie was already had a lot of people paying tickets to go see him. This just accelerated the program where now these kids become somebody. Ralphie May was already somebody. You follow me? Ralphie May was already somebody. It went from one thing to one thing, Ralphie. I judged it. I was there. I was there when you were, cooking for us with no money. And also next thing you know, we're sitting on bullshit boulevard with a jar of weed in the living room. People just sticking their hands in it. They had weed to go, and nobody didn't give a fuck. Take it. That's like showing around the fucking whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, every time you see me, give me $200 to do what you do. It's hard. I'm a person that learned marriage. Man, this has been a journey for you. You've learned now. I hope that you keep it together.
Man, I've got so much more peace in my life. I've got so much less stress and less anxiety. I don't have nightmares every night.
PTSD from Spellbind.
No, that's hilarious. Hey, that was 12K. Shut your mouth, cocksucker. That was a good angle. Alright? I broke my fucking phone, but hey, I fucking got 12K out of it. Word to the mother. No, it's when I had to bilateral double pneumonia and pulmonary embolism, and I had to stay awake for 9 days. Because if they said if I couldn't help my lungs expand, I would die. And the blood clot was so big that because I had pneumonia and I had broken 2 ribs from coughing, and that's what caused the blood clot to go right. It was right here, and they said that a radiologist was going to come in at 7 a.m. and enter this vein and go into that and find it right there by the lung. And he goes, you have to be awake. We can't give you any anesthesia. And it's inside you. It fucking hurts in there, man. All right. and they're gonna. You got a 5% chance to live it. Okay, if it blows the clot out, okay, you fucking live. And if not, you'll bleed out in your brain and you'll have a stroke. Good luck. Hey, sleep tight. Boom. Motherfucker. I was fucked up, dude. That fucking snapped. That snapped your fucking head, dude. And so, what I've been doing like a lot of PTSD groups, okay? And they're always like, what the fuck are you doing here? And I'm like, look here, cocksucker. I'm just as fucked up as you are. And let's get to the real deal. Let's talk about some shit. Oh, you even know about. I mean, you know how many times I've gone overseas for the fucking military? Like 19. I mean, a 44 forward operating bases in multiple war zones. Okay, by the way, Afghanistan this time of year is fucking beautiful. All the Taliban's turbans, change colors, but it's dirty. They're dirty motherfuckers. They're like red and yellow and beautiful. been there, and then they start getting real, dude. I mean, when those guys get real, it gets real. You know, I mean, it's like, I know it sounds stupid, right? But you're absolutely right.
And we'll end this podcast in a couple minutes, but I gotta tell you something. It's I'm 52, man. I've had a great life. I laughed. I loved being upset. And laughing. I lived to laugh people. I know sometimes I come across as a prick. I love people and I love laughing. I have a lot of regrets in my life. I did a lot of fucked up things. I was talking about my godfather before. One of the biggest regrets I have that we didn't have the money to do Rabbi. What a mistake that. What a mistake that we could go back and rewire that apartment with a camera. Oh my God, we would have a show. And I'm done.
That would have been the all-time. It would be HBO's all-time greatest comedy show.
And you can't. And you know when I'm sitting here across from Ralphie, I'm listening to the story. I'm like, I can't even go to HBO. Like, I'm talking. I'm taking up Ralphie narrating a show about Adventures of a Fat Guy. And just even though that's something too, when you fell that time.
Oh, falling on Gardner.
Listen,
Okay.
not even Gardner. Then you were telling Lee about that. He's going on. You don't understand. This chick is living in his house. Before we're talking about the story, here's 3 guys trying to fuck the same chick.
It's miserable. I'm the only one not trying to fuck her.
But when you wanted to fuck her, your face fell into the asshole.
It would have been horrible.
It would have been horrible. So something happened. They have an argument. You cannot write this, Lisa. This is an apartment that's living on whatever Ralphie is. I'm sorry. I'm living off Ralphie. I got a little bit of coke in my pocket. Ralphie's making money. Bloody Marys. And we're going over there. We're hitting this every night. With
Red Devil.
You knew that at 2 in the morning after the
Little party was in my apartment.
The Red Devil, Ricky Cruz,
Babaloo.
you know, and we just talked
The
shit.
producer.
Somebody would have a joint, somebody wouldn't have a joint. But this one night it was just me.
We all
were drinking Bloody Marys and we're giggling. And Jody said something to Ralphie to piss him off. And there was a big Japanese lamp in the kitchen. Alright, and fucking sits down and she pisses him off. And he sits in the position and something happened and the light got a little lower. And he's fucking saying shit to her with his face red, right? He's like, fuck you. This is my house.
Like anger from inside out.
Ever talk to me like this? This is my fucking house. You believe this, Coco? She's my guest and she's talking to me like this. This is my fucking something. And he, in the middle of his rage, he's like, and he stops because the light is
It burned my hair.
you can't write that. You cannot write that. That's Inspector Clouseau type shit.
And I had to wear that for like 3 weeks. I was like, Junior Joshua. I always had a hat on.
You busted that toilet in your house.
No. It was Gavin. You fucked up Gavin.
Slim Jim McGill.
Stop. You also shit in Gavin's shower and then puts it down for your toe, motherfucker. Okay, I know the ring up. You Coco. Alright, you can bullshit with these other faggots, but I'm bona fide. Okay, I was there in the beginning. Okay, I was mommy. Okay.
Lighting the bomb on fire.
You light the bomb.
People were saying it had a fire building. Had a fucking camera.
Oh my God.
He would be multi-millionaires. I tell the story that I put shame of that. And she was giving these people, drug dealers wanting to fuck shame.
Oh, so
I left it downstairs in Gavin's apartment. Mediated.
Oh, she's dancing.
And she's telling ESPN stories. I come back at 5 and there's one guy.
Horrible impression.
Yeah.
Oh my God, horrible impression. Oh my God.
Every time they get around,
Ivan. She's all coked out. I'm still and this busy bitch like breaks down into like, yes,
you have no idea.
Like, hey, shut up, bitch. They gotta take the titties out. Yeah, that's what she told her. Do you remember that? You fucking told her. Go, yeah, whatever, bitch. Take the titties out.
I still talk to her when I go to Vegas.
Is she in Vegas now? That's awesome. She is so cool.
She opens for everybody. She got a little gig. She's a
dude. I mean,
She's making a fucking dance.
She's 45. She dances in a cage.
She looks like she's like 20.
She dances in a fucking lesbian bar. She keeps marrying gay guys by mistake.
What?
She hooked up with that dude in Alaska. I had to do this.
What?
Listen to me. About 15 years ago, I had to do this.
She married a gay dude?
Listen to me. I had to do this gig in Alaska one time.
Did you do Charlie's?
And one of those people, and I canceled. I got like this stupid TV show or something for NBC, and I had to cancel. And she went up there and met a go-go dance, like a male dancer, and they found out. She put his name on Little Pussy.
Oh,
And then
whoa.
back in LA, they were in love.
Man, that's
He was
fucking.
he was like unemployed, but he always came up with a little bit of money. And she was dating him for like 2 years. They were in love, and then one day she went in his email. She saw an email from old dudes that he would go to their house in the afternoon and put like a bikini and leave the dance for old dudes and shit. They would get like 50 bucks and do men. So she threw him out and shit. She was heartbroken because she always makes fucked up choices. I've told this story before.
God
This is
bless
hilarious.
her. That's so hard.
This is the name of the guy that she's got on her pussy. This guy is a go-go dancer for old dudes. And he's smoking meth, so she throws him.
Holy shit.
She throws him out. I hear about this. About a month later. No. I bump into her, and she says to me, "How you doing?" Blah, blah, blah. We're going back and forth. And I go, "Hey." I don't know what the guy's name was. Peter on me. I go, "So how's it going through?" And she gets kind of sad. She goes, "I'm not with Mark anymore." That's a shame. I go, "Listen, I know this whole dude."
You know what, Shava, you gotta give it up to her. She is the queen of a ball buster. She will give it, but she will fucking take it. I tell you what, she takes it better than a lot of fucking grown men.
She's always that boy. She
She's fucking funny.
She came up at the comedy store. She came up at the comedy store. Her mother's a biker. Her mother is Gemma. Did you know that? Her mother's like Gemma. She was telling me stories, showing me pictures one time now. Her mother's like Gemma. And she's Arab.
I didn't know that.
And she's Arabian. She's like a Iranian.
I tell you, if you go around and you think that she had plastic surgery, and you're like, but you realize it's just natural. She glows.
Her and April Macy used to be real fucking tight. 2 pieces of ass, right? This is close. They go and doing this dirty shows all over the place, and they start doing our voices show. They got a my face. What was before Twitter and MySpace. They got a MySpace page together, and they would do all these dirty rooms, and they got penthouse to pay them peanuts, but they had something going on in Vegas. They were really trying. And every time you'd see one, you'd see the other. And one day I see Shane, like, "What's going on? What's your buddy?" She goes, "We don't talk about it." So in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, it's 2 girls. They went for the same guy. It's some girl shit. About a month later, I find out they're on a trip back from the fucking Tiana verified. They're on a plane on the way back. Also, the plane says having engine trouble, and they're gonna die. The plane's gonna go down. And all of a sudden, we're gonna release the mask. They released the mask, but only one came down.
if I did cocaine, I'm like, the fact that I'm this bad and can talk to you proves I cannot do cocaine. I've never done it. Okay? And then the guy asked me if I want some Quaaludes. You had my own Quaaludes. And I'm like, what the fuck year is this? 77? Yeah, I'm like, yeah. Can I buy Quaaludes from you? Well, give me 20 fucking grams of Triceratops for it, you dumb fuck. There's nothing there. You know what the official quote was? The one I gave him? Because I was fucked up. You know what I was fucked up on? Cold medicine. I had a sinus infection because I had just come from a goddamn Disney cruise with my kids. Okay, we flew to the fucking, we were in the Bahamas and I was on that fucking pool and doing that boat of germs. Okay, and then I flew to Denver, so I went from 82 to 12. Okay, fuck me. Alright, and I had all this shit in my head, and oh, it was horrible. So I started off with like all the Dayquil stuff, okay, like fucking just like Dayquil, Theraflu day, okay, like every Mucinex day, every day shit they had, and I dried up a little bit. I wouldn't have boogers coming out. Alright, this is the real deal, okay? Alright, but I started shaking, dude. I shake it because I'm all fucked up on all that cold medicine. So, okay, go, I'm not gonna bullshit you. I got the NyQuil out, dude. I'm trying to smooth this ride out, you know? I'm trying to fucking mellow this drink. And then I just take a big old swallow and a fucking NyQuil, right? It wasn't weed. I played NyQuil roulette and lost. Okay? And you know what my wife goes? She goes, why didn't you use the measuring cup? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Measuring cup. That's that cap on the top of the fucking NyQuil. It's a measuring cup. I've never fucking used that in my goddamn life. I had no idea. Okay? I just drank it up. You know, I go like 2 shots. Fuck it. Hey, that's your fault. That's good ass fucking drug you get. Alright? Okay. That was you and Gravity, motherfucker. You own that. Okay, you're a dick. And I wasn't the only one. You fucked up some shit I'm getting out of there. Okay, so you fucking did. And by the way, we went to that jack in the back right behind his house because we were smelling on him. Fucking, I see you popping. Bullshit, fuck you.
No, I didn't go to that jack. I had to pull over. I couldn't stop laughing.
So what happened? Okay, alright. You get your mouth that motherfucker. Alright, nobody wanna see that. Alright, that's the employee of my life. Alright.
We're crazy now.
No, man, fuck you. Let me finish this, you cocksucker. Alright? Because I know you don't believe me. But my wife goes, that's a measuring cup. And I'm like, well, I might be dumb, but you're a dirty bitch. I ain't never seen one in a dishwasher. That's just gross. You leave the same cap, that's disgusting. Alright? And so I was just like, fucking hit it. But you know what I quoted them? Because they were just making lies up about me. I was like, last thing I said before I head on stage, I heard was, all I said was, yes, Mr. Cosby, I'd love another cocktail. That's all I remember. And that's just, go fuck yourself.
You fucked up my NyQuil.
Dude, I was so fucked up on NyQuil.
Get a bottle of NyQuil when you start that. Smoking joint, it's all over. It's all over.
In 92, I played the hip-hop comedy style. Steve Harvey's and Rashawn McDonald's, all black, and comedy club at a hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like, I met this guy and he goes, yeah, my name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass midget walks over, Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's a gangster, okay? I mean, Bushwick Bill was no bullshit. He had knives on him and shit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was a high level to him. Okay, no. Codeine syrup. Codeine, and we listen to fucking slow records. This guy named D they poured a lot in mine. Okay, they poured a lot, and they shitload. And a lot of them was putting that. What's that? The raspberry liqueur, like Chambord or something. They pour Chambord in it too, so you'd have you'd have like grape soda with some Chambord and syrup. Okay, and all those fools were doing that. All of them. It was, and it was like. I didn't know what hit me, okay, because it didn't taste like good. And I was like, what? And they called me up on stage. And for whatever reason, it was the greatest set of the 4 years I've ever done comedy. And I relaxed. Yeah, but I was, I've been smoking weed in the back with this little crazy midget passing it because it was so funny to look at a midget when you're going in and smoking weed. And like if the midget takes the joint out of your hand, but it was so much infinitely bigger in his hand than it ever did in yours. It's crazy. Like what? Woo. Okay, it's amazing. But I came in and blew the place apart. Got a standing ovation. All right. But a comic came on stage who hated my fucking guts. That he was trying to be like the number one guy, and he tried to do everything, and I blew the guy out of the fucking water. Steve Harvey told me I did. Okay, it was like everyone was fucking unanimous, and he starts talking shit about me being fat, like making all these fat shit jokes, and the audience turns on the guy, and then out of nowhere, you see this nickel 45, 1911. 45 caliber come up and go, and it's Bushwick Bill, and he goes, bring the fat white boy back, shut the fuck up, nigga. Alright, and he was about to shoot that man, okay? That's how gangster and fucked up this guy was. And they were like, okay, well, fuck it, okay, we're really big. I had nothing fucking left. What the fuck? How can you follow what you just did? I had nothing at all. I'm like, man, I love those midgets, they've always got your back up to here. Alright, and I got the fuck out. I was so scared. I'm like, he's already pulled a gun once. He's gonna shoot me for making a midget joke at him. But he loved it. Because he was all fucked up and falling over and shit. It was crazy, man. Midgets, when they pass out, they just kind of like, weeble wobbles and then they go, okay? Things like that. Okay? You never hung out with no midgets like that? No, me. I like them. They're good people. Shit happens. Word to that. Great church, by the way. Thank you for having me. Okay.
I want to drink what black people are drinking now. I saw it on drugs.
What is it?
That shit they drink to Memphis and stuff.
What is it?
Like a liquid codeine and mix it with Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sir. Yeah, that's the exact same thing they were doing.
You mix codeine with a drink.
No, what you do is it's cough syrup. It's cough syrup. And
Let's go, baby.
well,
I discovered when I was like 9. I remember there was no fall asleep. Oh, so I liked it, but I didn't like the feeling in the morning.
I've never chugged codeine, but yeah, it's great. It's like a joint. It's like a joint.
Pills get my
dude, I get so fucking. I can't eat that shit. My fucking little pooper gets worn out. I can't shit and it's miserable. Fuck that. I don't do none of that shit no more, man.
Somebody called medicine and shit one night.
Dude, you don't want to.
Records. Shit.
Oh man, that's what we used to do. Like slow records.
Horse in this motherfucker one time. Bring it back from the horse in this motherfucker one time.
Hey, Lee, put this song on. Okay, this is a great song.
Hold on, we gotta get the fuck out.
Okay, alright.
Get the fuck out.
Word to that.
Let's do this real quick. For 9,000 years, that's how long humans been making wine. That's also how long they've been confused about which wine to drink. Some people get a headache after they drink wine. I used to get a headache. One time I shoplifted a bottle of wine from Albertsons across from Hudson County Park, and I drank with the Federal Louis Cassidy, and I had a headache for 2 fucking days. But for many of us, it's the shopping part that causes a real headache. You got too many choices. You don't know what to do. People coming over, they're serving chicken, they're serving lobster, and sometimes you're down there and wine's expensive. You went in there to buy it 20, next thing you know you're dropping 60, and you got no guarantee of what you're gonna buy, right? Let me tell you something. It's overwhelming to figure out a good bottle of wine sometimes, especially when people don't know your own personal experience learning about wine and wine, you're about to learn about happens is they cut out the middleman. They work directly for the vineyards, and they cut the guy out, which in turn saves you some dough me. So with Club W, you get premium wine customized.
Did you stop
to
the
your
ball?
taste
How's everybody
and
doing?
third
We also
of what you pay for in the store when you don't even know what you're paying.
got engaged. Got a father.
These are their wines. Like, you're never going to see these wines anywhere else. But the most interesting thing is going to their webpage. You go to clubw.com. You go on their page and have all these videos, and a lot of videos. They tell you what wine they're making, the test. And next thing you know, you're involved. Which, when you don't know about that, listen, man, I don't know nothing about wine. So when I went to clubw, I was blown away by how much interaction you have. They'll put it down to the exact thing. The nut, the grapefruit came from the vineyard anyway. What they do is they save you money. It comes down to maybe $13 a bottle of wine or something like that. And there's even a no risk 100% guarantee that you'll love what they say. Do me a favor right now. What they're doing is for listeners. You know, 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joe. So do you understand me? 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joe. And this is not like fucking Columbia House where they send you records every month and you don't want them. You order what you want. Right? So if you think you need 3 bottles, you order 3 bottles. It's $13 a bottle. They get delivered to your door, and it's exactly what you like. When you guarantee the love, or you get 100% money back guarantee. So again, do me a favor. Get 50% off your first order. Go to clubw.com/Joe. Stop wasting time and stop losing money at these retail stores and start drinking wine you know you're going to love. So go to clubw.com/Joey to get 50% off. Right.
Just to get this to Thanksgiving parties. Just get those. There's no other thing. Like, let's say it's a first episode party. Yeah, man, just get 3 bottles of wine. This town takes a whole week to use this party every night. We're off until the start of the new year now. When I used to work at TV. Not really. Until Thanksgiving, it's busy. But then they're out. Everybody's speeding.
Anyway, somebody tell you what's beautiful wine for a heavy season now. Been going like 6 weeks of wine. Solved those whole thing, though, I got my honor. I always slam well with the wine thing. We did so in those planes are filthy. Those planes are filthy. They give you an open plan, they steam it with chemicals, they wipe down nothing. In my bag, there's a fucking deodorizer. I got a hand sanitizer to wipe everything. That's the first thing I do when I sit down there. I don't want somebody else's ass on my ass. And I'm sticking like their fucking ass. You gotta wipe those fucking seats down. So do me a favor. It's just bad. When you're flying, there's a lot of human contact this time of the year. Do yourself a favor. Go to honey.com. Get the Shroom Pack Immune. You boost up your immune system. You have a lot of human contact when you're flying around. We're smoking dope with different people. You hit a vapor pen. You know, we've been sick this time of the year. You lose fucking thousands of dollars, especially in Ralphie, man. I can't afford to fucking really sick. I can't. So I don't take a chance. I up my vitamin C when I fly, and I also take Shroom Tech Immune. That's not really the only thing fucking on it's got. That Shroom Tech Sport gives you more endurance when you're rolling. Weights more than the fuck you want to do. Even when you're flying, opens you up. You have strong bone. You have to have protein powder, and they got alpha break. You know, it's another 100% money back guarantee. And they'll drop it. It's off the fucking chart. So do yourself a favor. Go to honey.com right now. Press it. Boom. Get 10% off your first order. Then you get a set right to your fucking door. You don't leave the house. You have to go to Whole Foods. You have to do that. Wait presently. Church. Beautiful. Over to 86.com. What did that say?
He says, we say it's 5 to 15. It's half off. So it's one thing. No, it's usually like
25 to 20 a piece. Right now, 86. Tremendous. 1,200 guaranteed bucks. Right here. I'm smoking the reefer for right here. It's a guy I'm living like a doctor. I'm like the Gino and Godfather. You just don't even fucking know.
It's real high.
86.com right now. They got the tobacco. They got the cigar. Alright. Then they have the tobacco cigarette line. It's 24, 16, 0 milligrams. So you can quit smoking whenever you want to You can switch it up, go to 86.com and press in Joey's Church. Boom! And get 5 for 50, which is 50% off. NailedItLife.com, the Basement Kings. You want to make them kind you like smoking, you like doing this, you want to see the devil. Go to NailedItLife.com right now. When you use code Joey Diaz, you get 20% off the premier vapor pen on the market. All the oil and wax sorted out there. And in California, they are also making some little products. There you go. So listen, please do me a favor. Please support Nailed the Life. Please support the Please support. And please go to look up. It's a holiday season. It's beautiful. Wine, that's perfect. We don't need to save you guys money. I'm not trying to fucking sell you no jumping on like that. Don't forget my big man is where don't forget neither. Yes, we're taking. Go to Rothschild'S.com for everything. Go see if he's coming to your fucking neighborhood. I'll be there soon. I don't want to miss this fucking. I go everywhere. I'm in Portland Thursday through Sunday. I'm in New Jersey next week at the Express Factory. All right, guys? Hey, I love that club, man. And maybe those boys from Raptors come out, man. I like those guys. Thank you for coming out. Hey, Church, you know what? It's fucked me up. Coco, you know, there's cameras and microphones here, but at the base of it, it's back 16, 17 years, 14, 40. Me and you, my little glass table sitting by the window, you know, crack a fucking joke. We don't use it. Yeah, pretty good parties we've ever had. That's what Coco brought up. The church was out and we've been thinking, okay, you've been right there with us, buddy. Close it up, please. Thank you, Rabbi. Come on. Coco, I love you. Friday night. Anything for you, brother. I love you, cocksuckers. I love you. Thank you, sir. Thank y'all for having me on. I really appreciate it. You stuck around. And I know I get long-winded. I'm annoying when I'm out, so I apologize about that. But I love it when he makes me cry laugh. That's all I'm saying. Bye. Also, people love the other one. Oh, that's a nice thing. This show was brought to you by Club W. Go to clubw.com/Joey to get 50% off of your first order. That's right, you go to clubw.com. clubw.com to get 50% off your first order. I'll see this later. What do you want to close with, guys? This show, The Church of What's Happening Now, would like to introduce you to PetNet. Stop worrying about feeding your pets the wrong amount of food every day. The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time, every time automatically. Go to PetNet, get your PetNet Smart Feeder, plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey, petnet.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Haunted.com. Go to Haunted.com, use code CHURCH to save 10% on all of their optimization products like Alpha Brain, Strong Bone, New Mood, Showtech, and Showtech Support. Oh shit. The Church of What's Happening Now, bitches. You got me over here. Monday, October 17th, the day the devil was buried at sea. Lisa, I'll be back. Uncle Joey. Little Michael Schenker.
Chicago. Fuck you.
How nice are I thought I told in the hotel. And they heard the front desk.
Fuck yeah, that's Chicago, man.
I don't know. We're at the restaurant. Yeah, you got up. You saw me. You got up. Not having the restaurant. You got up. Sitting there playing with the phone. Yeah, I must be putting next to you. You got up when you saw me. And then you left it there. Somebody, I felt terrible because somebody I lost. I dropped me out. When I got there, somebody gave me a free fucking out. Rainbow, long live rock and roll. They went to eat Cuban sandwiches. I left it downstairs. That night they called me in my room. Yeah, we have your house downstairs. That's amazing. I'll get a little.
That's great.
Great little city, Chicago. You know, I mean, listen, man. Chicago's one of those places that once you get to the suburbs, it's a little last American frontier.
Yeah, right.
You know, it's really neat. You know.
I hate that the whole city is being painted as like the old Wild West. You know, I mean, everybody's dying and shot and shit like that. That's only certain parts of Chicago. Nobody gets it. Yeah, right.
There's parts of Chicago that are fucking bad. There's parts of Houston.
Oh my God, so yeah.
Different element to Houston.
Oh shit.
Those areas where we used to go from.
Yeah,
now,
no way.
Fucked up. You know, this is going on across the country. Anyway, you just can't say Chicago. Chicago is a scary place. Look what happened last year in St. Louis.
Oh my God.
Tensions are still like on the verge.
You know, and that's so crazy because I used to go to St. Louis as a kid, and man, I remember in like '84, they had this whole 4th of July down there. Okay, I mean, for every white guy, there was 2 black guys. Okay, we're all listening to Cool and the Gang, eating fucking hot dogs like Americans. All right, fireworks, everybody was having a blast. I can't believe that town went to what shit is today. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like I've never seen more people having more fun and no racial BS bullshit anywhere than at that fucking 4th of July. It was fucking outstanding. Cool in the Gang.
Shit.
Where were you growing up? Go to St. Louis.
Clarksville, Arkansas.
That's funny. That was the big city for my wife.
Yeah.
That's the team you watch when you go.
Oh yeah.
She grew up in fucking
Paducah, right?
No, that's Kentucky. She grew up in by Milan.
Oh my God. It's like Jackson.
It's like Jackson, yeah. A couple of miles Iowa.
Yeah. We go to St. Louis to watch the games, and then we go to Memphis to watch wrestling. And we go to Hot Springs to go to the horse races. My grandfather would get a place.
What type of wrestling was there?
Oh shit.
Was it the guy you saw on TV?
Fuck no. We saw him on local TV. I mean, that's where I first met Spittin' Dick Murdoch, fucking the Funk Brothers, okay? Man, Jerry Lawler. I saw Jerry Lawler and Kaufman fucking wrestle. And then like 2 weeks later, I saw Kaufman get beat by a woman. One of these big bitches from Tennessee. I mean, she's big, probably Mississippi, North Mississippi. Okay, this big bitch whipped his ass. Okay, I saw that one.
WWE wrestling.
It's 3rd tier, but it's legendary. You know what I mean? It was Mid-South and something else. I forget the name of the other one. But, I mean, dude, I went to so much wrestling. I saw Ric Flair win the heavy metal belt from Harley Race. And it was his 2nd world championship. And then I saw Dusty Rhodes beat him. And then he beat Dusty Rhodes again for his 3rd championship. It was tremendous. Blood was everywhere. It was fantastic. That wrestling was so fucking good, dude. I remember as a kid spitting on fucking Abdullah the Butcher. I spit on it. You dirty motherfucker. Okay, I spit on him. Who else I spit on? What was her name? Oh yeah, man. All the kids are down there. We were fucked up on Suicide Cup.
well, I had never listened to the science. I had another friend of mine in on it. And then the real one, black TVs up here. Dollars, right? The lumps. Oh, okay. I would get $1,000, $45, but I would sell $100 for $35. And then you sold it for $1,000. And you went, wow, you sold 40 of them. You already got your money back. Right. And you still had 960 of them. There was no equal. Only a loser to lose money on that. Yeah. And I would sell those to wrestlers. Well, wait, you're doing that now in Adderall. Right. So you get the, not getting the fair numbers I was getting. No. So I put those numbers. Walgreens don't get them those numbers. I need my release for fucking solid. I was getting this. I was getting these two chemists that were getting out of fucking idiots. I was already strong. Towards the end of the whole I was opening them up and just throwing them in 2 capsules. So you figure, I still have think a lot. So I had to go home at night. I think about drug shit. And on one particular night when I was selling purple microdot I probably had by the, when you sell it lean, you do it. So remember, you know your resistance. Yeah. So I might sell you one, you might want to get fucked up. I mean, I got 4. What's up?
Here we go, kids. This is Daddy's favorite time of the week. Really? Nobody knows who that is. Oh no, Trevor Lawrence. Come on, Miami, you fuck. And nobody knows who that is.
I got these fucking oils. Oh my god. The guy fucked up with the chemicals.
Come on, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Just like last time, this time they were prepared. Now we know what the hell. From the 20, let's get the 6 bills, right? From this shit. And that's it. That's how quick it happens. You went out thinking you were going to have orange juice and a hamburger once again, and you're going home to chat to the gills at 5 with a gram of blow in your pocket and 6 whalers you didn't want.
And your dick's mysteriously wet.
What did I owe you $20? I gave you 3 of the whalers to hold. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't want to hold it because I don't want to be. I don't want to.
Oh, man. George would be holding it, didn't even know it. He didn't check the inside pocket.
Oh, that was run off your door.
Like some people carry it sometimes.
Wow, cook in the floor.
I've been a member of the church. And, okay, the last time I saw Coco do exactly what he was talking about in the 80s, like he was a demon then. 10 years ago, Coco did a quarter ounce of mushrooms. He smoked nearly an ounce of weed. Drank beers all day long. Then went down and did the Comedy Store and copped. Okay, and that was the last night of evil. Oh, and acid. Acid tip. Yeah, 4 hits of acid. A quarter ounce of mushrooms. I swear to God. Okay, 4 ounces. 4 hits of acid. Smoked at least an ounce of my weed. Drank all my fucking orange juice. Okay, I had to call the convenience store twice to come up and bring more orange juice. Oh, dude.
Are they still there?
Yeah. Okay, I get them to set up chicken salad, toast, stop. Chicken salad, yeah, avocado and tomato. Damn, wait, I'm fucking straight juke over it.
Get your sandwich and you sent it back, and she still gave you a bill for half the sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Because she said that there was only stands on the one side.
On one side.
The place next to the crap.
Oh, my God, yeah. Greenblatt. Charge me for half the sandwich for that and one.
Listen, I saw a well.
Oh, my God.
Extra out and I go around the street. Baseball terms, that's just what the Jets did. The sandwich, it was like, on top of it. Saving half of the pot, 2 sleeves. Oh my god. Wait, you get grams? No. I would make sandwiches. Oh my god, really? And every bite would have the ring around it, so I have to tell them. So you want to start kind of area there, and then she did contact in the chest and not dead. Yes, I make pepperoni sandwiches. Oh my god, they do it right away for everything. That's all they just make last week because you're reading the string is still on. Yeah, like the same thing they didn't know this. They saw that. No, his problem is it's like an airport. You know, they cut it this way, right? Yeah, they slice it like so it's like a wrap. Yeah, but not the fucking plastic. No, it was the plastic. It's the plastic. No, there's a difference between the wrap, like the wrapper of the case. It was no, it was like you can't take casing like around it. It is like I've had pepperoni, trust me, I've had pepperoni before. There's not that. And I've told them, and when you tell them that, you can see a difference. But that's why I can't go to the like. I did something really weird today. What you did? What did you do? I left my cart at Ralph's. I got pissed off. They didn't have what I wanted. Like the deli counter was full, like way full. I was looking down my cart. No, Magnolia. It's a busy fucking. Magnolia across from the barbecue place. Oh, the DX has a. It's right across. It's right past like some. Oh, you going back? Hell home? Yeah. Why you going there? It's right near where I got it. That's the worst one. That's why you get shitty cold cuts. They don't have the cold cuts there. They don't? No. Where do you go? To the routes up by fucking cold water and any other route. But that one, they don't have a slicer. They give it to you. No, they have a slicer. Yeah, but they give you the shit thing. Yeah, most of the time they do that. No, they don't have to do it. You can't go there. You don't. You gotta go to Vineland. Oh, that's why I know it. I know it. Like, yeah. Yeah. No, Vineland and you should across the street from the barbecue place. Yeah. No, not that. No. Not that dump. That dump is a dump. Okay. That's a dump. That's where the Jack in the Box is. There's something there. Yeah, there's a cross here. Yeah, that's why you go there. That's a Subway thing. That's why you know why that is. That's why I'm a sucker. You don't think I know, but I know. Okay, I've been there. No, you can't go to that one. You gotta go to one right in Victoria and Vineland. Underground parking. Very nice. Nothing right there. You can cook yourself at home. That is right. You go to Wars, but no Wars. No, there's a Wars one. There's one on Laurel Canyon and Victory where they don't have a deli counter. That one's scary. I was the one. It's the scariest place you go to. What's the one? Used to be John's. I live near that too. John's. Scary. All rushing. Sunset. I'm one of the perfect. Food for less? Oh, yeah. I know. I wanted to go in there with fucking, like, get a bunch of newspapers, like I'm about to get shanked in the yard. Oh, my God. Right. The parking was scary. Oh, it was scary. It's the whole thing. She jokes about that place. It's believe me. Because food for less is the only place
Come on, Lamar.
He's like that. Like, look at the Smash Brothers. We're talking about the time. So, with a video show behind them. With a video camera to what happened. This is the shit I want to see. Matt Jones goes by Richie Pierce. They got all kinds of problems. Even pass receiving. When it comes to injuries for the Niners, so you can just check them for the Niners fans. 15 yards on that. Roy Stevens, 24/7. You wake up with Brody. It's from 7 to 8 with Brody in the morning. And then like 12 to 1, the last 2 stops of the night for Brody, the Comedy Store main room, or the original room, the waiter.
Because he knows so many fucking people. I don't think people really understand. I was at Fox, and Tom Brady walked up to Brody Stevens and was like, "Hey, Brody, how are you?" And that's fucking Tom Brady, man. Okay, and he was like, "Oh my God," and Brady was like, "You're good, man. You know, feeling good, doing good, positive." He didn't say positive. That was hilarious. But I saw it.
I don't see it. I see it, and I'm not even sitting there like,
I'm not even close, bro. It's fucking funny, man.
I wouldn't be like one of those guys that, oh, look at this guy can do away with it. Listen, I'm old. I'm talking about Brody Stevens and what he does on Periscope. What he does on Periscope. It just is crazy. What that's last night. Sophie don't want to be that guy. Fuck yeah, in the mornings he lives way
in South Florida. He's running for no reason. He's in the middle of traffic. Get a 101. Sometimes beating the shit out of his steering wheel.
It's like, it's smoked dope. I'm talking shit. I'm ready for a shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the voice.
Where's the cat?
I don't have a voice, but I can't smoke in the house. If I can smoke in the house, I'd have the cats in there every day. I'd have fuel for the
No,
I can't fuck with the cats and get high in front of them and shit. That shot, I cocaine thing. Well, you know, the guys I came back. He lost that fang and shit.
Hey, this is hilarious. I remember Cincinnati and Jack, okay? And I remember all the crazy shit we did around
retired former defensive end, edge rusher.
Everything from Doug, there was this guy, Blackjack, something, okay, that Doug would just be annoyed by, like so fucking annoyed. And I'd be over there and we'd be playing Scrabble or something, and just fucking, just me, to bring over coffee, fucking do all those jokes and shit. And Blackjack would just show up, and they were young guys in the second store, so screen door open on the territory. And every time you come in, Doug would just nonchalantly slide his videotape of outdoor anal fucking gangbang shit. Okay, there's no ecstasy. When you don't have any all these silly shit. Oh my gosh, it's like a we turn it upside down like while Will was a game,
talk to you. Alright, you're a fucking comic. Let's go over to Coach and Horses. Alright. And we just walk over to the Coach and Horses. And it was a Bud Light and a Middle Liquor. And just had a beer. And it was, I remember one night we were going to New York with this guy. This guy is talking about this shit about and a shot. We was shot. It was we were maniacs. Nobody's like that now.
Sometimes the car would start, sometimes towards the end.
I was just, I gotta tell you about this because it's so fucking funny. Because we were on the road with Douglas, okay? And I remember we were sleeping in his Oldsmobile Cutlass, okay? And we fucking raved the booze and like porno fucking clothes or with the beer all over. So I just smelled like resident beer, cigarettes, and like so it's sweat like pigs.
Good job, Tyree.
Josh Allen has come off the field for the Buffalo Bills. Quarterback design on his ears. Looks like maybe he hit her face against one of his offensive linemen, and Allen immediately come to the sideline with his head down. This is just about 20 seconds ago. We saw the athletic trainers come over to him, apparently looking on the side of his face. His nose. Looks like something happened. Allen's on the sideline, and there you see the athletic trainers there right on top of his face.
Come on, Tariq. Go. Nope. CW Kendall Gates and Shirley Run. Okay.
6 of them in 205 West 8. If you go to West 205 West 8,
Give it the flowers.
you go to the end of the building, on the Amsterdam side, towards the parade. So long church, the kids that went to the park district, that was a garage that was closed down. There was a sign that said no parking, and that was the basketball thing. I hit that with the wall of the school. Literally went deep down into that. It was just nooks and crannies and paperwork. Time and time around, we come out there, we beat them up with a stick. It was just a parking. It was just a parking. It was just a parking spot. A huge parking spot that was empty. But in the parade, there's something built. Every goes on. You can get all that new too. And those days, I would get like fucking all that people back there by myself. If you really don't say any shit, because I didn't talk about this shit. I would get all that baby stuff and sneak in like kids going to the these fires are right this line and hit this one and then it's just like the bullet goes on the left out right. So get fires. No good. Jalen Ramsey celebrating as if he made his cut. You have to have the replay in front of him. It's just as good as it's going one left. Quarterback she's off the left, upright left, upright. Getting some structures on workouts here today. A couple of points. Sunday a week shift of 5.
Yeah, 15 seconds.
That was a smart way. That was just there was something going on.
On the ball. No. No.
across the hall, and the fire department did come by. And I asked anybody, I go, I don't know, that fucking bomb, probably somebody just drove through that fucking alley, flicked it on it, fuck him.
All right, give it to my boy. Right on. $51%. That's terrible.
He told us again, he could come back as much to the NFL. He's seen it all your shit out because they wouldn't let you in the water. All I could get was the back seat to the front.
What is this bullshit?
Jesus Christ.
No. We're losing for the first time. My good.
Luckily, stop both. We have the capacity to see it. Only on the
Why the Giants drafted him as high as they did in last year's draft, and Malik Willis is producing. This graphic here is a list of some star receivers and how many receptions they had in their first 20 NFL games. Malik Neighbors now with his 119th catch. Today is only game number 17. Malik Neighbors, Bowers, young receiver in there as well. He's an active player still on the list as well. And then, by the way, Wilson, 16 passing, 221 yards, and a touchdown. There's some alarm in Cincinnati as Burrow has come out of the game. This is the last video we have of him. I'm going to trade out one myself.
Right, and
This is slow motion video, but he was still walking slowly as well. And what they showed was in that video is we have Jake Price with the quarterback. I see it on the pass. Pretty sure I saw what he does. Ship him away. Shot field goal is good. It's good.
So, I'm happy to donate my time. I guess this weekend I'm in Oxnard. I'm at the I got the shit. This one is the fourth one in Southern California, and it's the newest one.
After a big turnover like that, you get down near the fringe, red zone area, right between the 30 and the 20. That's your chance to maybe take a shot or the Steelers will last. So it's a good life. Just one of these things. Still alive. Somebody ball is wide too bad on the first. Intention run. Throw this ball 30 yards in here.
I'll get out of there.
That's not game.
You get a boner? No. TSA, make me relax. Facility, it's okay, watch it out. The club, the management, the staff, they were great all I'm excited to see my boy. The talking motherfucking land. All next week in the sand.
Don't worry about your vision. I'm making the vision.
That's crazy.
Should have said the name of the show.
What's there for the Cowboys? That makes it
My son moving up to
21 yards out. Chances are not being shot out anymore. It's 28-3 in New Jersey. Down inside inside of the touchdown.
a son.
So it's great to laugh at that.
court here, this thing that they got it from Galveston. One is this one. The first child is the other says that we're looking for a wife. That says a husband wants to show not the wife, but not the matches that selling the couple. That's what you saw with that. What the everybody says? After you marry, now you find out when you marry. The mother of the people, that's the president, the woman's born, you will wait 7 times as much as the president. The Russell says you bring starting ask for Torah and you'll receive it. Revenge says you should ask for Pura, for burial. So that writing says there's something about that. You ask for that. A second death. The second one said there's not only 3 kinds of death. The first one is after. The second one is in secret. I think it's a key on it. Ask for like taking care out of war. Very difficult. You should ask for who needs it. But Super says referring to a bathroom. So find a good bathroom. You want to be checked. But Super humans to be prepared out of all of them. Says great things. Think about that tragic feeling from each thing happen. What does someone love the most? Love. Only that thing for others, never got a lot. You like the places that they come to the bottom of our life and more than sure to come to I want to be as close to God as we go. When I find a business, I'm not going to change the way you used to learn at home and go down to the school. Then change it to where you dive in and live in the same place. Rabbi Rassi, they had 3 children burial, but they chose to dive in by the pillars of living water. It says, Yosh Mordechai Amigo, taking on like this boss who ever died on it, that I want to be around. He found the children of ours and they only have 4 under the lap of the other. That's why I find also he decided to dive in the place that they did. I love that. That's why I was born. Where it says, somebody who has your Shemayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns that just like your Shemayim gathering. Says the apostle, the Biakachecha, says that Ashrecha v'Torah. You learn Ashrecha by Mazel, which is love and Mabah, where your Shemayim only has a Mabah, not a Mabah. Is that love? That one is the word right next to his Rabbi. If he supports his Rabbi, he accepts everything his Rabbi says. Otherwise, it's not good to his Rabbi. You see that one on there, this marry, daughter of Tyron, that holy his Rabbi to his area with a lot of good that. So the person will always say, folks, you know, I love somebody who says, church over the school, you know, I need to show. If a man would leave the show, between God and God, you know, if a man, what about the two secrets? The part, and you see that, and you make the patience. The kid says, I didn't feel like that, and he said, no, they're doing what they want to do, and I'm doing my thing. The law of the legal that the Bible brings, I read this young, say, sometimes one target, one day, two target on the culture, right? That's what you do. It says, right? In that case, the word says, you still say meaning, they say the public 3 times. One says heart. One cannot wait until the people to say, because the Bible is every people say them. But this is that thing, and the second time you have a target, earlier than the week that you need to say that. You can make it all these children. First of all, when you set the birds, you accept all the people in the bank, make sure that all the work from them. Be careful with the double couple of something that has Torah, even though you forgot it now, because behind us, just like they put the broken leaders to the Torah, this person is broken to the Torah. Robert on the scriptures, not cut you on the hand, one side because it's a Torah that I'm cut you, it's like slit, they cut your hand, or like you make your hand, some of the blood you don't use first, and then you step them down. So I don't know, and now I sit on a Mishnah around it. The third one later, what that is, the Mishnah says, don't speak about these people on a Mishnah, the other side is when you tell the children, who come in, not married, and married, and you're praying, and some say, that's very much. Why? One thing is sort of like the story like that. A woman told them that the brother said, sit down, and he said, let me see if I can get the bed. He took her off the bed, and said, they can tomorrow to lay them for a spell. Walk away, those who not go behind the door. The wicked lead, those who lead us all. One thing, the one person who leads us all. The person carrying something heavy is obvious that not like the show, and it's still obvious that you're tonight. They Let's say another door that people think he's trying to go to the other door and he's trying to go to the other. But they give us things about the nature of mobile. But they fucking read. They don't fucking read on the table. And they piss each other over their head because the germs only when they discuss bad things they're doing the field for no one else to do it. I like the field. That is in 3 areas. When they hate, they want the back end and the adulation. I like to get nevertheless, the Barsim are ready to go. Look at all the field. They're ready to go straight together. That also is something they're doing in the Mishnah, and it's the same Shema all the way up to the Shaka. It's just like one thing. That is when one after another, all week to the next, all week to the next. That is 6 for every part of the Shaka. Right after the Shaka, one after the Shaka, it comes to the thing that people get on up to right after the Shaka to the night. People get up there, you would say, people are Shaka, and multiple days.
Same formula, minus good singer, good song. Okay, if they just have a good singer, a good song.
Nobody's got second. Nobody's fully. One Therefore, they will move to fight for the
Los Angeles
Rams
as the clock expires at the end of the first half. In Nashville.
Same shear, using another way, especially for the dog and a wolf, to a donkey and a roid, which is a wild donkey. And a favorite say, it's when you can differentiate. But if you got your friend, or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 dinosaurs. Up until one time, you take 3 miles, watching this until later time. That's the kilo, everything going first. Shua says until 3 hours, manual, in other words, you divide the day. Or the light, that's when you run, you start from Amin Shachar, which is going to start from Kama. But that's when kings wake up 3 hours before. As he says, whoever reads past this time, each of his parents is the right of the fire. When it's good, says, this person is saying like that. The Buddha says, the Allah is that Krishna has said, the sheer of putting out your friend around the way, and I says, no, that's only two dark. But Krishna is the secret. I prefer the positive. Positive, it's a Krishna, before they have trust, because Krishna didn't exist, he wants to say Shwarasmi, the Buddha is constant time, but yet he's so full of freedom, Krishna like before, and therefore, in order to have everything of Krishna, at the last available moment, right before, says, I don't know this concept, says, you need to function, but I fear, right when the sun comes out, it's Krishna, overemphasized, because the thing, they react, they're very, it's something that, Pinnacle, not be said, after, noticing, the Yakim, said the name of the lion, whatever says, and if the won't be damaged at favor, seriously, what damage is it? Or say, why, if you got a monetary loss, and you know, that's the king, people, they want to get to see king. You're supposed to see people get out king. It's the difference between a billion and $8 billion. But Bruno says, you know, he's so full of king, and he's happy the entire day, Adam, smiling, and stuff. Hashem smells like TikTok, and we say, or in one shot says, you want to see that video, otherwise it's an excellent video, or you have a good receptor, this is a cover with the day, and it's like part of when Ezra, he says part of it.
There you go.
When Ezra, is because of the hating of the film that from the middle passage for Rothschild is a bit of use fast, and I think that's why it's a Rothschild, not the US for before I tell you the story, the mayor had to deal with that neighbor. See, Donovan, this is Donovan. You really experienced the one thing that happened with you. You found people, how much I had to know, it's really really about life. Yes, they really sick, they don't get really sick. What you do is Donovan is true love, that Donovan is true love, and because of true love. They really want that really a hundred possible sense. Remember, don't be that correct for maybe another. Before you make it first, came out of the song, I just said, shut up. You get in the fuck. You also know that you are, when you know more fight from his life than ever. In fact, it's really harder to person that our children, they're going to get heaven, but we're children. They don't know it's supposed to do. Long as they don't know how to think. The parent of Hasholah, given Hasholah, is playing his role. And the point of being for that show is always that person that it's not a border of how it happens. They don't want to legally go back to court. So the possible left another possible sentence that left another sentence. You look at it. You learn from the house looking more than but it was quite big. Somebody might tell you, how is it possible that God is going to benefit from God? But how do you know? My own son is over there in Chicago. Somebody can explain to him calling in Chicago. Sure, wants to talk about the son is taking on China. And my mom knows about his father's devil. That his wife is the first thing in her life, but now 5 times that she's in the world. One day the world, but it's not the world. 6 years to the open up to them. When you think happened, he said, Jesus is starting with a voice, some other person happened. And when you're upset about that, you check it's really hard. Humans are doing an everything. You look for the blue place, or you look not in looking at everybody. And he said, when you had the formula inside, all but it's still the dog, it's that. The thing is, God said that it takes time, because it's going through the summer, to find time. It's going through the whole world, it's going through the whole body. And it's going through season, but it's not seen. The summer season is not seen. It's going through the time is the whole world, it's going to be time for the body. It's going through the spirit, it's fire, so the summer, it's going to sit. So the spirit, they know it's so much for the body. So therefore, the person of God will come within him, come and praise of his body. Don't do not be the church of the clubhouse, but you know, the clubhouse is human beings today. I'll just take a picture on the wall and infuse it with life and then some word of it. Not only can you use it to infuse something that maybe in its life infuses with life. That's not a sense. They certain things are learned inside of the artist of our job. Knowing that it's important to teach you the moment of learning cinema. The ancient Gentiles were learning to aim with our legs first. Aim with our legs first. At the same time, every creator as an artist usually is art absolute stuff. What happened with the story to Siskiyah and Shayon, who were both studying with Siskiyah and Shayon were loving. They didn't want to sit in each other. People tell that they were at one time for everyone to come together. And they told them, wait a minute, like, they think they're really sick. And they told Shayon, go sit with Siskiyah. So then they made a sense. He makes an accent that the Lord Siskiyah, you're not going to live, which is a double lesson. Very explain, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have another thought. This is who you're married. So the son of a brother that I'm going to have descendants, they're not worthy. So, Shayon told me the famous line, the happy pastor of one of them, long as the king is down, then the revenge will be given. Let us be really cool to do your thing. He said, okay, so be your daughter, and I so if you talk about a woman who has bad descendants, they told him, he's like, they are very happy. He got upset, he said, I'm pretty sure something happens to her, so I didn't know if it was that, but it's even if it's serious on your neck, it never stopped happening. And what I thought about that usually, if you took the picture, you got up and went to the wall. The wall is hard, so the Jewish heart. And then it says, something has to do with the wall. He said, if you shot you down, it's going to be said. But he said, because I listen to the son, and the squirrel is touching this in the wall, and the wall is back there. So my grandfather, he killed his mother, somebody still doesn't do this thing. It's the number of the focus. It's a lot of people that are the other son, I think they're going to see everything. What he did for the mother of everything, he this is what happens when you have a start. Those two things are all busy. So if we don't agree that we walk up in order to change, in order to make that the social can have longer, we need to do that. Because nothing can do it. When this begins, you don't even believe the whole world that the kind of thing is that. And when people are paid to make an extra amount every year, and the last thing other, so that's not good because that last day could be Nissan, and because it could be Nissan, then people are kind of that. Somebody other people could come down and say, I think what actually is taking the more part of it, whether they do it or not, answer to the main question. You should all answer your life to the face, and not for their part, exactly. So they use this to make that. But going back to the story of Ishak Diamonds and Alicia, she said, let's make them a wall. I feel like it's weird that she put Alicia. She put them in an open example, but you had to bring a wall to find the standard. And then, what did I really every you use for the item? Freaking stress of the item. One time you put it in the head, and you had to put it for good. Why you call it clear? A wall takes time. There's nothing else you can do. So if you put the bed, the paper, here, and the land, you want to say, I mean, the benefit of it, you're not going to benefit from it. The floor, when you use things like the building of systems, everyone will all run into the thing. He knew more than I was going to be that I'm saying how to know yourself. Not as we land on the table. Those times, those days, we didn't have any play on it. So, there's something you didn't have to do. You have to do something. So, the more that the first thing function on the top of the big stuff is overwhelming to all the numbers that do is exactly the problem. What do you feel like when you feel it? What things that you stand on a high place or down and you're like, I'm going to do that thing, you know, all of this, the things about it. It's what they put together like we do this for that space. And you're not supposed to eat and drink before diving. If you do, it's just like dive up and then you start to dive and right. More than I was in Shua, the creation myself, I pulled 3 hours into the day. Try to send it. Say creation, my answer is not to this. In the time of fire. I would say it's a short match before the one after. What is the reason for that? What's like the game now? Like I said, every state is much. It's not high. It's really cold out. And the cold is going to
receiver. Well, they all run the ball. He told us he loves when he gets hands-offs on jet sweeps like that, because he thinks it helps to stretch the defense, right? They have to honor that. The next thing they do is they'll probably fake it today and come back and run it back the other way with Todd Monken, who's just done a fantastic job.
Stop it out. Like, Lord, like I said, let's exist like a fuck the country level. If people are asleep, and when people get up, you're not going to take earlier to say, this is when you're sleeping out. It's like the Ireland stuff for the ladies. It's a great like a shot like that, standing up. Otherwise, the country says, my country is out. It's also a great one. The country says, the left and the there. Let's say, my people when walking on the way, walking is not laying down. Instead of standing.
There you go.
You're going to sleep. It's a great like sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Don't be something trying to agree that
They're not giving them a touchdown?
Occupy doing another mitzvah, it's helping the same person. You occupy their mitzvah. And not only doing it, actually doing the physical mitzvah, but even somebody that is possible. Or it's going to become a problem. Because the mind is preoccupied. It's also a couple of people that about the Mario and Caesar. Mario and Mother is not occupied in this one this time.
Down on the one.
Preoccupied, they have to be rhythmic. They're going to stop the music. There's quiet singing, that's not enough. Then others who's preoccupied just lost the other one and it's very good side. He's also kind of involved besides because he's not safe in the hair and since he has paper on his head and he's trying to even though they still use the left of a dirt, which is constant. And placing the mitzvah although nonetheless they learn the physical word to look at the area and something like you're not laying down. One of the story where the small was the one was very strong. The small was going down and one was very strong. So this is very decided to lay down like the Shabbat. Well, went down, jumped up, Elizabeth never told him, you remind me of a marshal. Somebody had a picture of you, and called up, you're beautiful. It's okay, let me cut it off. I was standing up and I laid down, and because I laid down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you do the opposite of what I'm doing. He said, no, I'm worried that people will see us, and they'll say that I want to make a comment. What's the difference? Because we still say you also lay down. But since you were standing and then you lay down, so it looks as if you passed like a shot. It's the halakha if you do like a shot. According to Rabbi Rothschild'S, it's okay to do like but according to Rabbi Rothschild'S, you're not make that up. Similarly, you have where somebody does a sukkah, like a sukkah. Most of the bodies are trying to sukkah, but people who try to help. When you so trying to say, if you do like a sukkah, you're not make that up. So if you reverse that, say, if you do like these shaman, they still will hold you to do anything. According to not very useful, not only did you not do anything, but you had a reason. See the verse where Rabbi said, I once put myself in danger in order to be young, so like shaman, if I told them that something would have happened to you, you would deserve it. Maybe tells us, maybe the puzzle, Sheva Bayon will you should say 7 brothers, 7 different speech. How do you break it down? You should say, in the morning you say, brothers, 4 speech left, and 1 after. In the evening, and 2 after. In the evening, the Muna, that is the Muna is a very long bracha, and after the evening, compared to the other Muna, is considered short. Anytime the Haman will decide that he's one bracha, or short bracha that finishes before HaKadosh, the resolution is to add to the law. You're not doing it. One of the problems in the morning, don't feel very important. You don't need to do this like that. But you want to mention regardless of the guy, if you want to mention the night during the bracha of the day, just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, when we say double R, you can say such a funny way. According to Shmuel, once the second bracha, I have a rabbi, like Mr. Ashton. According to the Chachamim, it's have a soilam, like Mr. Stein. And he says, therefore, once you say, I have a rabbi in the morning, and I have a soilam at night. Like Mr. Ashton, I guess, this is more Chachamim, Fairfax Ashton. Shmuel said Allah, that if somebody gets up early to learn, she say, preaches the Lord. But he says, Tishma, when he preaches Tishma, so how the rabbi, how do you say themselves, preaches the Lord? What do you say when you get there? The only thing with the current version is that you learn Chumash, but not even a medrash that tells you the halakha that come out of the Chumash. Allah says, even medrash. Yoda says, you say with the Torah, even from Mishnah. Rabbi says, you say with the Torah, even Gemara. Rashi says, that's the Ikar Torah. This is great for Dafyomi people. Gemara is the main part of Torah, because from that, change things out, and the logic behind the Mishnah, and explaining the way the contradictions in the Mishnah is, and sometimes to add if they go off words of the Mishnah. It's very natural. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make up in the Torah? Last thing is the Torah. Higher than you finish off with a bracha. And Runa says, it's the bracha of Adam Nikolai, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the 3. Why? Because it is powerful and it is highest from the Torah. Therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all 3. After the Kohanim brought the carbon comet in the morning and they salted the Ibarim, the Gadol Kohanim would announce, make 1 bracha. What is that 1 bracha? According to the Shul, it's Rabbi, and according to the Flukish, let it start orange. And then they would say, and then they would say, Shema, and then they would give 3 brachas to Taisha. They would say, MS, Yatsi, and they would say the bracha Bavoida, which is similar to what it's saying, just the things of Shoyz Panavod for another bracha, and then they would say, Briggs Kohanim. Rabbi frequent proof that say Yom Kippur and not have Rabbi. What it says,
no way.
The brothers are not matter. In other words, if there's 2 brothers together, it's saying 1 out of 2, you better than that 1. Or let's say for filling, you say just a bracha, actually that, and that's for right. You only have 1 pair, or you put on the other one, you got it. That's true. In fact, that they say 1 bracha, and if that 1 bracha, was later on, that's a great move. Why? Because when you say Rabbi can say all night long. It's no confident. But if they said Rabbi, then it's no proof because you get the half. They said it was true. They said it's only like that. And maybe they said it later on. The word they said it was the half. It's a full problem. You have to say that it's not Malachim. that the second time you say one before the other, it doesn't matter if it was or multiple. Rabbi is not the big. Although it is a midrash, the Tzira says it's a midrash, everyone stopped and after it was a midrash, shouldn't say it's a midrash, because the midrash says that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Which man is it's a midrash? Today, since a midrash is so important that we can say it's private, the man is public. We're 24, which Mars is the man, every week the different Israel will take over this midrash. But the thing telling Israel, the household Israel will say, well, drop off, and they say, Misha Shika is more device of the Yashkin, the Nathan, Ahava, the Afro, the Show the Race. We're going to go through a series of questions regarding the brothers. The first it starts with Myron. It starts off thinking and saying, Shabbos. It says, Yoitz the Arab, but finishes off Amara Barab. And the same thing in Shabbos. It says the same Amara Barab. He finishes off Yoitz the Arab. In both cases, he starts it because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly. The chapters he started off Yitzhar, he finished Amara Barab, and Amara he started off Amara Barab, he finished Yitzhar. Not yet. The person is holding his hand up, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying Shahada, and he finishes off. What about Rabbi Rabbi? Person thinks they eat bread, in fact he ate things. And he finishes off correctly. He started off with this. I'm not going to finish off, but he shows his rock off right. He starts it because he brings some book that he started off with, the reward for this, because this can teach you. What happened, and this is more remains of the is he thought that he was holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying, Hagacha. So he finished off Shahata. The question is, do you go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? So therefore, you can judge it. When the person thought that he ate things, he started saying a bracha bread, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off. There's a lot of glory in this time. Now, the Lord says you can't do anything for the Lord in different things. Because the point around, when the person is finished, like you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Hashem, and Mari Barabim, that's enough, that's a bracha in itself. The point of religion, Baruch Hashem, and Mari Barabim, it makes the art, it's not considered bracha, because that's the Baruch Hashem, like taking out by love in order to be considered bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prevent it from being Krishna, because from this Krishna, when you start the bracha, you have to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore, the person does not say the yatzah in the morning, and the emun at night, he's not going to say the mitzvah of Krishna to Kulah. It says in the Pasuk, that the Rothschild'S, you have to be struck in his bracha in the morning and the evening. When you say Shema Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, then by Baruch, and by Atah, you bend your spine and your head down, all your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch also, you say Baruch Hu S, Hashem start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, and when you say the word Hashem, it would be like a snake. Step very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to use the Kriya. So to make sure we know we say Hamel HaKadosh and Hamel HaMishpah. What if one forgets to say Hamel HaKadosh or Hamel HaMishpah? So according to Rabbi, and that's the halacha, it's not Yoitzo, and according to the Lord, he's Yoitzo. The person has the ability to die for his friend, and if doesn't die for his friend, he's considered a sinner. He has the ability to die for his friend. So, until he feels sick, literally sick, he has to fast and not until he becomes sick. The person is a different Aveira, and he's encouraged by the Aveira and remains in Kiddush. Not only are they Muslim on that Aveira, but they're Muslim on all of the Aveira. And how we know this? We know this is so. So, brought that Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oy. And Shmuel says, why are you bringing down? He says, like, why this and why that? He never mentioned that tried to remove it. The parents of the Aveira that committed, that he killed the knife with wrong food. I don't know that the show was forgiven because he tells us tomorrow you go to battle, you go to battle, you're still using chicken, meat, tomorrow the meat is like a pizza. In other words, show us the studies that you didn't get anything, which you are not even many things. Or, because the Gemara, they said they'll forgive the show gives them 7 episodes. Obviously, they hated show. And the puzzle ends off saying that shows that here Hashem. The Gemara, that it wasn't the Gemara that said it was Hashem that announced it, but here Hashem, in other words, forgave show. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute them to take Parshas Balak in creation. Because Parshas Balak has the puzzle of Parash of the Aryeh of Tel Aviv. It's a beautiful puzzle, but it also includes the lesson of the Shachar together. The reason why they didn't institute it is because the Torah is very long. And to say one pasuk, you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha from a Pekah to the Sabbath. Why do we say the parsha? Because it includes the amazing concept. It includes the concept of all mitzvahs. It starts with all mitzvahs. The word after the Vatican says that you shouldn't think about needles. After an Achan comes to say that you shouldn't think about marriage. After the Zoyin comes to tell you shouldn't think about a Zorah. Says the Mishnah, there's a page here we say in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time to put on secrets. Nevertheless, the Muslim is on your home, say the partial six. Why? Because it doesn't come to the Easter, the St. Christoph, there's the time, all the Mei Hayafa. All the days of your life. The Mei Hayafa are the days you made. All the Mei Hayafa, the extra phone means when I say comes to my life. Once you know, all the Mei Hayafa comes to include the time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of Sixes as a wonderful.
That dog is
Rabbi is not a people. The Lord tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the law, but we're going to be mentioning Mitzrayim. So it's slightly muted compared to how we mentioned it today. But the main focus is going to be on the ruler from Gog and Magog. The Pasuk says, "In the Prince of Kadosh, and the grand of the world will be so large that you can forget about the other rulers." And Moshe, the first thing bumped into a wolf. There's a great story told in his friends, bumped into a wolf, and he said, later on he bumped into a lion, so he forgets about his first story, he tells him the second story of the lion. After that, he comes to a snake. He forgets about the other two stories, and all he tells people is how he was safe from a snake, but he didn't snake. Now he's going to be so busy with the rule of Gog and Magog that he forget about all the other rulers that they have. So now we're going to change Yaakov and his name to Yisrael. So what would you call Yaakov? This is not every day. The answer is because the book itself of Yaakov and Yaakov actually changed the name. You notice it. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, the Torah tells us not born Avram. Therefore, the name was Avram, which means father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. This is the answer. Allah did not say change the name and call him Avram. What about Sarah? The name is Sarah. This is a relation so well as the boy. Lord knows us that when we go back to Avram Avinu, this is what he didn't tell us. He didn't tell us. Therefore, he told Sarah without paper that this year, now we finished the first pair of Shas. We finished all the fucking Shas together. Second mission. The decipher was the third. And when you listen to the third, you see the word yourself. Now, if he had no intent to say the word, he's not going to use how to say the word. But if my intention is unless you hold, like the Haggadah says, mitzvah is three things like that. And then you have that Haggadah related to the mitzvah of creation. You're not going to discuss it initially. Different cases of somebody stopping a Jewish mouth and saying a little bit of strength with the answer. Everybody agrees that the guy's not a strength, the guy is a bad guy. That they kill him. Then obviously you got to say hello to him and answer him, just like a little fool. If it's out of honor, color. So if it's the truth, welcome, and we see that means. Then you're allowed to appoint your mayor, and not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody anytime, even if there's no honor in that. In the middle of the parrot, the room sits in the middle of the parrot. According to Mayor, you're not allowed to answer. According to Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. Where does Dina from? In a problem between the two brothers of Yishmael and Moses, between the second brother of Yishmael and the second Shema, between the parsha of Shema and the Levi from Shema, between the parsha of Shema and the Levi, between the Levi and the Yaakov. According to Yehuda, you don't stop between the Levi and the Yaakov. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. The term of the first parsha is the Levi. The answer is because first you want to do Ol Malchut Shemayim, and that's the parsha of Shema. So why is the Holy Shema second? The Levi should be second. The answer is the Holy Shema is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night. Whereas the parsha of the Levi is only during the day. Rabbi holds that free Shema must be said only in Rosh Hashanah when it says the Holy as it is. Although we already know that can't say free Torah, but anyway, we have to be like the Holy. But in the Havamina, the Rabbi was actually like the Holy. Obviously, the word Shema is a lesson of hearing. Any language that you hear it in, some all can say free Shema in English. When Rabbi says no, free Shema has to be said in English. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is you must hear the word coming out of your mouth. So come home, you don't even if you don't hear the word coming out of your mouth. And Rabbi took the word B'choyu and he learned that if you mix up the words, Shemoya in Shemoya, you're not going to have to be in order. Rabbi learned that was the case of Pesach. We have a three-way machlokes. We already have had a lot of them. In order to say you don't have that common sense in that way. According to Rabbi, it's just the first one. And therefore, in Rabbi holds, that's the halacha that's very factor. The person just has to hold the first pasuk, and he has some items and anything that's a Krishna, he's going to tell halacha. According to Rabbi Yezer, you must say the first three psukim of Shema with Kavana, as it says, Va'eva. And therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like a silo, you realize if you're when you're walking to the first three psukim, you must stand still in order to have Kavana. But the people hold that the entire first parsha, you must have Kavana, because it says, and therefore, the whole, you have to stand still and say the whole first parsha of the Kavana. Once it says, that until that point, you have to read it and have Kavana, but from that point on, you just read it without Kavana. And you're good. You should have Kavana, but you don't, you're good. What about the fact that in the second part it says, Alabaptam, the Daber Bum? Seemingly, you have to have Kavana. So you want to know, that comes to tell us the halacha that your Tefillin Sheyad should be opposite to your heart. You guys should hold that up until that point, Alabaptam, you have to have free of Kavana, but past that point, you have to have Kavana. And the words of Daber Bum teach us that we're talking about Torah. And the Torah is telling us, you must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk and learn it. Says the Gemara in the Pasuk of Shema, when we say Echad, are left in the Dalit. Very hard to do it as a Shemad is easy to do it with your money. Then the Torah gives you Arbitas Yom. Rashi says as long as you don't say the test really quickly, the test has a comment that's important. If you say quickly, it might sound like a Shema. You shouldn't do that. Here, Rabbi sort of Yirmiyah saying the word Echad very, very long. So he said, listen, the only key you have is to think in your head.
Give sucks. He's terrible.
There's no need to be my Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say Krishna. He doesn't come to Krishna. So what you do is you put his hand on his eyes and you just say one passage. The first passage is right Israel. And my point is whether or not later on Rabbi would repeat the entire Krishna. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say over the Talmidim every single day, talk about the Tzis Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yotzei Tzis Mitzrayim, or he wanted to be master the Tzis Mitzrayim in the proper time. Have Rothschild'S got the dollar. If you know somebody else that might be interested 1,000 views per share. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask to tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer. The Gemara, if you do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you can do that in the middle of Hallel. Hallel is only the Rabbana in Kriya Shema, and they're right, so although Hallel is pursuing itself, nevertheless, you can compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, the Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying a Hallel Shalom, meaning on Yom Tov you have to say a full Hallel or Hanukkah, then you can only say hello to somebody, pay not profit. Paragraph, and not in the middle of the question. However, if you're saying a half a Hallel,
What the fuck happened?
then you say hello to somebody, answer them, the fact that Rabbi didn't answer to Rabbi Shava because he didn't think you touched enough for him. It wasn't an issue of covenant. In fact, it's passing that nowadays people understand that you're not going to answer them in the middle of Hallel, in the middle of Krishna, so we don't have this concept of Shoyl Meshet from there covenant. Two halachas in regard to eating food. Taking a food that's less than a Rabbi's and got a kind of food what kind of talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, you won't be eating. If you didn't accept the fast, you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha. It's also to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a deal on a good story. If you're not going to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's also lashes takotzah. You're not allowed to take care of your business or your personal things before davening. I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably also to look at your emails and WhatsApps, etc. before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing though, that if one has become a good Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. Baruch Hu isolates Rachel. Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, it's a wrap. From the same concept we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, so full of Torah that they won't tell any of the surahs during that day. The other machlokes in the Mishnah, what's considered being a prophet? The machlokes between the Enes Shema, Emes, and the Yatzim. That's considered between the prophet. Rabbi says that's not, you're not allowed to stop there and say hello. Why? Because you bring the pasuk Hashem Elikim Emes, so it's one continuation. Right? Once a person says that then the Shema Hashem Elikim Emes, you have to repeat the word Emes again. According to Rabbi, you must repeat it again. Rabbi, you don't repeat. Rabbi is a very interesting lesson. Rabbi heard one of the Talmidim say Hashem Elikim Emes. Emes Yatzim. He said that Emes Kapsi Lahai. This guy is grabbing onto every Emes, doing the wrong thing. It's a halacha that once you start the third parsha, that is by Myron, you start, you must finish. Short around, what does it mean to start? Say, that barely the name of Marka Aliyah. That's it. Once you get to Marka Aliyah, you have to continue the whole parsha. The Bible holds that's not considered a start. And therefore, if you just say that until Marka Aliyah, then you can skip everything and go all the way to Hashem and take from Emes. Rabbi says that our religion, you start, you say the beginning of it, and therefore that's creates a key for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha of Vayom. Rabbi says that if you say the third parsha, that you could say, Emes Vayom. But if you don't, and this is a Myra, then you have to say, instead of the third parsha, you have to say, Moidim Anachullah, Hashem, but you say the marriage of Mitzrayim, the son of Mitzrayim, so we stop them and you redeemed us from slavery, but see Salam and Nisim, of course, Alayam. It did tremendous distress on the water, the Sharalach, and we sang to you, what did we sing to you? Micha, Moicha, Barizim Hashem, and then you continue from that point on, all the way to God Yisrael, and they say to them. Rabbi Yochai says, not only is the parsha of Shema, all Malchus Shemayim, that's why we say it today. The parsha Shema has three concepts in it. Lilmoy, Lilamed, Lilasos. It says in the pasuk, we debar the bomb that teaches us you have to learn Torah. Lilamed, that to teach others, we should not live on Echad. And Lasos, to do, to take action, Shartam, put on Tefillin, Usafim, you write mezuzahs. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemayim. Vayim Shemayim only has the Lamed, which is the Latem, Zvedechem, Daverbam. The Lasos, again, Shartam, Usafim. And finally, the final parsha of Vayomer is only to do. Take action. Go also learn tzitzis, because make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time, they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because his shliach, the person that went to get his tefillin, took a long time and he was worried that he's going to miss his Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make Kriya Torah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You can say there's no riot from this. That's because the reason why I did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema. So why would we bring the story or bring the story for a different reason? To say that we had a program of when do you say Kriya Torah? Here you see that Rav said Kriya Torah even on Mishnah. If somebody's digging a grave, he's replacing the mitzvah. He's part of the moment, including Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemudachim. He's digging the grave with another person that they can switch off. One can come out of the grave and he'll say Tefillin, Kriya Shema, Tefillin, and then he'll switch with his friend. Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say Ol Mach Hashemayim, which is Shema, and then you do Asiyah. But he admits that when it comes to physical Asiyah, Tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Ol Mach Hashemayim. The person says Kriya Shema. Without Tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made a distractor, he's testified falsely because the Kriya Shema says you should wear Tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah. You're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. And also, as if somebody brought a carbon Allah without doing the mitzvah associated with the stuffing, without the stuffing, and the wonderful.
Daniel.
Rabbi's not designed. Your presence here of any of us is beginning people from the front of the level getting out of this. Well, instead, I'm talking, let me go there and cover now, and I'll come back with what I learned. Think back with how the person makes the thing to me, this is a word. But so, let's say a person says we should not have. He's not sure where he's holding. Holding up the first part, but then I didn't show up. Well, that's
doesn't.
Therefore, consider that perhaps in Mr. Woods or something, so don't think of church. You know it really well, and you probably said everything in a word, don't have to. Second mission. You got a worker who's taken from country, or even his boss, and they're on top of the tree, at a time of Krishna comes. You're allowed to say Krishna on top of the tree, provided that the first person of Krishna they stop working and they concentrate on first time. So the first time, don't know you're saying that they concentrate on the entire first time. That's right, they just come off the tree, and that's right, they're sturdy, they're not too sturdy, but they're able to have the proper life. These are really sturdy, and has a lot of branches, sometimes it's powerful. With a big tree, you let it stay, and remain on top of the tree. What makes a distinction between a worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker who only receives food? One who receives a salary is a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it, and he shouldn't cause a loss to his boss. So therefore, without a tremendous rate, you should only say the tremendous known as the labor. The tremendous rate would say the first 3 levels, the last 3 levels, and every year to be paid the short 54 work of conversation. This is from a Seder gives the servicemen the guardian and the employees. When you say give some of it, don't say 2 other good profits. Say the first one, leader, and the second and third profit provides the other fourth and one Rabbanan was the same. The point of being some luxury, since it's all the Rabbanan, they don't even want to say the Rabbanan. So in other words, there's food. You pay them not to be a father, that's the least time for the owner, and you shouldn't give them the smile and you shouldn't get it. Look at the game and set that. I said, this one's something over there. Somebody's advertising with this stuff. He doesn't have to say usually. But says you should come and suffer. And from the left of the left, we learn that a person, the left isn't doing the mitzvah, but he's advertising his head with the mitzvah of marrying a Messiah. Therefore, he is fucking from Krishna. Because he has a relationship with him. He occupies and it's in mitzvah. Therefore, a person is preoccupied but not in the mitzvah. And it's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah. It's high in Krishna. Because he's obligated to think of everything out of his head. The person who sees an other, he wants to love him, and is preoccupied. That's also not a mitzvah. He's frank. No. Person who marries an other. He's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied. Therefore, he's kind of in Lord found this was Lil himself. When he got married, he didn't say Yishma because he knew about himself that he was a common. And the Lord says that anybody who looks at that comes up and they come on and he could be a common. There's Krishna, he's allowed to say Krishna. But anybody that's not Muslim, when you're a Lil, that's what says Gaia. That's pointing he says, oh, I could be a common. I can't say that he could say Krishna regardless. Then although he just lost a lot more because he's also today. Unless he's what we call in this is somebody spoiled, likes to hear himself and enjoyment, but rather he can't live without. That is the time that the issue of the pizza really was going to grow up. The first day, this is the right. The first night, the first son, and after the first night, for everybody, it's only the Rabbanon, one not doing anything to the prisoner is a slave. You don't stand in the Romans don't stand in front of the building, you're not going to live there. You're not going to live in the Rothschild'S and say, which is like a secret first to the what do we say to someone who is a slave and say, I want them to develop a spiritual like you or any other object that they might be? So it's speaking of being a slave, called the Akbar race, the Shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, not gifts, and we should have many Kalidim, and that the future should show a lot of hope, and we should have dedicated, and we should have a Yiddu Koyim, and we should wake up in the morning and find out Hadir Shemayim, and we should find all our roots. The Yohanan used to say, you also open up Hashem and our shame and see how hard we have in our life. And we should use Rachamim and Ois and Chasidus, and we should give us graciousness, and we should use good and people to myself. Zero would say, let's open up Hashem and the left dog and the neighbors, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Rabbi would say, you wasn't for that part of the thing, less coming with the same our occupation should be clear of, and we shouldn't have pain in our heart, and we shouldn't have big eyes. And Rabbi would take a famous davening and would say, or instruct us, you wasn't for that part of the thing, we should take a little time of routine. Long life, time to shine, to play, to bracha, to parnasa, to sunlight, time to prepare our state. We should have true people, we should have wealth. We should have a spirit of Yerushalayim and times to Malachim, sometimes to be on the Torah. Rabbi would say, you wasn't for that much, she got to live in the Hazik part of my life, she got the davening, the Aziz part of me, other one, we Tegara. We shouldn't say terrible rumors about us. We shouldn't have bad friends and bad neighbors. We should have mashkes and kosher, without the kosher, things with the wrist, lawyer, non-guy. Even though Rabbi had guards, still say all these tefillos. And tomorrow we're going to show the field, the rest of the field, have a wonderful day. We're all exactly designed with a special davening that sorted at the end of Yerushalayim Ezra. Rabbi would say, Lord Shalom, please put peace between Allah and Shemaim, because when they fight, war breaks out down below, have peace with the Muhammad, and people that are Torah and Shema, they're safe, the people that learn Torah, they're safe for their Torah. Those who learn Torah for their Shema, have a skills to learn and that's their Torah for Shema. But one of them doesn't say,
there you go, Omar Jackson.
Another shot was done to say, "Rolling with the dwell of Nefesh, to name the license of the Gentiles, I will look through your way, look for any of us of Earth, the East, and the Sahara, and she did not feel it, the second word else, which they must be away and will behave properly." Well, just to say, when we say, when we quicker value, when I actually started to die, I was not really born, whether I was born or created, I'm still not worthy. I was dust, I was alive, and certainly after I was dead, after I died. And you must know that I shouldn't sin any longer, and whenever I sin, please raise confusion. My greater thing is to say, basically when we say every day after the time, the Torah can be wrong, sometimes the very new law, etc. And then it goes on to say, save me from a shayah, from a bad woman, from a bad guy. But shayah is what we say when you have a kind of stuff, and you say, when I love it, when you have a piece of mikvah, you can knock the bananas and the bayah, and you only put the Torah and the fat and the blood. This time is when I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood, that should be as it comes. And the Torah goes on to say, beautiful saying that I'm going to run into this. The Torah would say, when you finish good, everybody's destined to die, whether it's an animal or human being. But famous song, Ashkan Nisha, all about Torah, great words and verses, rules of the Torah, will of the Torah. It's a nachas speculation, and beautiful nachas things, created, and dies with a great name, a great reputation,
Fuck!
This is my favorite. The mayor would say, both of those people, the more you need to try to understand my way of the Rabbi, etc. The Rothschild'S, the first one, not going to have 30 in your heart, and you should always have your shemayim in front of your eyes. Guard your tongue, guard your mouth from sin, and you should actually do so with the hara. So therefore, I will be with you wherever you're at. How Yavin would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go to go play with you in the field. My job is easier. I'm closer to home. And what are you going to say? This is unbelievable. The thing says, I'm in my earth. Most of this is that I'm learning Torah. I don't understand it as well as the other one. The main focus is the intent and the effort of it. To learn the same amount as somebody else, that person understands more than you get the same amount of stars that other person because you have the same intent. Rabbi used to say, a person should always be united when it comes to the heart, trying to quicken when it comes to Yiras Hashem. A person who answers softly will be aware with a lot of anger, and a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers and his friends, and even going in the marketplace. You know, drinking Zakai, never allow someone to say hello to him first, who's always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says, the main point of Torah, that's the people in the world, is doing nice and flavor and food. A person shouldn't be someone who learns Torah and then takes a person who follows Torah like his father and mother and Rabbi. We're talking about a different type of the Shema, a person who learns Torah. So when the Shema is confident, that means in order to do this, after somebody else, that's a person that generally shouldn't be created. Rab says, this world is given in the earth economy, about the people that have the bodies like what is dealing with eating, sleeping, we're not going to be jealous of each other, we're not going to competition, we're just sitting with a crown on our head and basking in the glory of the Lord. The most famous question, if women don't know Torah, how are they learning from my boss? How are they learning from the perspective of what they're doing? And the current answer is by leading your children to learn women in school and allowing the husband to learn Torah that they're doing me. And waiting for the husband, those days, the husband believes, instead of that time, waiting for the husband to come back to learning, that's how they cheer Torah rather than that. You know, Rabbi, that come in and say to each other, basically, all the moves in the body that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, their eyes should look forward to Torah, etc. There's a Malek is a puzzle, and we think we Subal, and we think our leaders is Subal, we take the burden. One Alama says, and we think is that our leaders are Torah is Subal, that they have to work with mitzvahs. The other says, and we think is referring to Torah and mitzvahs, Subal is referring to the Surah. And the Torah goes on to say that we made a bracha that we shouldn't be like David and Shaul, that they had bad advisors like Rothschild and Rabbi, and we shouldn't do. But we say that we shouldn't have children that grow up in there. But that's the subject. I'm pretty late, or the question was David. One of them is late. One shot is the thing that's illegal. That they are escaped from David, so to speak. If they could sustain themselves, they don't need to come on to the other side of the world and the entire world is going to be or agree that the Khalifa, the famous pastor, will come out and say, for me to believe, he doesn't need anything but some boxers, some arugans, where the entire world is sustained because of one shot is that a very good shot that he divided that it would leave this construct for many generations and will never become Garrett. It needs to be a construct. Or the pastor who would so fight for gathered together before the other 30 days before the other before Pesach to shut off this dream that they knew that fire would come down from the sky full of fire and they still didn't reach you, they didn't become Garrett. We learn what I'm saying that Machlokes will know the lot of people on Shabbat and in a place that you don't even love, you should even love it. If you're not called on, you should never even love on Shabbat. Especially whether the person who's having on the couple is that considered that's a few hours, that's considered audience for now. The word goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it at 2 hours, such as the possible, if it's a everybody knows that it isn't like I wonder why it's saying 2 hours. So on the other side, you can say, well, when you know what it's doing, or if it's a Shabbat, maybe he doesn't have a job, that's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you can say, everybody knows that he has a job, the reason why he's not working is exactly as on the diet. And basically that finishes, that we finish the second parak, and the Mishnah says in the third parak, you should make some. If you have a this is what love on the you because of your smile, feeling the X-ray, and whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you, or going to a little bit more, tomorrow having a wonderful day.
I get the math. I'm a therapist too. And you're such the Jewish thing you've ever said to me, and I'm a chubby guy. I haven't had
Robin's not just cuts. Before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about what this should have to do with you today. The consequence is learning the rocks, poking fun of it as people jealous. That includes not only mitzvahs, but even you not only walk 4 hours of school to the dead or to the cemetery and water and situation that connects with college, villas, etc. Now I want to say, and you can sit there, spaces, and all that, and sit there like that. And you shouldn't wait to sit outside because you do that. See a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession, otherwise you're dead and you're trying to right to the funeral. It's also before the plane was supposed to take off, and then because it's own home, but it's friend's home, and a friend's home, with the wall, it's simply that to the death. As an also makes it also wine.
That's amazing. That's great.
And it's also other people don't have to go to the rock. But I'm trying to hold along the flight, putting in big wine. And my point is whether or not you're hiding someone who's really with the burial of his own relative. Let's go this one and therefore the other from what it is. So you can feel the essence, etc. My husband learned what that means. Your Rabbi says that it's only if the dead is right under the influence of the house is not there, then it no longer appeals. It no longer appeals to the evolution. But in Rashi, described from a meaning that even though you feel with arthritic sorrows, when I'm talking about the person who is different sorrows, still feel with it in his head, and therefore it's coming from the What are the people that carry the arrow over? They are all other functional Ezra. The ones that are in front of the arrow, they haven't had a chance to hold the arrow yet. They are coming from the back. The ones in the back, they already held on to the arrow, they want to hold it again. They must say, those people are coming from Rabbi, it's also mixing. They're also easy to come in on this one. If they have a chance to, if it's possible, for the other people, for the argument, if they don't have a chance, but the inner ones, standing in the inner room, that they are the ones saying directly to the Rabbi, we're not coming, because they are following the creation. More than an hour away, before we really say the Rabbi, they are tired in the queue. What about the servant, people that watch the body, like the water that they're not like for nights? They are also considered putting in the club, they are coming in. If that's people, then one can go inside and down while the other one watches. On a ship, my colleague's brother, there are nights and nights that's a concern. First one man that it is, and therefore, one should watch the body, but another man that I'm ordered to look inside, one should start thinking about it and say, here's it. And this sort of holds of the sea. Without respect, I can say a lot of times, therefore, no place all before the sash or the doctor thinking unless you're concerned that people will come and steal the same material, so you just take it home, you throw it on the bottom. Now, the more discusses like here are all the stories. What exactly is those people know, what do they hear, what do they understand? Talking about there's a rush, what does he understand? What kind of understands is simply that a good person can think. But if a good set is doing the body, you feel that pain. If there's a mouth called in charge of the dead, he announces that a certain person is about to within a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that it's coming up. Dead people get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell what's going on down below. And in a situation where the person who's initially being raped, they will in fact announce that his arrival way before was lifted and really expensive. regarding Second, the second would be we're wondering if your father would regularly live there, if you know about those things, because the doctor learning, you're busy working, the doctor learning, father's been around, and you're wondering what the father in your mind knows about it. Well, it said, it's a puzzle, but I'm listening to you, bring them right to the wall. Then people don't know anything. I'm listening to referring to the son, in this world, maybe you well, you're not concerned about that. So even whether it's dead, you're concerned about it. Some people are concerned about the hell and what the hope for it.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
He wants to perhaps this title and the heights and open the heights and the organs that he went through the parts of going around, which is the hardest influences one day, one short winter day. Says the one of those stories. There's one to the cousin, once his cousin comes to the entire life, or to the bottom, that his wife really bothered him. To the point when he was sitting in the cemetery, he was talking about his tournament. He's sitting in the cemetery, and he heard his young girls on the weekend with the funny story. He said, let's fly around the world and keep going on. Now, I'm very happy behind the people and the culture of the students. He said, one, I'm not buried in my place of 100 weeks. So it's not the train, since the body can compose, able to fly. So people have this couple of people, whatever, whatever plans, we were showed up in the first, as Rashi talking about the seventh day of Hajj, the 7 days, and then the second reveal, like the third, maybe 6 days later, everyone then, all of them kind of destroy the crap, so this concept is not kind of the reveal, showing kind of the Yeshua, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trip on his own, so when he came down to these cars, and showing up, he was saying, let's go fly, I can't fly, so he come back and tell me, he said, I did. So whoever planned for the second reveal, she thought that he was going to come and ruin the crowd, so he planned in the first, and therefore he made money for the crowd. Says his wife, how did you know to do this? So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with his mother of the girl that was flying around and trying to make fun of the mother of the other mother. And he said, I know that your daughter was buried for myself and mine. Third year, the couple went to the cemetery and went to meet the son. Let's go fly around and one walk with the other. I cannot fly because the wife was already saying, you know, you find my mother.
Do you think we're fucked up?
But perhaps someone came, somebody was in there, called it. Zimiri once gave money to a lady and she died and he asked her to her grave, here's the money, and she told her exactly what it was. And Joseph said, tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send them home and they make them. That's because what the story is, you know the knowledge that I know. The Lord says that I want the shul to put some money on the one thing. And he lived there and he started in front of his son's shul and told him the son of the person that stood money in the organ, so he wants to be supportive, and he sees that lady is making the shul. The lady heard his Rabbi, they're not going to the shul. And he sees his father's crying and laughing. Why are you crying? Because you're going to be interested. Why are you laughing? Because you consider you as an individual in Shemai. I'm so big. Have lady go up to Shemai, the captain of Shemai says, where's the money? The money is very good, our money. He said, our money is the same money as our money. I don't want it to get ruined. I don't want people to steal it. And in fact, they return the money. I can only see that the dead is going from around me. Look at this. You know, such a fucking person. They go to Shemai, going in advance. Wonderful. Robert is not just that. The other day, when James was walking in the cemetery, dragging his grave and cold, he's walking around. We're poking fun at his death. It seems like Jameson himself is distracted. Jameson said that he told the president verbatim, tell the others that when it's Yaakov, that I take their crowns and get tight so they're strong. You see that when it's Yaakov, clearly how it's going on in this world. Because perhaps they don't really care. The both they wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak. But when it's Yaakov, that I really Yaakov to have a person to Moshe Rabbeinu. Everything that's done is there to send his punishment. The other is to speak about a race, about a rock. But the people can speak there, they don't care. Because they don't know. However, to speak about it, any culture. Somebody spoke about their school after he died, and he pulled, pierced his head and pierced the membranes around his brain. That's because itself. Here's what it's about. Not necessarily the critics who said something about it. Sure, the lady says that think about the Chacham, even when the Chacham is in peace, when they them, nevertheless, the person that speaks about it will fall to begin. Speaking about accumulating, where it says, accumulating says that there are 45 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about Baruch or other things with giving music. Clear excommunication. The Rabbi says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? That a Khalid bin Ahayel said that the person of Satan, someone having a fear, and causing suspicion of having a fear, give it to 3. You don't do that to a Yaireh on the prayer. That's what Khalid bin Ahayel was. In fact, Shmaim and Khalid was there. Did it? They, Shmaim and Ahayel, they did that to Satan for. And the Yaireh said that Khalid bin Ahayel, they take water with a placebo. After that, tomorrow, that he put it in the meeting. Such a reason that's not true. Khalid bin Ahayel was a great man. Nobody liked him. Chachma, years Hashem. Beautiful pictures of Khalid bin Ahayel. Who was in fact, the Moshe ben Hanoi, who made fun of the concept of his dying, and they put him in the Hebrew, and in fact, when the Moshe ben Hanoi, died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even the dead, you throw stone at the coffin. That's called Vegas, Daikid Chakamala. The prominent towards the body for him. Like such as Tony Mahago. Tony Mahago, Tony sat in a circle around himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So the rain really light. He said, no, I don't want this rain. I want strong rain. So it rains really strong. No, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. If you weren't fighting, I would give you a favor. It's not your fault. You're speaking like a son to the father, and it's not correct. Fighters to Rome instituted Zaber, the perfect place on every day you go, and put him on a spit or a skewer and roast it. And Shimon should have said, you deserve period. Because even if you know that you touch him outside of his illegal. That's what Rabbi said. I think the story of counterfeit loyalty. The laws are held that in order everybody holds, in order to take a metal, put it near a stone, and make it not funny, because funny, you have to bring it. Once it's chopped up, you might think that you get it with sand. Doesn't hold its charge. Like it's not going to come over and try to put it with the tree, with the wall, the fence, the water stop. The fast put out of the Shemai and said, the Moses is right. The other ones, they didn't accept his words, and now we got this thing for Hebrew and he died. They're buried. So when you have 3 places in the Mishnah, but why did we put Legacy 24? Because there are 21 other situations in the Mishnah where very similar to this time, where the Chachma is a silly person, who went against the Rabbi majority, yelling against the Rabbi, it's really hard. That is deserving of favor. Some instances, a Christian wasn't as great as the other, and fought hard against the great person that was deserving of Jesus. It says that tomorrow, don't think out the dead when it comes to the focus like Krishna, people might think like Krishna. Unless it's the other person that you're voicing, you're thinking about right before like Krishna. People listening to a husband voice, people stuff, because when you rush to the mouth, they should be one by one. In other words, one person was out to speak, okay, that's the next one. If the dead, the body is in the front of them, it's also Krishna together, and the oblate, it's the primary and the system. Because they testify themselves, the parable of tragedy and having it in the sex. How are they possible to sing a lot? And they were practically letting over the olive, and you need to pick up and get them, but observe 1 out of 1,000, it's a body most of them, like that. It's that philosophical. You can't philosophical, you're talking about because of the news that you're saying, deserving of greater fighting. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying nothing, you're not going to listen to the other, the outer row is not comfortable. However, the more contact is the outer row can see it's going to be heard. So the hearing is part of the human room and each other is used. So what I think the concept really complex, the 8 people, they feel the negative thing. When it comes to the group, somebody doesn't feel ashamed, they feel ashamed. He doesn't feel it's easy, fuck up. For instance, if a partial person is weird, shocking, really low and fear, that is embarrassing because you're really
yeah, so many points.
28.
Wow.
When it comes to the Rabbi, the point is not judging the zero when it comes to human dignity. Therefore, the other guys that takes a pass, if there's a field that is plowed through and there's a grade there and it seems like it has small stones that are the fork in the road and said, I want to get a prize. The point of college is a prize for the public of the honor. Same thing for the public to see proper honor. Where it says that the brother who was playing stepped over the clock. Yeah. I love that step too. It's that pepper. It's a full pepper up here between the body and the top of the arms, and the pillow stays inside the arm, provided there's an opening in the side. So the not concerned that they have most awareness can this head up. A larger person in the heart or something, and we don't have that, that's a mirror. And in order to honor the king without pushing, you got heart that doesn't have a back.
Oh my God.
Stone, so you want to carry stone for the bathroom. And the person who's stripped down in this on four corners, you must take out the garment right away, but if you think about you're on, you'll give it time. Maybe I was talking to Jesus, I wanted to find an object that's treated for this exception. They're fighting you, it's a story, it's a person that's unencrypted and you're doing money that you think in fact, you're part of why shopping is different from the actual resources. Salanta, the special meaning, God for the resources. And another, who's a friend's brother. Who's another, and a friend's brother. Or he's a person who's going to he's just on his son. Or shut the fucking face on. He's going to come forward. This is defining dead. Nobody's going to care. Then you're going to find out another of coming. Why shopping different? The answer is because we're discussing Shabbat types of like Mila and face on. And it wasn't said by putting out even more different things. Roughly starts back, but put us the Bible. Why is it in this generation they have so many uses? For instance, if they need to trade, Rabbi, you don't just pick up a shoe and start moving inside and immediately start making. And us, we scream and we cry and we dive into the night. So don't tell us in Republic because they were greater than us in Europe. In fact, we are greater than everyone in the Republic. Today, Rabbi, you're the only word. You see things as rational. The time of everything is rational. You're in the process of speaking. We're really trying to get into the next talk. He says, like, all the questions that Rabbi schools were making staff. When we learn the Ibsen and the others, how a branch that you put into the tank, that branch is really wet inside, it doesn't, you have 15 chapters. What is it? That is the previous generation who was spicing that much. It's very interesting example. It's not so much. The Bible about how they walking, notice the woman wearing a red scarf about her. That felt wasn't appropriate for she was going to wear red over there and he ripped it off her red. Only to realize that she was a quiet. She could wear whatever she wanted. And it was fine for 400 years. She said, because the name was Muslim, it sounds like he's like that is, she's left to put himself in a position where he owes money to make it a flaw to her. The Lord said, so the women don't be praying and asking questions about you. That's why they drive. Women, first to me, like white people, don't have any problem. So women on the corporate position itself, for different reasons. So that women feel like they can have children that are beautiful and good. That the Lord knows it says it can be praying and prayer like this. Yeah, it's a good one. What about high heart? You're not worried about high heart. I find some shit that, you know, it's a flying heart. It says that it's a howling onion above high heart. Or you're right. It's like a fish. Fish doesn't have high heart. There's water. The water covers high heart. Or the eye. The typical affirmation for Q5 will not be utilized from a high heart. It says in the canon of public creation on film. Even if the canon is the age of film, canon creation on film. You don't want his father worried about the son's future. He has to go to work early in the morning and can't stuff the shit out of him. Philip, the public is concerned won't have a good luck in clean body. Women, as you know, are covered with long lenses of satiation as men run. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, me and Shema, in a specific time, the morning and evening, they are covered with creation. Women are covered with filling, and the finisher Chaim Shmuel Esrei, the Shmuel Esrei means Rachamim, and really means Rachamim. Even though Shmuel Esrei is Erev, Oikim, Toroim, it's not Rabbi, nevertheless, she puts the Rachamim. What about Kiddush on Shabbos? Machlokes, whether they are Chaim with the Raisa or with the Rabbanim, we definitely Chaim. Rabbi is Chaim with the Raisa that says, Zalman Shalom, Shalom Rizachim. Whoever's Chaim in keeping Shabbos is Chaim in mentioning Shabbos and doing Kiddush. According to Abaya, it's only Kiddush Rabbanim. Because our mothers, they are Chaim. Though, what Rabbi says, that applies to the evening and the morning, so it seems like it meets the cessation of Roma. Nevertheless, they are Chaim. You don't want to prove that the past, the woman of a woman is a very nice because she can make you a husband. The man is not a rider because in the same place it says that a husband can be make you his father. And it's certainly the Rabbanim. That says the father only ate a shear of the Rabbanim, less than a severe associating a fear. And therefore, because if you make so maybe that's what it means that a woman can be made to his husband in a situation where he ate a shear of the Rabbanim. What it says, the lack of trust in the is not there. It said that you shouldn't act, you shouldn't take pride. If you show favoritism, it's not fight. It says, it's not show economy level. The Russian is important to show favoritism. I won't fight, but they agree to my mother. When the top of the survivor is appreciated, and they were master on themselves, they say to my mother, even on the debates of, like, you know, more of the science of the mayor,